damn, this thing's fucking heavy. Hi, welcome in. Good morning. Oh, I should probably add the Discord, huh? Okay, well, I'll start cleaning. Why not? Ow. Why is there such a glare? Oh, it's a smudge. Welcome in. everybody's all right out there. Is the stream good? I see that there's a couple viewers, but nobody's said hi or anything yet. I think this is like the longest starting to stream where nobody's even said hi yet. 5 minutes. Is the stream broken? 10 minutes? How long have we been live? 10 minutes we've been live. Not one chatter. The fuck? Hi Yatesy. Thank you for confirming my concern that it might be busted. It's not busted. It's just Tuesday vibes. How are you? What's up, Kang? The hair just doesn't want to leave, Jesus. I haven't swept the sand out of here in like a week. Just a quiet morning. I'm okay, thanks. Just watched the dogs. She's giving me the evil side eye from across the room. That's funny. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thanks. I'm just hanging out, cleaning up, thinking about what I want to do next, where I want to be, what I want to invest in. Probably like research solar and all kinds of stuff today, tools. Good to see you though, Yatesy. Hope everything's going all right. Oh yeah, I wonder what I should title today's stream, because, let's see.
Wait a minute.
Yo, So I got the van running for a little bit because I want to. I mean, I drove it quite a bit yesterday. It's not a huge deal, but I wanted to give it a good run. I'm charging all my backup battery banks. Oh yeah, who all subscribed yesterday? Oh shit, we have so many subscribers to add to the sub wall. What up, Lake Bug? Thankfully we dodged the bullet yesterday with the storms. Good. So we're talking off-grid upgrades. We're talking all kinds of stuff today. I haven't done enough time like planning cool stuff out lately. But yeah, if you guys haven't ever noticed, we have this sub wall. Anybody who subscribes gets put on the wall. We officially made it to the backside, so we're gonna start filling in the backside. So I'm gonna write down all the subs from yesterday. Just put them up on the wall. There's an operator, some strange passenger inside. To that strange power I'm resigned like an iron anchor. I'm just a ghost in your stereo, the fading memory of a shipwreck in the undertow. Welcome in, everybody. Y'all are awesome. Fucking appreciate y'all. God, Tart, you gifted so many subs yesterday. Thank you so much. How do I even find them all? Morning. Okay, I gotta write all these names down from the subscriptions yesterday for the sub wall. Grilled cheese doctor, Davy Dog 417, Brewmaster. It's practical magic. Umbros Mortem. Brooke Jenkins 3000. Plow Mandibles. Grip 777. All the subs, Gabriella Bell. Jenkins 3000, got that. And then Brooklyn can go on this one. Wow, guys. Rainbow Raccoon needs to be, oh, she's up there. guess I already have that up there.
Text to speech enabled.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing any new subs. Belong on the list. I think we're good. What up, Dab Pen? How's it going? So here's the next page of subscribers for the sub wall. Yo, we're gonna cover this whole van in sub stickers. It's gonna happen. Oh shit. Man, this adhesive on this fucking sticky shit is hard to get off. There we go. Okay, there we go. Second sticker on the back. So we got the sub wall from January till today. This one looks like it's gonna fall off. Maybe not. If it does, I'll just rewrite them. There we go. That's a sub wall if I ever seen one. Thank you guys so much for the support. Welcome in. It's so good to see everybody. Hello, 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 hello. Don't be shy. Say hi in the chat, especially if you're a regular. Thank you so much for showing up here today. I can give the spiel. Hi everybody, my name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss here on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast today. We're gonna hang out and just like talk about a bunch of shit and think about a bunch of shit and decide what we're gonna buy next, where we're gonna go next, how we're gonna modify next, all the good things. So today's a great day to hang out and find out what's gonna happen with the future of this channel and with the van. So stay tuned. Oh, do you guys think I should do a sponsorship with a partnership with Advanced GG or whatever the heck? Because I made a tweet about how it sucks that GamerSup won't ever respond to me or notice that I exist because I'm not like a famous streamer or some shit. Just kind of sad and pathetic of them to only fuck with the big streamers and not hook up people that can sell their product that are also small but have a good influence on people. It just goes to show how capitalistic and bullshit these companies are. But, oh my god, cigar oil. Let's go. I gotta put you up on the wall. Hold on, hold on. Cigar oil.
Subscribe to your channel for 8 months.
Yay, 8 months, dude. That's epic. But yeah, Advanced GG sent me a message and they wanna partner me. They want me to promote their product, which looks uncannily similar to just this. It's just like another container with flavored caffeine with 0 sugar added, right? But I've been eating GamerSup for like 8 months, and it's kind of fucking annoying that GamerSup is so on this hierarchy of only sponsoring big streamers that Advanced GG just fucking slides in the DMs of anybody who mentions that on Twitter, and they're like, oh, well, we'll sponsor you, that's cool. So, you know.
C_Therion7 said I.
Hey, good morning. Firsts, let's go.
C_Therion7 said, hope you are well and slept good.
Yeah, I think I slept good. I notice the more I sleep, the worse dreams I have. But that's okay. That's life, right? sleep well? Banana time.
C_Theory on 7 said maybe not consuming enough cannabis.
Yeah, that's probably what it was yesterday. I'm just like cleaning the van, like scrubbing down the desk and sweeping and organizing things. Today's a day that we learn. Today we learn things. Or we can look at my engine too and all the parts I bought. Today's got such Tuesday vibes. It's crazy that when I started the stream yesterday, there was like 30 people in the first 10 minutes, even though I had an F2. Today, it took 10 minutes for anybody to even say hi. It's trippy how some days just have different kind of communication levels, you know, activity levels. What's up, Z-Tail 3? What you doing there, bud? Thought he was gonna back all the way up into me. Welcome in, my name is Danny. Hope you're doing good. Hi everybody, my name is Danny. Welcome to the live stream. Feel free to make yourself at home. We got a good community here. Yeah, that's about all my brain can muster up right now till I keep getting myself more ready for the day. On a scale from 1 to 10, how's everybody doing right now? Starting of stream, let's see how everyone's doing now, and then we'll see later on, like halfway or towards the end.
No said you at the beach.
Yeah, I am at the beach. To the beach, man. How are you, Mornono? We're at Ocean Beach Dog Park. It's kind of like a beach for bonfires, and then there's like this dog beach area back on the other side.
C_Theory on 7 said 5. Maybe when I get more coffee in me it'll rise. Lol. Latte UK said 6 out of 10. I'm hungry, rolling on the floor laughing.
I think
Mono
advanced.
said lunch break.
Oh,
Take a nap.
time to eat, bro. Come on, Yatesy. Lunch break, gonna take a nap. Oh, nice, dude. I used to do that at work too, actually. I sometimes would. I used to be a logistics manager.
Latte UK said waiting for the wife to get home from work.
Ah.
Wake up said 7. Glad to be hanging out but also
Woohoo.
working at the same time, so could be better.
I mean, if it sounds like you're lucky, you know, like you can hang out here and work. It's like, does it get any better than being able to do that? I mean, I guess you're right, just not working, but still, you're making money. You're being a responsible human being.
Redbud said yeah, it doesn't get much better, honestly.
If I ever make a full-time, like, comparable financial income off of social media, like I used to on my other platforms, like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, if I ever pull that off on Twitch, I will be the happiest person that has ever walked this fucking earth. And I promise, I'm going to keep working towards growing this platform.
I'm never late to work.
Oh, heck yeah. I used to have a job from home where I had to work on art. And it was like art for like a company that makes like jewelry and stuff and like lamps and all this trippy stuff. I don't know if you remember that, but it's probably still in some of my old YouTube videos. Yeah, it's interesting just like opening your door and walking out the room and then being in your work room. Some days I just look at the shit on the table that I'm supposed to work on and be like, nah, and then go in my room and shut the door and not talk to my boss for like 2 days straight. He would be like so sweet about it. He'd be like, do you think you can get this stuff done by like Friday afternoon? Because I have to ship it all out. And I'm like, oh yeah. I'll do it like Thursday night. But it'll be like Wednesday. It's hard to like not be like, I need a break right now whenever the fuck you want a break. Just like anytime you want. So we need to make some lists today. You know I'm not fucking around when I pull out the old blue book. Alright, so my van's not like overheating, that's good. I've had it running for like, what, 20 minutes now since I started the stream? 30. I just let my van run.
Said, oh no, not the blue book.
I just let my van run for 30 minutes, guys. Sometimes you just gotta do it. You just gotta piss some gas away for the sake of running your engine, running the alternator, keeping the battery up. Gotta pull out my candle, keep it classy, y'all. The cool thing about this candle is since it gets so warm in my van, you don't even need to light it. Oh no, not the blue book. I know, right? Oh god, all the figures for doing Bella box and having a bunch of routers and different things. No breaks! What's up? How are you? Let's go. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome
No
in.
Breaks NBR rated your channel
Woo,
with
woo.
10 viewers.
Welcome in, everybody. My
No
name is
Breaks
Danny.
NBR said, hey buddy.
Hey, how are you?
UK said woo.
Thank you so much for the raid, bro. You guys, make sure. Do we have a mod in here?
UK said, hey, no breaks NBR.
Therion, can you give a shout out to
Said,
No
welcome
Breaks?
in Raiders.
Thank you so much. How was stream, bro? It's good to see you. God, I'm feeling so much better now than I was like for the last whole month. I just want to make my bed really
No
quick.
breaks NBR said, I'm just cycling home. Head
Okay.
up soon, Danny.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, no rush, no rush. I hope you had a good stream. Anybody who came in No Breaks raid, welcome in. My name's Danny. I hope you guys had a good time there. And you've currently landed inside of a 2006 Sprinter van. And we are, I think if I keep this front part closed,
No
it'll keep the
Breaks
back
NBR
cooler.
said, thanks all that came in with us.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Welcome in. A Friends of No Breaks is a friend of ours, 100%. I'm gonna talk about solar. I'm gonna
No
talk
Breaks
about.
NBR said me.
I'm gonna talk about tools. I'm gonna talk about where I want to go next. I'm gonna talk about the engine. I'm gonna talk about random things for stream. Man, I was in so much pain yesterday at the end of stream that I like massaged myself, and or I guess that wasn't the end of stream, but I massaged my own neck and my shoulders for literally like 20 minutes on stream. And then when I finally got back to my van, I had the worst headache. I took a Tylenol, and then I drove to this parking lot and just hung out here until like 10 at night. But I felt like I was fucking dying, dude. I had the worst migraine last night, Maybe it was from the sun, or the lack of caffeine, or the lack of spliffs, or my diet. I don't know what it was from, but damn. That was rough, dude. Headaches are the worst. I know, right? Thank God I brought Tylenol. I always have it.
Said I'm gonna go meet the wife off the train and walk the soon to be. Not
Oh, okay.
hoops to meet her. I'll catch up with you soon, bud. Much love.
Thanks,
Hickey
Yatesy.
said it appears you have no air conditioning unit on your roof.
I appreciate that. You coming in, Yatesy, like your first person to chat and everything. I hope you have a good day, and I hope your dog doesn't get too fucking dirty. Yeah, that's no, actually it will be that way in the heat of summer, but for now the weather's gorgeous, and especially when you're parked at the beach, you don't have to worry as much about like the heat, because the weather's much cooler by the beach. See the beach. And so that's one of the things we'll talk about. I'm gonna put a Max fan in here, but I've also heard that Max fans like protrude down a bunch, like the motor and everything that like is built into it would end up like I'm probably gonna hit my head on it a million times. I've seen people install them in the back, which is interesting because it has these fucking rivets. So I was wondering about that. Probably end up just putting it right here, honestly, and just try not to hit my head on it all the time. I'm just gonna have to like duck down right here for the rest of my life. But I want to get that going first before I put in a real ceiling, you know, so I can like at least have wiring and have things. But I'll lose a few inches of headspace, which already isn't enough to stand up, unfortunately. But you work with what you got and you appreciate it, right? Work it. Yeah, I want to talk solar, I want to talk amperage, I want to talk amp hourage, I want to talk wattage, I want to talk power tools, I want to talk about it all. I want to fucking take notes and get myself on the right path. Plugs, microwave, 240 volt power supply. What do you think? That's what I need? I definitely don't want a microwave, but it's a fun suggestion. I would like some kitchen amenities and stuff like that though, for sure. And any suggestion is a good suggestion too, so by the way, I'm not like trying to shit on your suggestion. Yes, plugs. Yeah, pre-lining this bad boy with a bunch of wires so that when I have a leisure battery that's isolated from the main battery, and then when I get solar, that like at least I'll have pre-planned at least having wiring so I could put lights in when I build it out and all that kind of shit. But I don't like thinking too far ahead because every single time I plan something in this van, I end up fucking spending like $1,000 on something else. So we'll see. See, like, a lot of people get solar and they don't know the math. They don't know, like, the energy costs and the math, and that's what I don't know. I know enough to know that what solar is and that it fucking works, but I need to figure out a lot more. Today seems like a good day for that. We can all learn.
C_theory on 7 said it would take quite a large system to the 250 volt.
Yeah. You'd probably need like an incredibly crazy battery and solar. The wind turbine and solar. Dude, the Cinco de Mayo was fun. Oh, yesterday La Jolla was fun. That was pretty fun, guys. I had a good time.
Double industrial solar.
Double industrial solar? What is that? Can you explain to me the difference between industrial and commercial and residential? Can any consumer buy all those versions? Or do you have to be like a business? Yeah, so this is perfect weather, guys. I mean, this shit is just great. Caroline, how are you, dude? Good to see ya. I put all the newest names up on the sub wall, guys. So we got these 2 new sticky notes, and then we got to fill up the back wall with the sticky notes. It's our next project. Technically, I could go down the crevices of the walls too.
C_theory on 7 said I'd stay DC as much as possible. Most things take DC anyway. Most common things I should say, like cell phones and laptops, lights.
Well, let's make an energy for dummies write up, okay? Well, what else do I need? Do I need more food? What's going on here? Dude, the waves are big today. I heard they're gonna be perfect tomorrow. Dude, Costco hasn't had the peanuts that they usually had, and I had to buy salted cocktail peanuts from fucking Target. Had to find me my peanut fix, bro. How dare you not have the peanuts that I want? Bro, who else out there loves a fucking peanut? If you're not allergic. And if you're allergic, sorry, because that's so sad, dude. Imagine being allergic to the most flavorful nut on the earth. The one nut that when you fucking roast it, it tastes like it does. They're so good! Yay! I'm so glad that you agree. Who loves a good nut? Me. Not everyone, because some people are allergic. Oh, but they can have other kind of nut. The coom. There was a huge recall on peanuts in the South. You're probably fine though. What did they do? Roll a bunch of chicken into it? Salmonella? Good morning. Joe, never give up. Okay? You hear me, bro? From a fellow Michigander to a fellow Michigander. Don't do it. Don't be giving up on me or Twitch. You keep streaming and you keep trying, okay? I was thinking about that last night. I was gonna like message you and ask you about it. Yeah, you know, and just know that like as long as you enjoy your time there, then that's all that matters. So don't do anything on stream to appease to anybody but yourself. You know, which you probably already do, but like, just keep that in mind, keep going. Consistency is key, just like you said. But yeah, don't let it wear you down. Don't let it fuck with you. It's supposed to be a good time, you know?
Detroit Joe 3 said game stream blaze here and there, great vibes and good shit talk.
Like, I'm trying to think of like, you know, like, is this your normal parking spot? I mean, I parked here like several times, but I parked in a lot of different spots. And at night, I don't park here. Oh, well, our view is blocked by that beautiful Sprinter now. But one of the reasons I love parking here is because there's like 40 Sprinters here every day. And like school buses and stuff. Let's just say I parked here enough to be stream sniped like a few times already.
C_Theory7 said Listeria
Yeah, Dupin.
5 states, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and North Carolina.
Dude, the other day I counted like 25 Sprinters in the parking lot at the same time. Listeria? All Planters brand? What the fuck? Are you serious? The fuck, dude? Bro, I got this shit from like Target. They're probably like the last people to take stuff off their shelves. Well, once you're fucked, right? If this shit has Listeria in it, I'm just gonna get Listeria then.
Lisa 17 said thank you. Detroit Joe 3 said as well, he is in Cali, so he is good.
Thank you for what? Louisa?
C_Theory7 said Dollar Tree in Publix warehouses, so hopefully you're good.
Oh.
Detroit Joe 3 said C_Theory7 and you only named 4 states law.
Yeah, but I worked for a company that did a recall before, and like every product went to every store in every state. And
Theory7 said, oh, damn, you're right. I just copied and pasted.
But yeah, so. And isn't Dollar Tree closing? Or no, that's the 99-cent store. Same thing, but different, you know. I gotta buy another one of these. This is back when I had like, oh, you can't see it because the light, huh? I need another Milwaukee power sander and M18 fuel kit, but those and a Sawzall all together would cost like $550, $600. I also want to go into like Harbor Freight and then find a bunch of adapters for the tools that I already have, just so that I have better reach into certain areas. Not necessarily like one long extension, but more like extensions, pivoting adapters, like the whole 9 yards. Like the shit that like a mechanic who's been a mechanic for a while pulls out and he's like, oh, you can't get it because you don't have this. Click, click, click. And he's like, look how it bends. Look how skinny it is. Watch this. And like wrap it around, like 360 around a pipe into the fucking screw or bolt. And they just start twisting the end, and the whole thing, even though it's all bent, is like turning too. It's like, what? There's only one screw that I have in mind that I want that for. So I bought some new fuel lines. Those fuel lines are right next to the thermostat. I have a new thermostat I can replace. And then below that, I feel like there's something else in that same region. 2 lines, oh yeah, the fuel pump. So I have a new, sorry, not fuel pump. I have a new fuel filter. So I gotta do those things. I could technically do that shit on stream. I think it would be fine. Versus.
Hibiki Sponges said I put it on the main chat on Discord.
Where should I put it? I was suggested on Discord. Oh, okay. Oh my god, my phone is so broken, guys. If anybody has an old S20 something. Oh, yeah. 100%. That's kind of what I'm going for. Yep. If I had a nickel for every single everything I screenshotted like this or saved. Hoppies! You have iPhone? Well, like an old one? I need to get another Android for chat phone. Actually, I think Cassie's gonna upgrade her phone to iPhone, and I asked her if she'd be down to like give it to me or buy it off her or give her something cool for it because she's not gonna use it after that. I'm a lurk. Okay, enjoy the lurk. And thank you for that suggestion in Discord.
Major Skills _ said good morning potential business.
Yo, Major Skills, what's up, dude? How are you? Good morning.
Said I have the 13 mini, so not new but still great.
Oh, that's nice. That's great. That is good. That's a good like daily driver phone. Still charging all of my battery banks because I don't have solar, I don't have leisure battery. I do it very meticulously while I drive and then a little while I'm not driving, but not so much while I'm not driving though. Not really trying to push it. Hold on one sec. I just want to bring all these chargers back up front. Ones I haven't charged yet. Here's a 5,000, a 5,000, 20,000, 20,000. By the way, these INIU 20,000 battery banks, fucking phenomenal. If the 25,000 ones are even better, then sheesh. I need to get more. I need to have like a really solid setup because I'm sick of fucking like not being able to stream because I haven't charged them all up yet, you know? On my way to physical therapy, back later. Okay, enjoy. Enjoy the lurk. They do, except for these two little ones. Yeah, I usually have like 80,000 milliamp hours of battery in my van at all times. I used to have more. I like. It's so funny because I used to have this huge battery bank. That was like, you could also hook it up to solar and shit. And one day I just like threw it on top of a recycling bin because I just didn't feel like dealing with its bulky ass. Because even like this is a 20,000 milliamp hour one. It does have fast charge and like in and out. So you can charge this fast. You can charge whatever you're charging out of it fast. Then these two USB, but they made it so big because they have this DC converter. You turn it on. And you can power shit with that if you really need to. This company makes a 25,000 milliamp hour one that looks just like this. And then they also make a like 27,000, and then it has like estimated hours of time remaining. So like Instead of looking at it and then being like, oh, well, I know how much 70% is going to get me for the rest of the day if I'm using it for streaming. But instead, you'd look at this number and it would say like 20 hours. And you'd be like, fuck yeah. I wonder how accurate it is. We'll find out one day, probably. Bless you, good sir. You guys stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, fam. Dude, I can't believe I broke my fucking thumbnail. That's such a bummer. Because I just want to play music, bro. It's like my happy place, you know? Like nobody can... I just do it and nobody can change it. Oh, that's cute, Buzz. Well, apparently there's a fucking moron in the parking lot.
Ex-Detroit Joe 3 said you can't play without the nail.
I don't like aggro people.
Mad. Lol.
That guy with his dog. I think he got cut off by that school bus. You fucking moron. And then he looked me in my soul and shook his head, and I was just like, kind of like twitched. I didn't even know what to do in response. I should have been like, you're the fucking moron. Just kidding. I don't like to start shit with people. But that would have been funny, huh? Or I should have been like, I'm not a moron. Then he'd be like, not you. Hey McLevin, how are you? You can't play without the nail. Exactly, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This kind of sucks balls. I've even bought finger picks and shit. Like I have thumb picks. I have all kinds of different things.
OnePlus 8 Pro has 30-watt charging. From 0 to 65% in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, iPhone is like that too.
Good and you.
It's kind of crazy how fast an iPhone charges with my outlets in here. Like if my iPhone's dead, give it 30 minutes and it's probably the same as that. It's actually kind of chilly today. When I woke up, I was kind of cold because I took the weighted blanket out of my bed set because it was just... I noticed that it was waking up like sweating. So I'm in that in-between point where I'm trying to phase it out. Good, and you? I'm good, thank you. We've had a bunch of random good streams lately. It's been fun. Maybe we should. I wonder what's the next thing. I'll have to look up events in LA and stuff. See what's going on there too. I haven't, you know, there's homies in LA that sometimes stop by the van, and there's Luis and all those, you know, there's a bunch of good people there. I miss them already. But not Venice in particular. I don't necessarily miss Venice in a nutshell. I'd rather never go back there again. But it's just a mecca. Dude, if I don't go to Arizona in the next month, then I'm not gonna go all summer because it's so hot there that you will like die from the heat. So I'm thinking about that. Thinking about going to Arizona. Dr. Rolfson's there. There's a couple community members there. Fairy Faith's Adventures is there. She found a sick ass camping spot where she gets service. I should ask her what company she uses for her phone, because it'd be sick if we went camping at that spot out in nature, streamed it. The Grand Canyon would be sick. Grand Canyon is also in Arizona, guys. Technically, one of the coolest things would be able to be meet with Dr. Rolfson and then use his like studio together to collaborate.
Just come back home.
Just come back home. That's what my mom says every time I talk to her. Wait, where's...
Detroit Joe 3 said, well, that's your odds. She is going to tell you come home, she misses you.
Well, I'm good, McLovin. It's been a good past few days. Especially not being sick anymore. Alright, I guess let's rebalance the fucking light out. It's gonna whitewash this, the backdrop, but that's okay. But I can break as many nails as I want, and then I can still play this drum. Woo-hoo-hoo, it's cold on my lap though. Let's warm up, guys. Loud as fuck airplane. Wow, that's crazy. Oh shit, ads. Fuck, we've been up for an hour? That's crazy. It's kind of crazy that my hands just want to keep looping this pattern. It's like Okay. Time for some IRL walking simulator. Well, I'm just gonna hang out and talk a lot today. We're gonna look up, we're gonna start researching tools, solar, prices, you know, look to places. Thank you, Lake Bug. I appreciate you as always. Thank you so much. You're always so kind. Yeah, welcome in everybody. My name is Danny. If you're new to this channel, please feel free to make yourself at home. Yeah, if you enjoy being here, you're always welcome back. And sorry about the ad a second ago. If you had to watch the ad, we do run ads once an hour, and those ads are easily preventable by subscribing, which is an amazing way to support me. But guess what? You can do it for free. You can use your Amazon Prime. You can subscribe with Prime, and not only do I earn money from that, but you get all the emotes and you watch ad-free. So if you want to support the uprise of this channel and of my journey, if you want to be the wind underneath my sails, please feel free. Road to Van. That's right. And by the way, this is a steel drum for those of you who don't know. If you type in exclamation point RAV into the chat, it'll tell you more about the drum. Damn, I feel good playing the drum. The best part is that if I break all my fingernails and I can't play guitar, I can't do the acoustic finger picking patterns and stuff, then this thing is just my saving grace, dude. Technically I can park somewhere where there isn't going to be a million cars driving by all day. That's okay. Wow. I don't know what I'm doing. I can be a little breeze if that will help you any. Huh? The breeze. play through the airplanes. Thinking too much. Holy fuck. 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 I'm making up something new. That's when I always stop and say fuck. So much fast playing, it's kind of fuck. It's hard. My left hand doesn't want to be as vigilant as I would like it to be. so close to meshing these two little pieces into one another. Gotta weave them in. Fuck. What am I even doing? Oh, nice. I'm not ready to pull the trigger on anything. I need to study, buy tools, study, buy parts, study, then do the job. Then buy the parts at the very end. But I'm here to learn. Oh, I wish my laptop, my good old Bessie, my good old 10, 11-year-old laptop. I wonder if that thing's gonna fucking work. Good morning. Wait, is the sound off?
Text-to-speech enabled. Text-to-speech disabled.
It should have worked. It didn't come through. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Krista. Damn it, man. I wish my fucking thumbnail wasn't broken. You know how many weeks I had to wait for it to grow out last time I did this?
Wait a minute.
Many weeks.
Who are you?
Thank you so much. Welcome in.
Hello, motherfucker.
There you go. Wait. Yeah. Thank you, Heinz.
Cheer one, 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 cheer one.
Put the stars to shame. What can I say? The earth it turns, but when that wait. What's the lyrics? That truck was loud as shit. It like scrambled my brains. We put the stars to shame. What can I say? The earth it turns, but I'm gonna keep singing it. All I ever want, yeah. All I ever want, yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't even right now, man. I want to make up something new. I just did earlier. Got to keep making new stuff up. That's how I keep my motivation going. No. Hi. So did you do your homework yesterday, Saturn Trek? How are you? Remember we're working on using words other than Habibi and Trump and saying the same things over and over and over and over again? Wait. That one's actually sick. I like that. Wait, what was that? How did I do that? Oh, yeah. Hey!
Don 13 gifted one subscription.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Let me put them up on the wall. Bellum, 128. All right. Okay, Bella 128. Yeah, she's up on the sub wall. So I had to start putting. I had to update the sub wall, guys. So this is the sub wall. I read your guys' names every day and count my blessings. And then now that we're in the back, I had to switch to this panel. So we're gonna go across that panel, maybe across that side one day. Maybe I'll just do it like, I don't know, we'll see. See how long it all stays. I don't ever want to get rid of it. Part of me wants to like write your names on my bed frame or something that I know I like will keep the wood for and will always have the names. But either way, I love you guys. Thank you so much for the love. Appreciate y'all. It sure is windy today. A little chilly, a little on the chilly side, but it is still morning. Thank you so much, Carissa. Big love. Yeah. Welcome in, everybody. If you're finding this through the IRL category, feel free to stick around, make yourselves at home. Today we're at Ocean Beach in San Diego, which is a beach in San Diego called Ocean Beach. I'm not just saying we're at the ocean and we're at the beach. The actual place is called Ocean Beach, OB. So OB, Ocean Beach, San Diego, OBSD. Represent. That's where we're basically living right now. I love you too, Danny. And Saturn Trek keeps calling you their love, so I bet they definitely love you. Yeah, I know. I was a little confused yesterday because I asked them where they're from and they said Germany, and so they don't really, I'm just curious where the whole Habibi thing comes from and why it's so like habitual, but I'm sure that it's all in good love, right? Have I also today homework? Yes, you do. Your homework for last night was to try to figure out how to say something other than Habibi to everybody, and Like, it would make more sense if you said something like German, you know? Between Danny and Trump, we're not sure yet, yeah. But you haven't been like a menace to society, but I have ADHD, so you can definitely derail me mentally. But that's okay, I derail myself 1,000 times a day. I like to work with people and not against people, especially when they seem nice or harmless. There's definitely a language barrier too. Could always get like a sheet of corrugated plastic and cut the same size of gray piece of the wall, then stick them to it. Right, yeah. You know, one of the first things I thought was I should go to the store and get like, what's it called? Like the art paper, you know, like those big like 3 foot by whatever foot pieces of colored paper that you can buy from like art stores and stuff. I was thinking of getting one of those and then like taping it to the wall or something, at least, because then I could, if it filled up, I could like roll it up and store it somewhere, like in one of those little storage tubes. Maybe that is a good idea. Maybe I should do that. All I know is that no matter what I do at the van, there's always going to be a subwall. So if anything, the subwall will just get better. And I'll take like a video and stuff of all the fucking sub sticky notes with all the subscribers. Sorry, I can't talk. I'll take photos and videos so that at least we can like commemorate it long term if we upgrade or take them all down to build or something, you know. Right. I don't know, I think that paper's like a few bucks per piece at least. It's like thick. Probably used to be like a quarter. Yo, there's that loud ass truck. What do they do? Oh, those are tanks full of Freon. I should ask that guy to top off my AC condenser. Oh no, it says water conditioning. I don't know if water conditioning is the same thing. Maybe that is it. Maybe that's a Freon guy. Just got fucking tanks of Freon in the back of his truck, like legendary. I say BB because to fun and entertainment. I get it. We are on Twitch. But, you know, it's more fun for me. It's not that you just say Habibi, it's like every sentence says something like that. You know, it's like, it's never been anything on a deeper level. Like, we never got to know each other much. Or I don't get to know you much because you say the same things every time. So it's like a one-sided thing, you know, for you. So it just doesn't feel like, reciprocal. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, you chat a lot, but you only say that you love me and Habibi and ask about Trump. I don't know, maybe I'm just like, you know, I'd like to get to know you better. What's up, Joe? What's good? How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you, man. Okay, so what are we gonna learn today, guys? Let's start. What I start is a thing called shit to figure out list, and those lists become there's side quests. Everything on the list is a whole ass side quest of a lot of random things. So shit to figure out. Don't discourage the future president and lose your chance at a refrigerator for the van. Wait, what? Alright, you guys, everybody. If you know shit about solar, if you know shit about batteries, like amp hours, wattage, voltage, exchange of that kind of energy moving through different systems, being operated by devices and machines that take power, how many watts that those devices used, how long is the battery gonna last. You know, we're going deep, y'all. We're going in, okay? Because this is the only way to do it for me. I'm not gonna like go get some panels and some batteries or anything like that and just throw it in here. I need to be very meticulous about choosing and learning. So here we are today. Class has begun. Shit to figure out. Batteries. What about batteries? Learn about amp hours in detail. I'm pretty sure I just want to go lithium ion, so lithium batteries deep dive. Okay, so that's just the batteries. Then we're gonna look up cables. But wait, batteries, isolators, isolator, how to isolate engine, battery from leisure. Leisure is what we're going to call them, any extra battery I have, okay? From leisure battery. Cables. Size, length, and capacity. We'll call it the capacity. Capacity is going to be what kind of cables are optimal, right? So we're going to find out size, length, capacity of these cables, which would either run from the isolator or to the alternator or to the main battery, and or cables that have to do with solar coming from the panels into the van, where it goes from there, what kind of cables are going to come from that device to the battery inside or whatever, etc., etc. So okay, batteries, amp hours in detail, lithium battery deep dive, isolator, how to isolate engine battery from leisure battery. We got to make it make sense because I got to draw a bunch of graphs and kind of dream up what I want to do, and then I'll have like a, you know, I'll have to make the decision of just having an extra battery set up maybe first without solar, and then having it so that eventually I can hook it up to solar.
Who are you?
Welcome in. My name's Danny. Nice to meet you. I'm just talking car stuff today, or at least right now, car stuff. So batteries, isolator, cables. Okay, then we're looking at roof racks versus mounted directly to roof. Okay, that's a whole deep dive in itself. Like roof racks with the gutters versus just drilling them into the roof. What are the components, Therion, in between? What am I missing? An inverter deep dive. I think to start with this, gathering how much juice you'll need in any given day. For example, you have a light that's 2 amps that will run on a 100 amp hour battery for 50 hours. Right. See, that's the stuff I want to write down too, is like all this type of different math that you can do to better understand what you're getting yourself into. I think this will be helpful for other people out there too. Or if not, you know, fuck it, who cares? We're gonna get into it. Let's see. Yeah, don't you have an inverter? I don't know. That's what I definitely writing that shit down then. I shit to figure out, because I don't know. At least I gotta figure it out, even if I don't need it yet. The solar inverter would be for, okay, so is the inverter just to invert it to DC? Is that it? What the fuck does the inverter do? So does the AC, does the inverter then allow this, what to AC? What's the benefit of that? Talk to me like I'm a 4-year-old, please. Wait, shit to figure out solar. I'm gonna write that down first. Solar, wattage, yes, but the inverter also uses up some of the energy, and welcome in Massachusetts guy. Yes, but the inverter also uses up some energy, right? That makes sense, right? Because it has to, I'm sure it costs something, right, to use the inverter. Okay, I'm definitely writing inverter on here. You'll lose about 40%. I just need to know. I just need basic knowledge. Okay, so 12. So if you have an inverter, 12 volt appliances are good. So is the inverter just a box, almost like an amplifier, you know, like for car stereo? But instead of having giant cables coming out of it, it probably has like outlets on it. Even if you're not using a 120 volt appliance connected to the inverter uses about an amp or so just idling. Okay. So we got batteries, isolator, cables, roof racks first mounted directly to the roof, solar wattage, fan options. We're gonna say max fan. Options and energy cost. Inverter really like a converter. 12 volt high amperage converted to 120 volt low amperage. Okay. And then so what and then what would you want? What would you use without it with it in high amperage? Like what is preferred? What's the preferred use? Something more heavy duty, like a cooler that has a refrigerator built into it, or oh yeah, I kind of want to look into getting an air compressor. 12 volt hot plates, coffee pots, griddles. Oh, okay. Huh. Well, I don't really use jack shit in here. The only thing I would be doing is charging my devices and charging a laptop and charging my battery banks, which I have like a shit ton of. I have like more than what is even sitting here. And so I would also like to be able to run a max fan as much as I need to. Right, okay. Okay. I see. So basically, let me see. Rule of thumb. Check how many volts. Every app uses, every appliance. Off solar to DC power, which is nice and efficient. So your hold on one second. DC electrons flow steadily in a single direction while electrons keep switching directions, going forward and backwards in AC. Oh, okay, sorry, that was worded weird. So in DC, electricity flows in one direction. One second, guys, I'm so sorry. And in AC, electrons keep switching directions, going forward then backwards. I'm gonna turn on text-to-speech.
Text-to-speech enabled.
Okay. If you're gonna run a TV or radio, the cheaper inverters make weird noises that will come out of my speakers.
Guy said
Oh,
DC
damn.
needs thicker wires than AC because of the higher amperage. It also loses more the longer your wires are.
Okay, DC needs thicker wire. Thicker cables. Loses more the longer the cable. You know what blows my mind is that I had like a 2,000 watt, a 1,000 RMS amplifier and like two 12-inch subwoofers when I was a teenager. You know, I had that all in my trunk. And it's crazy how that didn't teach me fucking jack shit. And it's crazy that my car allowed it. My alternator never broke.
Massachusetts guy said, but for your application, I don't see where you would need wires longer than 10 feet.
Right, yeah, totally true.
Theory on 7 said, so true Massachusetts guy. You can use smaller wires if you up the voltage. So say 12V needs larger wires, but with a 24V or 48V system you can save money by using smaller wires. Save money.
So why do the higher voltage systems can use smaller wires? Is the higher the voltage, the lower the amperage? Is that what I'm starting to understand? Or does it only lower the amperage by using like an inverter?
Massachusetts guy said true. That's why they combine the rooftop panels to be higher voltage. Yes, you are correct.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. The higher the voltage, the lower the amperage. Okay. How much does a max fan protrude down? I wonder if I should put the max fan like in the back. And then what about these ridges? Just cut through the ridges? I mean, how does that flatten out? It's such an interesting thought. Like, how would I...
C_theory on 7 said higher the voltage normally the quicker you can recharge your batteries from solar too.
Interesting. Kind of like a car charger.
Massachusetts guy said no, don't cut the ridges.
No, not
They
these.
support beams.
Not these. Not the ribs, but these like indentations that go up. Is what's that about? Why are those stock in these things? Because like right here, I have this flat part that can definitely holds enough space for a max fan, right? Oh, you can't see it. You see that?
Massachusetts guy said, oh, okay.
You see this? I was thinking about putting it here, but this is a standard height, so technically I can't stand up in it. I'm just curious, how many times am I gonna hit my fucking head on this thing when I step in here? Until I break my head or the fan. Because I've seen a lot of people, actually I should look around the lot, hold on. There's probably another T1N with one already.
Massachusetts guy said like corrugated cardboard, the ridges add stiffness.
It almost looks like, huh. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like I've seen T1Ns. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. They just stamp these motherfuckers. Stamping the metals. Wonder how many people accidentally chop their finger off working in the fucking... I'm originally from the Motor City. A lot of my friends worked in stamping plants and stuff, where they would just press big pieces of metals into frames of cars and shit.
C_theory on 7 said from what I'm seeing the max fan draws about 4 amps on its highest speed. I would put your energy use on another page and keep a rolling update as come across what appliances you'll use.
Right. This is still just my shit to figure out page. You know, it's not like I still have to continue it. Oh God, this list makes me feel uncomfortable. This is all of the things that cost money. Where the fuck did it go? Here it is. Oh, in the next like 10 minutes or so, are we glitching? Are we glitching? Huh. Maybe it's just my chat phone. In the next 10 minutes or so, we are gonna get a 3-minute ad break. I know that's kind of sucky, but we only run one once an hour. So when that happens, if we're in the middle of talking about something, I'll make sure I cut it off until we get it back from the ad breaks. So oh, you gotta be kidding me. Wait. There was an ant.
Saturn Trek said, what is my next homework, Ruda?
There was an
T
ant.
underscore theory on 7 said you.
I found an ant in my van for the first time since owning it. Oh, I bet you it's from parking where I did yesterday. I parked like really close to the grass
Massachusetts guy.
and the sand. Wait, holy shit. Wait. Did you just tip $100? What the freaking heck, dude? Thank you so much. Oh my god. I didn't even, that just went right over my head. I swear to God. Oh my god. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever gotten a $100 tip before. Oh my goodness.
Theory on 7 said getting it on the roll.
Thank you so much. Look at that. Now we can invest in all this stuff sooner than later. Thank you. And by the way, this all goes, everything I earn on stream goes directly into all this. This is
Massachusetts guy said yeah towards your new solar system.
Yo, thank you so fucking much. I'm on the like journey to getting some new tools so I can do the job myself too. So I'm so thankful. Thank you so much. Everything from this stream goes, everything that I earn from stream, like I don't have a place that I'm renting. I've been traveling and living out of the van. Long story short, I lost my brother, my closest sibling, like at the end of last year, and I decided to take a break from work. I decided to let my lease end, and I just wanted to go do something that would bring me joy, and so I decided to buy the van and start traveling in it. And then I started streaming and was like, oh, this is fun, because it was fun to combine the two. And so here we are today. So everything I earn on stream goes directly into this whole project and what we're doing. So thank you from the depths of my soul. That was insane. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I don't even know how to process that. Thank you. Okay. And you're so full of information, and you're gonna get hit with ads. I should gift you a sub before it's too late. Lord Zath, hey, it's good to see you. Therion, can we get a shout out for Lord Zath, please? Lord Zath, I lurked your stream and just listened to you for so long. Talk about ships and chatting with your friends and stuff. Yeah, it's actually kind of relaxing. I hope you're doing good. It's good to see you. So right now we're trying to learn about some stuff together here. Yeah, what, oh, man, my head's all over the place right now. So we were just talking about the ceiling, right? You can kind of, yeah, you can see it right here. So it already has this interesting little indent that's a circle. And this is generally where people cut the square to put the fan in. But I've seen people put one in the front and in the back with this same kind of van. So I'm really interested how they do that with the corrugated, the bumps in there. LOL, thanks. Yeah, I mean, shit. I can see why people like hanging out there. Even if you're not super into the game yet, because I haven't learned enough about it, but like, very chill. Good vibes. Yeah, I hope you're doing good today. Hope you had a good weekend. It's Taco Tuesday. Maybe we'll go get some tacos or make some tacos or something. So I'm making a list. Lord Zeph, you're newer to the stream. This is my book of doom. when I pull this book out, everybody in my stream is forced to learn a bunch of shit with me. And I have like the world's worst ADHD, so like somebody could say one thing in the chat about something else and then I'll start talking about that for like 20 minutes. So be prepared if you come in here and I have this little blue book out. you might be forced to learn some shit that you didn't know you were gonna learn. So I have a shit to figure out list, okay? Batteries. I need to know about amp hourage in detail, and I want to do a deep dive on lithium ion batteries. I want to learn about isolators. That's going to be simple, but just basic knowledge, isolating engine batteries from leisure batteries. And that's with a system, sorry. That's with a system where I would be piggybacking off of like the alternator to charge a leisure battery without solar. Then I need to learn about cables, size, length, capacities.
Massachusetts guy said why lithium will be expensive.
I know, maybe I won't go lithium first because I'm like, if I found like, sometimes you can get lucky in Los Angeles. Maybe if I learn enough about the batteries, I can go get a battery tester and suss out some batteries that are listed. Because like, for example, I used to live with a guy who used to work on boats. He's like an electrician, but for boats. And a lot of times he'd go in there and people would replace their whole system. And just because like they want to modify it, not because it even really needs to be replaced from just being used.
Guy said try a $139 deep cycle marine battery first.
Yeah, I want to try something because if I...
Theory on 7 said if you go from lead acid to lithium, you'll have to replace everything from your charge controller to your isolator.
Okay. Well, if I'm going to...
will be around $800.
Right. If I'm going to use like a lead battery, then I could hook it up to my alternator and have just the leisure battery that's charging and then isolated when it's not running, and so it doesn't deplete the main cabin, like the main engine battery.
Massachusetts guy said most charge controllers are auto switching.
Oh, okay. So I definitely need to consider all these things, right? Like I could do like a, in the meantime, you know, what's gonna work, what is it, you know, what's like, if we can budget this, that's the best way to do it. So, and then upgrading later, like, but if, like, what I was saying is that if I've learned the batteries,
guy said, but be sure before purchasing. Renogy is a good brand.
A good brand, Renogy, I've heard of them. If I got to know the batteries well enough, I could check out people selling lithium-ion batteries on Facebook Marketplace in Los Angeles. What do you think the best way? What do you think the best way to test a used battery is? Like if I found some, because there's always people trying to make some money in LA. And like my old housemate used to have tons of extra batteries all the time. Like each of them were worth like $2,000 a piece, and he would sell those things for like $400.
Massachusetts guy said don't go use.
That's what I was thinking too, but I figured there might be a way to utilize people's...
unless they are pre-law.
True, okay. I mean, I've had a couple people tell me just go to fucking Walmart or somewhere that has like a good warranty and just grab something, you know, grab a decent battery or two for cheaper to start, you know, at least something to get my foot in the door. What type of boat brand batteries do you think?
Supply and time to test the battery, you'll never know how they were treated used.
Right. I wish I could build a battery by myself. I would make myself like two 1,000 amp hour lithium ion batteries if I could make them myself. I would throw 2,000 amp hours in here for sure. I know a company that makes batteries, and they're like, fuck, I forget their name. They're like top tier. It's like you even have to wait like a month or two just to have it made.
Brand is not important, but it must be
okay. You mean those little blue batteries? Or pink, or whatever color they are? Wait, did I miss that? Oh, they do it. Oh, sorry. That is what I already read.
Guy said you can drain a deep cycle lower in voltage without damaging it.
Welcome in. You can drain a deep cycle lower in voltage without damaging it. Okay, that makes sense. I've heard that before. Dude, my battery on my van, it's a Bosch 250. It's like, it's a godsend. I've literally been streaming off of that battery and my engine for 7 months, guys. I thought I would step into upgrading all this stuff sooner until, oh fuck, he's watching ads, I bet. All right, we're gonna wait a few minutes because Massachusetts guy, I think, just got cut off. I know. That's right. 3 minutes, baby.
Jag35.com. Potential Bliss said ads, sorry TG. Massachusetts guy said lol 8 ads.
I don't know if you guys know how it works, but once an hour to remove pre-rolls.
Potential Bliss said only once for Horto remove pre-rolls.
Story of my life, guys. Sorry about that. Would it make you any happier if I told you I make more off ads than I do off donations usually? Would that make it make more sense to you? Hopefully it does.
Saturn Trek said less is jinked outside Bruda. Capricity 19 said back. Made breakfast.
Welcome back. What'd you make? Let's go outside. Well, I don't want to. I'm in study mode. Oh, it's giving me a Red Bull ad. Oh yeah, by the way, it makes me watch them too. I'm gonna keep showing you guys this, even though you guys that are subs don't care because you don't have to watch them. I sure as heck did warn everybody about them.
19 said basic, rice and eggs.
Story of my life.
Friggles HD said, hi Danny, you amazing soul, what's popping?
Hey Friggles, it's good to see you. How are you? Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're back. Okay, so on this chat phone, like I use this phone to monitor my stream, unfortunately, it makes me watch them too. And honestly, first of all, it removes the pre-rolls, right? So anybody that's new that comes to my stream, unless they show up around that ad, which, you know, rip, then they'll never see an ad until an hour later. So if they come in and they don't see a pre-roll, they're more likely to stay. It's kind of like commonly known with Twitch. And then, to be fair, like I don't incentivize the hell out of donations, so like people don't feel like they have to, and so the ads kind of makes up for that, so believe it or not. I mean, at this point, like I said, some months I can make more on ads than I would in donations, so if that justifies and rationalizes the 8 ads, I hope it does. Blame Twitch. It's this like the ultimate decision that streamers have to make, whether they're gonna deter people with a 15-second ad during 57 minutes of their stream every time somebody shows up, or you're gonna run a 3-minute ad and then nobody gets an ad.
Anyways, I am not a big solar guy, but I have two 4x 2-foot panels on the roof, a charge controller by Renogy and a 600W pure sine wave inverter by VANLIFE, and
Okay.
one car battery size deep cycle battery.
Okay.
Just enough to keep my computer and wireless, and a light going during outages.
Oh, really? Huh. Dang, okay. That's nice. And that's just is it being stored? Or is that just being used directly while the sun is out?
Theory on 7 said VANLIFE was a beast of a brand too. Speaking of, Criggles HD said I fully understand that you have to make a living as well, so I don't mind the ads when they pop up anymore.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Either way, it's all good. A day 4 of 4 before off work. Oh damn, okay. Well, how many days do you get off after that? Are you just using it directly? Are we mini effing? Is today one of those days?
Massachusetts guy said it's just sitting till I need it. Only used for emergencies. IIVE had it 3 years so far. Use it once or twice a year in the winter.
Okay. And that's direct? So you're using the appliances while the sun is out? Or is it being stored and distributed through like a battery? So that's another thing is to learn. Shit to figure out is various configurations.
Massachusetts guy said both.
Various configurations. Got the press 3 days off now. I'm on my final day relaxing at home doing basically nothing. Oh, you're on the 4th day off. Oh my god. 4-day weekend? That's crazy. Oh yeah, we talked about this. Sorry, I remember now. Get a little too comfortable. It's kind of healthy to have that, you know. Configurations, AC, DC, voltage, amperage, all that. That's the topic for today. And we've got some knowledgeable people in here too. Darion has solar, Massachusetts guy has solar. Nothing that I would ever use would be any more powerful than really what they have, in my opinion, between the two of them. You got to figure out the wattage you're going to use before buying your stuff. That's what I was thinking. That's why I want to write down energy costs. It's just my chat phone, but it's glitching out a little bit. Are you guys seeing a little bit of glitch, or is it just my chat phone? It could be the chat phone. So energy costs. Let's say I charge battery banks pretty often, right? Because I stream. This USB-C, how you charge it?
Criggles HD said I don't expect anyone to remember me. I'm easily forgotten. Lol. I have a solar system as well, 2,000 watts and 8 batteries.
Ooh, okay.
It lights up my garage and outside lights.
Ah, I think I remember you mentioning this. And I always remember you as a person, as a chat community member. It's not a... I have a pretty good memory, especially when people show up regularly. You should expect to be remembered here. A good leisure battery and a good inverter. See, that's, yeah, there's all these different configurations, right? So energy costs, let's just use these for example first. So I use these when I stream. The input is the USB-C. You can only charge it by the USB-C. And that's DC 5 volts equaling 3 amps. or 9 volts equaling 2.22 amps. And the battery itself, it's funny because I'm just going to be transferring from one battery or from solar straight to another battery a lot of times. I'm going to be recharging battery banks a lot. So it would be like battery banks, laptop, pretty much everything you mentioned, Massachusetts.
8,000 more watts, and my buddy has more forklift batteries I can have for free.
Oh, damn. Nice. That's crazy. So
No breaks NBR said, hey young man.
hey, how are you? It's good.
Friggles HD
Welcome
said,
in.
I'm
It's good to
doing
see
all
you.
that for under $600 from secondhand cars.
Damn, Friggles.
C_theory on 7 said discharging a deep cycle battery below 11.6 volts can force the battery to push out much higher amperage to maintain the power demand, which can destroy the internal components. While deep cycle batteries can handle deeper discharges than starter batteries, they should not be discharged below around 50% of their capacity, which is around 11 to 12 volts. Lithium batteries are much more forgiving because of internal BMS systems. Mike's Gum said heavy-duty batteries, yeah. No breaks NBR said I am good, thanks.
What
Just
did you
waiting for
order?
Chinese food
What did you
delivery.
order? You gotta tell us. What did you order? I haven't ordered Chinese food in so long. I got tired of it because I grew up on it. Like, you know, there'd be like wonton soup and
Massachusetts
fried
said another
rice,
thing to consider is solidly mounting a battery box.
different
If
kinds
there
of
is an
chicken.
accident, you don't want a car battery flying around in there.
Right, yes, that is definitely a plan. There's a few locations. A lot of people will put one of their batteries underneath this seat right here. I have like a bunch of random odds and ends for like tools and shit in there, but that's not where I store my tools. So I can take like everything out of there, and technically I could put a battery in there. A lot of people do. Some people will put a diesel, aftermarket diesel heater.
C_theory on 7 said also lead acid batteries need to be vented outside because the gases they give off can be explosive. No breaks NBR said sweet sour chicken, special fried rice.
Ooh.
Yummy yummy.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a very typical order that I would make there too. Nailed it. You can't really fuck up sweet and sour chicken either. You know?
C_theory on 7 said
I mean, maybe I spoke, maybe I'm wrong. There, you can definitely fuck up any food, but I do feel like
Mike's Gum said yay. No breaks NBR
only
said
when
come
they're
share it with
overcharged.
me.
Yeah, give me some. I haven't eaten chicken in a long time. So what's stopping your battery from being overcharged? Is that what the battery isolators are for and those relays? Or does like the unit that's charging it have a built-in?
Building a tiny diesel engine generator that can power a van like yours and also heat the cabin in the winter time.
Ooh.
Massachusetts guy said the charge controller. No breaks NBR said sorry I will let chat check now. Bye, chat.
No.
Mike's Gum said come for chicken.
I like all the combos. I have ADHD, so it works. My brain's all about this.
Massachusetts guy said
Kung Pao's good.
charge them manually, then there is danger of gases.
Oh. Like charging them manually with like a battery charger, like the ones they make for cars? Don't those ones also have some kind of built-in relay?
Theory on 7 said most charge controllers will go through charging cycles and one of those phases are a boost charge which does produce gases.
So what kind of battery do you... So how the fuck do you do it outside if it's like inside your vehicle? How do you avoid overcharging? It looks like it has potential to off gas with the controller. Okay, I'm gonna start at the top here. Batteries, because that's kind of where we're at.
Friggles HD said make absolutely sure when you buy an inverter it's pure sine wave and not modified. Modified will destroy sensitive electronics. Massachusetts guy said I am pretty sure any charge controller company has already addressed that, but it wouldn't hurt to ask.
Right. Okay, now I need to organize my brain. Let's see.
YS Books said get lithium, they are better batteries and you don't have to worry about off-gassing.
I don't know if I can afford that. So a good option though is a lead acid marine and RV deep cycle battery, right? We got Renogy right here, 12 volt deep cycle, $200. It's 31% off at Lowe's. There's a $130 deep cycle battery by Duralast.
Massachusetts guy said yes, that's a good starter.
They're on sale right now. So batteries, lead, deep cycle, marine, and RV. And then, I mean, if I could afford lithium ion batteries, I'd probably research those right now, but I don't think I really need to. So this battery, just for reference, this battery,
Massachusetts guy said any RV or boat store will have them.
this is a generator
Friggles HD said
battery.
YS Books, but if he gets involved in a car accident the lithium batteries can ignite into flames, easily destroying everything he has, and the insurance companies won't pay for damages. It's easier to drill a few holes for ventilation for deep cycle.
Sorry, I'm just reading about this battery, this Renogy. Featuring 5-second max discharge current, a consistent, stable discharge. Battery can power up most home appliances such as fridge, microwave. What is this, 12 volt? It's 12 volt, 100 amp hour. So let's see. Then this is a generator battery. So, is that basically what I'm getting? Game Spine, welcome in. My name's Danny. I hope you don't mind being greeted. let's talk about. I think I'm gonna draw them. Okay. Or
Give you a great step-by-step link.
yeah, drop the link in the chat. I've looked up these before, but I would like to see that. I'm thinking. Think like me right now, okay?
Secretcity 19 said you
Van, we hook up an extra battery with an isolator or some kind of relay to our pre-existing setup. I put it through like a firewall underneath my feet.
And breaker box.
And breaker box? You mean like a relay? Like something that... Or like an actual breaker box? I used to add fuses and stuff. Oh, okay. I used to add like fuses in between my battery and my system when I had like a sound system when I was a teenager.
Gigatee Sponges said an actual breaker box.
Huh, okay. Do you think that it's possible to have surges through your system that could fuck up all your appliances that a breaker box would be helpful with? I mean, I guess if I ever upgrade to having any pumps or having a fridge or stuff like that. Okay, yeah, I've done inline fuses before with the sound systems. I see. And I've seen breaker boxes in van builds, but I wasn't sure exactly like what the fuck that's in between. You know, I'm guessing it's between the whole energy system and the outlet system that spreads all that around. Well, yeah, because you need a way to distribute all your power to different places, especially if it's like permanent, right? So basically, you're just creating a breaker box in between the system. Here, let's talk about. Let's start at the nitty gritty. Let's say we add a battery. Here, let me. Oh, it's a YouTube video. Shit.
Video. I'm going to share all the details of my solar and electrical.
All right. Show me.
If you want to know more about any of these
Show
products,
me.
there's a link to my install.
There we
In
go.
most scenarios, I recommend filling the roof with as much solar as possible. My roof is 14 feet long and about 7.5 feet wide. So I decided to install 4 320 watt Axiom panels for a total of 1,280 watts. Now keep in mind that those ratings are produced in a laboratory and your actual results will vary. I purchased these panels brand new directly from a solar distributor for only $97 each. I have a video that explains how you can also find these deals in the description. Now let's head back inside. I'm going to cover the heart of my system. It's a hybrid inverter charger. This single device brings in the solar power from my panels, converts it into 120 volts for all my residential appliances, and charges my battery.
I
It also has a
see.
short power input, which allows it to perform all these functions with an electrical outlet instead
I
of solar.
see.
I chose the SunVolt Power 3000 watt 24 volt unit. It's currently selling on Amazon for $539, much cheaper than buying an individual charge controller, inverter, and short power charger. Now the last main component of my electrical system is the battery. I installed two 12.8 volt, 200 amp hour LiFePO4 batteries. They have a combined storage rating of 5,120 watt hours. These batteries are currently selling on Amazon for $499 each. So now that we've covered my solar and electrical system, I'm going to show you how you can calculate the proper size system to meet your unique needs. And stick around to the end, I'll go through all the auxiliary components inside my electrical cabinet and explain how everything works. The first step to sizing a system is to determine what electrical appliances you have or plan to install inside your home on wheels. You'll want to find out how many watts each appliance consumes. For example, this Ninja blender consumes 1,100 watts, and that is a per hour rating. So if I was running the blender for 30 minutes, it would consume 550 watts.
Okay.
So make a list with all your appliances and estimate how many hours per day you will use that appliance. For example, this blender only runs for about 5 minutes to make a smoothie, which would consume about 92 watts. Now add up all the estimated watts per day of each appliance. That will tell you how much energy you will use on any typical day. Of course, this won't be an exact number. Some days you'll use items more, and some days not at all, but it's a good general rule.
Secretcity 19 said this on X2. Lol.
Here's my calculation. I came up with a total usage of 5,575 watts per day. Assuming I'm somewhere hot and running the AC, which really only happens a couple months a year. The rest of the time, I'm using way less energy. The second step is to match your solar capacity and battery storage to at least that number. Oversize your battery bank to account for days with less sun. For most folks, your limiting factor is going to be solar capacity.
This guy has
It comes
fucking
down to
AC.
how many panels you can fit on the roof. My roof, my system, so that you can understand how everything.
My phone is so broken, it's literally skipping
again,
through the
I have
video
the
and I'm
alt-
not even touching it. Please stop. Oh no! Man, my chat phone is on its last limb, dude.
T_Theory on 7 said dude is focusing on AC appliances. You can save so much by just sticking to DC.
Right, he has a lot of shit that needs more power than I need. So let's just say we want to hook up a battery to the main system. Have an extra battery, right? So say I get one Renergy, amp hour. Then I would get wired to hook that directly up to my alternator. I've seen a lot of systems that, would I daisy chain that shit to my battery system, or would I just hook it straight up to my alternator? I think going straight from what is the indicator up and allows your leisure battery to be charged, right, from your alternator and stuff? And then when you shut off the car, does just the amount of amperage going through those wires indicate to the isolator, to like the relay that shuts off? Why not just get a separate deep cell battery? I want to get a deep cycle battery. I do. What do you mean? Yeah, that's one of my first, that would be like one of the first steps, is to have
Precity 19
more
said
battery
if you're
power.
going to use any appliances, then what is your actual plan? You just want something to charge phones and run a laptop. No.
Pretty much, yeah. I can just like add up everything right now. Honestly, we can do that together. But yeah, I just need to be able to charge all my battery banks.
Have a specific charger that's separate from your solar charger from the alternator to your battery bank. Charging them directly as if it's a starter battery will mess with your deep cycle. Chill said personally I wouldn't combine it with the car battery. Saturn Trek said OMG you're still in your car. Hickory Sponges said how many watts are you going for? C_Theory on 7 said exactly Chill. Saturn Trek said let's see the outside please.
So you mean you wouldn't
air fryer or microwave.
you wouldn't daisy chain it to you wouldn't run it like in parallel with your main battery versus running it directly from the alternator?
Said was on Amazon. They sell solar combiner breaker boxes. Type in solar combiner.
Okay, I'll look that up. Let us see the outside, please. I know it's washed out by the sun and everything right now, but I spend so much time outside, dude. I live in a van. It's nice to sit in here for a second. Question, do you have a fridge in your van? Nope. It's not a silly question. No, I mean, it would be sick. It'd be sick. I would never, you know, I would have to account for that in the future. If for some reason I was thinking about upgrading and getting a cooler that has like a built-in refrigeration system in it, like some people have. most importantly, straight up, what I need is I need something that I can charge all my battery banks with, and I need something that I can charge my phones with, my chat phone, my main phone. I'll need something that an occasion when I'm sitting here, I'm gonna be running directly off battery. I do this shit off my van battery all day. I just make sure I drive a lot, and if I'm ever sitting like this and using the power from the van, I'll start the van and make sure I'm not fucking myself throughout. But yeah, I don't really use it a ton. She a streamer put a shower and sink in the van with a water heater? Hell yeah. I know a lot of people that have that, but you can't really stand up that high in my van. Just the height difference in the van with the same amount of miles would have been 10 grand more. So I decided to get a standard height, and we're working with that. But it would be cool to eventually, you know, maybe upgrade. What? Oh, they had the same issue where they couldn't stand up all the way.
Secretity 19 said, I mean, if you're going that simple, why even bother with panels? Hook up another battery or two with a shutoff so the van battery won't be compromised, and just charge the other two by driving.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. To have like a shower in something where you have to like tilt your head and hurt your neck the whole time. I mean, at least it's a shower.
Friggles HD said Amazon has an amazing rechargeable $25 shower system with a sink attachment, or you could plumb it into your van if you wanted to. Giggity Sponges said shower right where your desk is.
Interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. See, like if I had a higher roof van, I would probably, you know, lean in those directions where it's like it's gonna be a forever home on wheels. Even if it doesn't drive well in the future, I'll park it somewhere and live in it if I have to or want to. The toilet built into the shower area. Nice. Yeah, I have a lot of friends who've done that. I've seen like various of those types of things being built out from scratch, but only in high tops. I've never seen any of my friends do it.
Said emergency only.
Yeah, I always thought it was interesting, you know, that I've made it already 7 months without any of these amenities. I don't necessarily need any of them ever. But it is interesting that, you know, it's almost like Secret City's kind of on point with that. It's like, first I should just start with external batteries.
Sponges, yes. It's called a wet bath. I have that in my trailer.
Yeah, look, I got a shower in here too, look. Manually powered. It's pretty epic.
Giggity Sponges said easy.
No, it's all good ideas though. I like all the suggestions and thoughts.
Sponges said that works LMAO.
It does, honestly. I've showered my whole body with that thing before, with that very sprayer. Soap and all, everything, head to toe. But I have a gym membership, so I can just go to the gym, which I kind of like. I like the idea of having a gym membership because I'm not into gym culture that much. But like when you go to the gym, you're around people who like are doing what's best for them. It's nice to walk into a building where everybody's like trying to do what's best for them that day. So it kind of like just makes me overall feel like I should do that, you know, too. So like going to a gym is a nice like wake up call for yourself, like especially if you're literally just there for a shower. Makes you kind of think about what you should be doing to better yourself more.
CHKN Gretchen said, I'm so sore
Chicken
because
fried
I
chicken.
did 40 push-ups.
40? Nice. That's a good amount. 40 in a row is kind of crazy, actually. Did you space them out? All right, but yeah, so if I was going to say add 2 batteries directly hooked up to my alternator.
YS Book
Can we
said
talk about that
a
again?
sprayer to hold my water. CHKN Gretchen said 40 non-stop.
Oh, you mean those pump sprayers? Those agricultural pump sprayers? Yeah, those are dope actually. I almost grabbed one of those.
Secretity 19 said 2 extra batteries. Max fan on the roof and insulation. You're good.
Eventually, there's going to be solar.
YS Book said yes. They
But
work
to
great.
start out with, like, to have enough of a system, it all depends, honestly.
Massachusetts
I definitely
said
need
I
solar.
have a better tracer and series charge controller. It does lead acid and lithium and handles up to 40 amps. It's about $100.
Huh. I'm gonna look into that. Is that how it's spelled? E-P-E-V-E-R? Epiver? Tracer? And a series. Are those 2 different things? What's an Epiver tracer?
Massachusetts guy said ever.
Epiver.
CHKN Gretchen said it's 85 degrees Fahrenheit and feels like 100 degrees Fahrenheit in Texas where I am.
Oh, it's a tracer and series controller all in one, right?
Massachusetts guy said it's the brand and model.
Okay, and then it does lead acid and lithium. It handles up to 40 amps. Hmm. Cool. It's 85, feels like 100. Oh man, it's like 65 here. It's so cool outside. It's, let's see. Not even, it's kind of chilly. 61. No, 64. It's 64 today. And over in Venice,
CHKN
64.
Gretchen said lucky.
Ooh, nice. Did you see that? The Washington plates. Oh, you guys aren't even getting a good view. It's all washed out too. It's because I have the color balanced into the van and not outside. There you go.
CHKN Gretchen said yes.
Bro, I'm still baffled that you donated $100. That means the world to me, man. Thank you so much. What a motivator to like really dive into this more. It scares me because there's so many components, and let alone the tools that I need to buy to build out the van more. I just need to get a new impact drill and driver, and probably a hacksaw, sawzall type like thing for cutting a hole through my roof. Maybe some new bits for drilling in the holes that I'm gonna cut in between. So thank you. What is, somebody's like blasting the radio? Hold on, let me check on this. Imagine pulling up into a beach parking lot and then blasting a podcast that everybody's forced to hear. And it's all about like conspiracy theories. It's like Joe Rogan shit, but from an annoying guy, sounding guy. Okay.
Fraggles HD said Harbor Freight is a great place for you. Danny is affordable and easy to operate. Secrecity 19 said just need a little cut-off wheel. I wouldn't use a swazzle. YS Book said if you are scared, just get a preload system like Hero or routine.
Just gonna chill. Oh yeah, I'll show you guys under the hood. It's like some right-wing grifter shit. Oh yeah, I've had one of those before. I had like a EcoFlow or something like that. It was pretty hardcore. It actually was a great system, but let's think here. Let's start an energy cost list, right? Let's just say my MacBook has been broken for like months now.
House battery is going to need a specific DC to DC charger to protect your alternator and battery bank. CHKN Fretchen said, oh yeah, the humidity
Oh,
is at
geez.
79% minus 80%.
Any house battery is going to need a specific DC to DC charger to protect your alternator and battery bank. Well, that's fine. So let's say this is the alternator. And let's say that this is the cabin, or no, the engine battery. So then, does the van engine battery... I'm trying to find configurations of this, just images of a simple one. Dual battery. Discord. Oh, let me see. And that's a low top? That's a standard height? How tall are they? No, that's a high top, bro. No, that's not a low top. That's a high top. You want me to show you the difference? So, if you take a look at the roof, if you look...
Sponges said it's a Dodge Sprinter.
if you look at the doors, the front doors, and look above the door, you see that gap above it? You see how high the roof is there? Let me show you mine. See the difference? So, yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, mine's a Sprinter as well, but theirs is a high top.
Giggity Sponges said the van is irrelevant. I only wanted to show the solar panels.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I was just talking about the whole shower comment because I could never see somebody building a shower in a low top. I've never seen it before. But the solar panels look good. And the Max fan looks good. It's interesting, they installed it.
Giggity Sponges said it's a low top Dodge Sprinter.
It's definitely higher than mine. But mine's also a Dodge Sprinter. I wish they had a picture of underneath their solar panels showing how they put the Max fan underneath them, because they went through these rivets. They cut through that. They had to like retrofit it into that, which is crazy. We're just talking about that because in one of their photos it looks like their fan is underneath the solar panels, which is above their bed. I like that. I like that he like managed to hide it underneath the panels. Yeah, that's not a low top.
Giggity Sponges said it's this van, right?
That's like the one that guy has probably, yeah.
Giggity Sponges said I see.
Yeah, mine's standard. Mine's a shorty. They call them a lot of different weird names. Usually people that are building out a van don't buy this one. But I found it with 158,000 miles, one owner.
To accommodate a Max fan underneath them.
I don't know.
Sponges said I thought his van was short.
No, that's like the tallest one you can get. It's a lot newer too. It's really nice. Okay, so I'm looking up these diagrams. Like, here's one example. I think my phone is like fully fucking broken. Come on. So are you buying a solenoid and adding that in to the positive post on your engine battery, and then from that solenoid goes to your auxiliary battery? Or are you going straight to the alternator? So the solenoid is the battery isolator, essentially. So here's one with just a basic dual battery wiring diagram, right? That's if you were just gonna put an isolator between them and run them in parallel. assuming that they're going to work good together.
City19 said Google says max fan open sits 9 minus 5/16 open, so those panels sit pretty high if that's underneath.
Right. And then there's one with the alternator.
Higgity Sponges says looks good.
Okay, this makes more sense now. So here's the so you got two batteries, right? You've got a negative and a positive on both of them. And let's see. Then you've got so if you're using the alternator and the battery isolator instead of just the battery isolator between the batteries, if you're using the alternator, you do need to put a relay. You need to put that isolator in between the alternator and the the relay. Wait, does that make sense to you guys? Like, instead of the starter battery going to the alternator directly, the positive goes to an isolator, right? And then normally that positive would go straight to the fucking alternator, right? So instead, the alternator, the relay needs to be put in between the alternator and the starter battery. And then the isolator goes to the positive of the second battery. And then obviously ground. So it looks like you can put both batteries grounds together into one. Ground those in the same spot. Or at least that's what this diagram shows. And then there'll be a wire going out of the isolator to the alternator. So that isolator is going to get the power through the alternator, and then it's going to distribute it to the main battery and the second battery. And then you could put a fuse, inline fuse, in between the isolator and the alternator. You can put an inline fuse in between the isolator and both batteries.
City19 said, wouldn't you need to upgrade your alternator if you hooked up another battery to it? Better off hooking it up to the battery itself.
Well, I'm just drawing out the diagrams to learn them. We'll see. Okay, so this is, we'll just call this A. So I know it's chicken scratch to you guys, but I can understand what this is.
Matt said lithium or lead acid.
Okay, so that's A. Now B is much more simple. B is...
Sponges said that's where your solar panels come into play. Higgity Sponges said they will continue charging the batteries.
So with just the two batteries set up in an isolator, that one would be battery negative positive, battery negative positive, and then this one ground, duh, smart. This one ground, good to go. And then the positive on the engine battery goes to everywhere that it's originally going to, so I wouldn't change any of that. But I would add in a line that goes to an isolator, right? And then from that, so from that, it looks like the isolator needs to go to your computer unit, which is risky.
Secrecity 19 said giggity sponges, but if it's just for charging phones, is there really a need to fully deck out the van with solar?
Oh yeah, I mean there's definitely benefits to having solar. I mean I've lived in it for 7 months. I'm pretty sure that
Giggity sponges said
it'd be
not
better than
really.
running my engine all the time and having to drive all the time to make sure everything's charged.
Giggity sponges said I'm not an expert.
Especially if I go off the grid and I'm actually somewhere where it becomes like extremely helpful, where I'm not driving at all for like a week or something. It's the little things, you know. But fully decking out the van isn't just throwing a couple solar panels, you know. So I think it's modest. It's modest. But I'm still just drawing out diagrams of the regular battery isolation systems without even having solar in it. So it looks like when you have diagram B, where it's just 2 batteries with an isolator.
Giggity sponges said it will cost you an arm and a limb.
Yeah, but I live out of it, you know? Like I don't pay rent.
Max said
I don't have
also
bills
deck
that
with solar.
associated with homeowning and things like that.
Secrecity 19 said giggity
This
sponges
is my
won't
home.
be either. Personally, if I went solar, I'm going full in like the video I posted.
It all depends. Yeah, but the difference between those videos and those photos that both of you shared with me is that those people obviously worked like really hard to save a lot of money, like a lot of money to do all that. You know? Like I said, this van with 158,000 miles would have been $24,000, especially after use tax fees. So like $10,000 more than what I paid just to have a high top. I can't afford that shit. I saved for this, but I didn't save like that. You know what I'm saying? I wish I had a bigger, higher, taller, more expensive van that I could modify like out the wazoo. But
C_Theory on 7 said I know I keep saying it, but if you just use an isolator and not a specific DC to DC charger, you will wreck your alternator and house battery.
if you just use an isolator and not a specific... Okay. I'll fit that into the logistics here. It looks like if you use a regular isolator just between the battery, like a basic system,
That's only if you wire up a lithium.
I think that you have to hook the isolator up to like your fucking fuse box. Because I think that when you turn your car on and off and the computer system in there stops communicating, which means that the car's off, you know, like your lights will shut off, your dash light will shut off like 5 seconds after. I think that's how the isolator, I think that's the indicator for the isolator to isolate. Is that how the isolator works?
C_Theory on 7 said house battery stores differently than a starter battery. It does makes a difference. I have already wrecked many systems. Cap_N_Max said a DC to DC charger is effectively an isolator, so if you go lithium you don't need one.
See, and this is why we're here today, to talk about all this stuff, because this is a hot fucking topic. There's so many different variations and things that people have seen or things people might do if they were doing it. This is great. This is content for me. To anybody here who's not able to interject on any of this, feel free to say hi. It's all good. You don't have to talk about shit like this to be a part of the chat today. I hope you guys know that. Most people are watching ads right now though, so. See, like this Sprinter behind us? This Sprinter? I mean, that's an $80,000 van right there. And with the build and the inside and the really nice.
Max said BRB, I need to go find coffee.
I could buy and build 4 of these fully with the amount of money that one of those costs. Oh shit, you hear the birds on the roof? Do you hear it? Tiptoeing around the roof. Maybe it's just hanging out now. Found his home on my van.
Higgity Sponges said bang the roof.
I want to look at it. Let's see it. Oh, it's gone. It flew away. I thought it was going to be like sunbathing on the roof.
Furion 7 said happy birdie.
Okay, so through the isolator that goes to the positive of this one and then from the positive of your aux, we'll say main aux. So then from the positive of that goes like to, you know, power shit. So say either one of these setups, they're both charging the battery. One is using the alternator, and one is using just the other battery with an isolator in between it. Okay, that's 2 simple diagrams. I understand the shit out of that now. Okay, but the positive coming off of the auxiliary battery, the extra battery, the second battery, the power coming off of that, what do you guys suggest that goes to? You suggest that goes to a breaker box? You suggest that goes to some type of inverter? You suggest that goes to, say, either one of these setups with just dual battery?
Said I wouldn't worry about theirs. What you have is a great starting point and can be an awesome setup. Just have to figure out how much you want to invest in money and time. I'm pretty frugal and look for free or discounted stuff. Can honestly build something sick for cheap.
Yeah, building out the van is cheap, but all of the technicals, dude, it costs so much money. I would never buy used parts. Alternators are really expensive. To upgrade your alternator with this whole system would be like another $1,400 easy. For a new one, for an OEM German certified badass alternator. And then, I mean, I could go on and on and on about the things that you can't cut corners on. I can get wood for next to nothing. I can, you know, I have tools already, and I can buy some pretty affordable tools to continue to build out a van and build it and make it look cool. All I care about is the things that are essential for me. I don't need to live beyond my means, and I do like getting a good deal on things. I'm a coupon cutter. I'm from Detroit, you know. But I think that with this, I shouldn't be trying to like, you know what I'm saying? I think you know what I'm saying. Breaker, then fuse box. So straight from that, coming off, you would have some kind of breaker or inline fuse. Okay, and this is just options. This is variations. Fuse box. And then fuse box would then go to like, see, this is all too much too fast. What we really need to know is how much power is going to come out of that positive outlet on that battery, and how is it going to be converted into the voltage that I need and the amperage that I need to be efficient, to power what I need. So like there has to be some way to measure that with like some kind of inverter or something. Yeah, this diagram is fucking crazy, dude. There's like 8 solar panels and 6 LiFePO battery, 5 LiFePOs, a generator. This is wild. So the positives are going to charge controllers. They go to charge controllers with a little like inline breaker. So that makes sense. Then this would go to a charge controller. That's what I'm trying to figure out right there. I need to learn more about charge controllers. The charge controller is just for the solar though, but I did need to write it in a diagram to see it. To like picture it. So the top right battery is the main battery, right? Here, you guys, look at this fucking diagram. It's intense. I'm trying to figure this shit out. I'm over here drawing the most simple thing on planet Earth. I don't know if I can decipher what this is right away. It's going to take me a little bit. So I'm assuming that the top right is the main engine battery. So that one, the positive and the negative of that battery go to a battery charger. Interesting. So the battery of, yeah, I can't, I don't know what the fuck's going on here, dude. I'm gonna have to look at that one later, dude. I can't ignore the stuff that I'm not using. It's too cluttered. Look at this diagram, bro. How am I supposed to ignore the stuff I'm not using? It's so confusing. I'm on this part. This is where I'm zoomed in. So I'm trying to ignore it by zooming in. Assuming that all the solar and the solar controller doesn't affect my studies, because once I look at where the wires are going, let's see. Yeah, this is too confusing. Can you draw it out with all the other stuff in there? I can't even. So, do you need damn, this is making me ask questions I don't even need to ask. I'm just gonna be quiet for a second and look at this. Okay, so we're gonna want DC to DC going from the main. Hear me out. Tell me if I'm right, okay? So say I have a main. I have a main battery with a positive and a negative, right? And then I'm taking the main battery line and I'm putting a fuse in it, and then an inline fuse, and then I'm going to a DC to DC charger. And then from the negative The ground also needs to go to the negative, needs to go to the negative of the DC to DC. Oh fuck, I need to redraw this, damn it. Okay, so positive and negative. Inline fuse. Keeps going. Okay, bye. I'll see you later. Heinz, thank you so much. Welcome in, Cool Beans. Appreciate you, Therion. Okay, so then there's a positive and negative coming off of the DC to DC battery charger. And then that one goes to another inline fuse that goes to a bus bar. The bus bar, yeah, that's a bunch of shit going into the inverter charger. Okay. And then what's the bus bar? That's just distributing the line. It's like an adapter to turn one line into many lines. That's all it is, the bus bar. Is that what a bus is? And in this case, the bus bar is split up so that it can take it to the, it takes it to the controllers. That's for the solar. It takes it to the AC, or sorry, it takes it to the inverter charger, and it takes it to the fuse block. Okay, so it comes out of the DC positive with an inline fuse. And then where does the negative end up? Oh, another bus bar that splits up the negatives. All right, I don't need that, I don't think. Well, maybe actually, because if it's hooked up to the fuse box and there should probably be an isolator in this too. So technically, holy shit, dude. Okay. Breaker box. From Chicken Fried Chicken to the Doggy. Nice. I like it. Good name change. So then from the fucking breaker box, you go to 120 volt AC. Jesus. Holy fuck. Yeah, this diagram is really hard to ignore all the extra stuff on it, but I think I figured out what he was trying to show me. But it does look like there's a bus bar in between. Let me see. Bus bar, and then this one could go to the fuse box. And there also needs to be a negative. Let's see. Hold on. It's so confusing. It's so hard to fucking redraw this because it's got so much shit on it. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the one with solar, that one's simple. So what they're calling a meter in this one, I wonder what that is. Like a meter. It looks like that's what ends up going to distribute the last to the end of the power supply to where it's going to power the appliances. I can't even make sense of what I just drew. I mean, I can, but it's just so shittily drawn out. And then this. I mean, once you get to the 120 volt AC breaker box, oh wait, after the inverter charger, it goes straight to the breaker box. So breaker box to the outlets. Okay. Wait, so what is this thing again? What am I looking at here? DC. Probably draw that better. So this goes down with an inline fuse. Okay. 40 amp DC to DC battery charge. So the positive goes to the positive. The ground goes ground to chassis, but the ground also goes negative. I keep drawing this like an imbecile. I'm drawing it in reverse from what I'm seeing on this photo, so it's a little confusing. Inline fuse. So this is the main battery. And then this is a
No, I can sit with you guys. It's still fucking pictures.
battery charge. So that's all good. Then we go from so this hub and this hub, positive, negative. So the positive from there. Oh, there's an inline fuse between the hub. Oh shit. Okay, then once you get to the hub, there's an inline fuse again in between the next thing. And then you get to $3K invert charger. Let me see this. From the inverter charger. You can hook that directly up to a generator. Okay, so this, after the hub, it comes up and there's a battery disconnect. So that's like a relay or something in between the extra battery. And then the negative needs to be connected to the fucking negative hub. And the negative of the negative hub needs to be plugged into the negative of the inverter charger. Negative hub goes into there. Okay. This makes a lot more sense even though I'm drawing it like an idiot, but either way. And then the 3K charger has an AC out, which goes to breaker box. And then the breaker box goes to outlets. So that's the whole system. Man, I really wish I could draw this better. I'm drawing it like crazy because I'm comparing it to this, but that's the whole system. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Hi, Caroline. So this is more what it looks like. So you have your main battery. The positive from the main is connected to a DC to DC battery charger. In between that, there's a relay on the line, on the cable. And then the DC to DC power, the battery charger, then that goes to an inverter, and that goes to the extra battery. And then since, yeah, I'm gonna have to stare at this for a minute and try to understand why, because I drew it so weird. This makes sense, right? So DC to DC, and then that goes to the battery, but the battery has a relay. And then DC to DC battery charge also goes to the inverter, because you can use that. I understand why. Oh, nice. Damn, that's a classic. I get where what I'm looking at, where the solar fits in. Because if you use the inverter charger with the solar, you don't need to use the DC to DC system for charging it. If you put the what is it? If you put the controllers, the charge controllers there, and then the charge controllers then would hook up to solar. And the charge controllers is just another thread off of the positive bus hub. Okay. Heading to Mexican Town? Let's go. That's where you're gonna go after Coney? Man, if you're gonna go to Mexican Town, you might as well just eat some food there. The tacos and the different people selling stuff on the streets there, it's like some of the most authentic Mexican food you can find in Michigan. Might be cheaper too. But Coney Island's kind of hard to pass up. I mean, if you live in Michigan, it's like a staple. Oh. So essentially, that's right. Remember Coney Loose Burgers? Coney Loose Burger was like it's like a hot dog bun with ground beef in it and chili on top of the beef and onions and mustard on top of that. It's like a chili dog without the hot dog. But with beef instead, ground beef. That's what I used to get. That was my shit when I was young. When I was like a teenager, I probably ate at least two Coney Loose Burgers. What a name. Loose Burger. It's kind of like, I don't know. That's still your shit? Yeah, I mean, I could probably never went a week of my life without eating one for like a long portion of time. Welcome in, my name's Danny. Coney Island was also where like all the fights would happen at night. It would always be some kind of crazy fight, and we'd end up having to leave because everybody's going crazy in there. Coney Island is like the modern day Waffle House, you know? With chili cheese fries, can't pass them up. I know, but I would always order 2 Coney Loose Burgers at the same time. They would always look at me and go, really? 2? I'd say, yep. All right, I appreciate you. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping through. So this is my brain is scattered, but this is good. Okay, I am getting a better understanding of this. Not all of them use a bus, but it seems like to have a bus would be perfect, because if you're ever going to add solar in, then you have a bus ready to like link into the system properly, right? So say you have a simple setup and it only takes like 2 positives coming out of a bus. Like a bus meaning like an adapter that makes one cable allow you to turn it into 4 separate cables that you can then move the power and take the power with. That if you have a nice solid bus setup with a couple extra holes left in it open for the system, that you could then kind of preemptively plan for solar by having it ready. And there is a lot of inline fuses. So the battery charger is a it is a controller. They call them controllers too. Okay. So I get it. You take your normal battery setup, you hijack a fucking positive line out of it into a charge controller. Oh, is the charge controller for the fucking solar? Inverter goes to the power strips. Fuck yeah. Okay, this is good. This is a weird ass setup. Seems about right though. This one's way more simple. G55. Jeez. So if I was to redraw this, oh, thank you so much. I thought you were trying to use code. 550? Did you put an extra 0 in there on accident? Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. That's a lot of bits. Appreciate you. You guys, we're smashing the goals. The dono goal is just destroyed. Good Lord. And the bits, oh my God. Subs, followers, Jesus. It's my honor to be streaming here for you guys and to hang out with you guys. It's my pleasure to have you guys here with me. So thank you. I forgot that all you have to do is type it. Imagine if like every big streamer was like, everybody type cheer 1000, just type it. And then like, it's just like everybody sends bits. They're like, wait, I didn't realize that you could type it in like that. So essentially, all of this shit would have to come inside. Like I would have the battery, DC to DC battery charger, maybe built onto some, you know, something that I build out of wood or something strong, you know. And what the fuck is this thing? It looks like a almost looks like a termite. Let's see if this thing works. You don't want termites in here. Come on, work. Aha! It does work. I fixed it. Oh God. No bug stands a chance now, dude. Watch out. What's up, Narcotian? How's it going? Hope you're doing all right. Hold on, I'll be right back in 1 second. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Okay. Sorry about that. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Sorry that took forever. Don't want to eat the sticker. You mean this drum? Are you living out of this van? Yes. You need 6 more followers to the goal. Really? We're that close? I didn't even notice that. 694. Wow, that's crazy. Damn. That's wild. So first off, if you're not gonna have solar, if you're gonna use your main battery to charge another battery, you need to put a DC to DC battery charger in between them, right? And then, I'm not sure if that hub goes straight to the inverter, which then goes to breaker box, which then goes to outlets or USB hubs and stuff, or if it comes from the positive of your extra battery. What is the sound bath? What are you even talking about? I'm talking about I'm talking about engines and batteries and solar and power and electricity and amperage and voltage and charging and inverting. Why? Because I want to modify my van. Because I live out of it full time and I stream out of it, so I need to come up with better energy systems to sustain the streams and everything. A sound bath is like sound therapy. I have like a bunch of different instruments, like a shit ton. And you think we're interested? Go play some music now? You go play some music. You. Anything else you want to add to that? I've literally been talking about this for hours. No, they're hugging. It's just a hug. Also, it's very interesting to learn things, you know?
I'm sorry.
People in California like to hug each other for like 120 seconds at a time. It's like a thing here. You just hug forever. It's like a Cali style soul fam hug or some shit. I've been a part of those hugs before. They last forever. You lose track of time. But yeah, are you living in this van though? I don't know, are you living in a van?
Okay, maybe we could link up.
I'm still curious about your rude comment. I feel like, I don't know if you're like sarcastic type of person or if you're just like an asshole or if I have to get used to that or... I don't want to rationalize with you too much because you don't deserve it. Like the fact that you're asking me to reiterate or logically like rationalize that for you means that you don't know how to communicate with people in an appropriate manner. I don't care if you're really wondering or not. Obviously a lot of people come in here and ask a lot of questions, more than you're even asking right now, but you can't... Dude, okay, I'm just gonna repeat it one time, okay? You said, and you think we're interested? Go play some music now. Like, fuck you. Why are you gonna be a dick? I try to treat you nicely and baby you because obviously you need to be communicated like with like you're a child. So I figured I'd give you a little bit of leeway and not immediately tell you to fuck off. But then your passive aggressive weird fucking energy that you give off when you keep going on and then asking me why rude. It's like, if you're joking, then let me know that you're the sarcastic type of person. I don't know you well enough yet. I'm working really hard on trying to learn this shit right now. It sounded better in French. I'm sorry if I'm being aggressive, but like, I mean, I'm just trying to figure you out, bro. Like, I like to work with people and not against people. So at least I'm like clearing the air, you know? Like, I'm not gonna hold anything against you. As long as, you know, I know you're the type of person who likes to joke around and shit. And that's cool. That's funny. Like, I've traveled to a lot of different countries where their humor is like more rude than Americans could ever handle. So I'm also accustomed to that kind of behavior. So it's not like I'm offended, but I just need to know what type of person you are before I can take those types of comments in like properly. I think I'm very kind, however, I'm doing a lot of jokes. Well, okay, so you weren't being sarcastic when you said, why do we care, play music now? What am I? Either way, it's all good. The internet, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Only on the internet. Okay. Well, just watch the streams and you'll figure it out. I talk to like thousands of people per week, you know? And once in a while, people just confuse the hell out of me. Don't take it personally. We're good. I really want to, but I live far. You want to what? So the time periods are confusing. Okay. Yeah. I mean, all my videos are on YouTube. So like all my... Damn, you copy and pasted that so fast after you said, let me do another joke. All right. So, I don't know if you read the title of the stream. Maybe you didn't. But it says pretty clearly that this is what we're focusing on today. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess we have a different sense of humor. No offense. Yes, sir. Solar panels, isolators, battery charging DC to DC, breaker boxes, fuse boxes, inverter chargers to go to the breaker. Lots of fucking inline fuses, relay switch, an auto relay that will isolate the batteries. It's all in the name. Isolator, isolation, isolating things, separating them from each other, making them so that they're not going to be running from one another when you need them to. So if you have two batteries and you only want to use one of those batteries for powering things, you're isolating it from accessing the other battery. Because if it's not isolated, it'll use your engine's battery, the one that's made for starting your engine. And then if you have an extra battery in your van for like lights and power or whatever you need to use it for, like some people have an extra battery for charging power tools, for an air compressor, you know, things like work related things, lights. And some people build out their vans and then they have like a little bit of certain modern amenities inside where they'll need an extra battery for living out of it or camping. And what you're isolating is you're isolating your main battery, the one that's meant for starting your engine, from the one that runs all of the extra appliances that don't have to do with the running the vehicle. And to have an extra battery, there's a bunch of different configurations, and in one of those configurations, yeah, and then if your main battery dies for some reason, you could, you could always, you could use that to back up, give yourself a jump start. Oh, ads, oh man. Oh, perfect timing, Jesus. Is anybody watching me want to pull my skin off the last 10 minutes? This is the first time I've gotten joy out of somebody being interrupted by ads. Oh, man. It's funny how like one random person in your chat can just come in and body you with confusion and make you be like, the fuck? It's annoying, but now they can watch ads for a bit. To everybody else that got ads, I'm sorry. To anybody else, my bad. Erscosio. 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 That's a cool name. I wonder what it means. Erscosio. I have to look that shit up. Erscosio. Huh. Must mean something else. It doesn't mean that. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I broke my thumbnail pretty bad, which I use these nails specifically to play guitar. So I won't be able to play to quite the capacity I was playing before, which is sad because break one nail and it puts you back like several weeks on being able to play like finger picking patterns that are a little more, you really need your fingernails. I have a camp stove. I just use that. I mean, what more do you really need? Not too much. They sell camp stoves for like 20-25 bucks. And you can buy like dual burner camp stoves and stuff too. Those are good. And they last a pretty long time before they start kind of wearing down too. So it's a pretty good investment. It's kind of crazy. And then the butane that it takes, you can do butane or propane. So technically you can use the little stealth butane cans that just like look, you know, they're about this tall, you know? They're like smaller than this, kind of the same shape. Can I ask you a question about money? You can ask me whatever you want. At some point I might just kick you out or ban you or something because you're being really weird. And I talk to a lot of people every day, not just on stream, but everywhere in life. And I just don't get it. I don't understand why you're so interesting. Throwing me off a bit. Very intuitive person. And I just, first impressions are like everything for me. So your first impression is what are you talking about? And then I said what I was talking about, and you said, what did you say? Let's see. You said, and you think we're interested? Go play some music now. That was your response to me telling you what I'm doing on stream, bro. What the fuck kind of response is that? I don't know, maybe. I just need to learn more about you, I guess. Like I said, some people have different types of humor in different countries that doesn't sit right with Americans if you don't know them, or if you don't talk to them enough, or if you don't like have a relationship built up. Because I have friends in here, if somebody said that to me, I would laugh. You know, I would laugh. Seriously, I would have. I'd be like, what the fuck? I'd laugh. I'd be like, that's a crazy comment, and laugh for sure. But if it's a random person, it's like, damn, okay. And especially sounds demanding. Like when you tell a musician to play music, when you just say play, you play some music right now. It's like, it makes you feel like you're an object more than you are just a person who likes to play music or write music or perform music. You know what I mean? So that's just my perspective of how it feels when somebody says that. You know? Yeah, it's hard to understand text over voice, but I'm pretty good at interpreting things. But if I don't know somebody well enough or where they're from, it can be a little bit of a learning curve once in a while. Yeah, that's why Twitch is amazing, because you can just do whatever you want, and if people in the chat don't agree with it, then they can do something else, you know. You're the one who told me that you were from Spain. Okay. I remember. You and your Spain Spanish. Hey dude, I'm back and now able to chat for a bit. Hi Caroline, how are you? Yeah, I'll have to learn my Spain Spanish from you. When I was traveling around Costa Rica, man, they speak Spanish really fast there. Super fast. It was hard to even learn because they're just speaking so fast and so much. But when I got to Mexico, it became a lot easier to learn. So, I mean, some of these questions I answer like 100 times a day, and everything you've asked, people have already asked me, so it's okay to ask whatever. But as long as we cleared up your sense of humor and the fact that it's all good, that makes me feel better. As long as you're not trolling me and then you're just like a dick later and you're like, haha, I'm actually a mean person, then I'll be like, fuck, you got me, you know? But either way, yeah, so I moved out of the apartment that I was renting that was like 7 blocks from my job, which I was on a salary, working as like an art operations manager and a PA. A PA is a personal assistant. And I was working for one of my best friends in the whole world, who is not only an attorney at law, who worked at one of the top 3 firms in the world, but now she's a portrait painting artist, and she's a high-end artist, and she's like into fine art. And I worked all these events, and I worked in the art industry last year a whole bunch, and I left that job and left my apartment all at the same time, and then I decided to move into the van. And it's like it was all like something that I already kind of wanted to do and just give myself a break from working so hard and being like ready to go out and do an adventure of my own for my own benefit, for my own psyche, for my own like experiences. And so I knew that I wanted to do that sooner than later, but then unfortunately I had a sudden loss in the family, and that was like what really catapulted me into being like, now's the time. And so I kind of really wanted to go out into nature and just like sit under the stars and like start a fire and a campfire and like, you know, just be at peace and go out and try to feel like I have space to think about all the memories of this person. It was my brother. I only have one brother, and my brother passed, unfortunately. He's only 4 years older than me, so it was a really unexpected young death. And so what I did immediately when I bought the van was hurried up and built a bed, installed the desk, grabbed my instruments, and I went out into the national forest and sat under the stars for a few days, and I drove. We've been doing some road trips. I ended up integrating everything into Stream after a certain point. Well, don't even imagine it. If God forbid the day comes one day, hopefully when you're really old, and he's really old, and it makes sense, then you think about it, what it's like. But don't even worry about thinking about it until it happens. It's too sad. But, you know, if you're still alive and you're still kicking and screaming, then you got some living to do. And I'm one of those people who wakes up every day and thinks, well, what am I gonna do today? What's on the agenda? And I try to do something that kind of feeds my soul a little bit, you know? I like seeing new places. I like being in places where I've never been and exploring them, but not on like a high-end travel vlog level where it's like I'm traveling the world. I just am resourceful, you know? So every day I wake up and I'm like, man, where do I go next? Like, where's the wind gonna blow? Where's the best weather I could drive to right now? Where's a new place I haven't seen? Where's a new forest? Where's the next interesting event, or the next like farmer's market or something that I can stop at? And I keep it really simple, you know? Like I really like the slow process as well of like learning and becoming a whole new person along the way. Like learning how to no, you don't have to pay any special taxes. Welcome in, guys. My name's Danny. Technically, there's nothing really that you're gonna need to pay if you're traveling out of a vehicle. No, there's no like vehicle dwelling tax or anything like that. But I don't own a property and I don't rent a property, so I don't have to pay that right now. But I have to pay for rental space, you know, storage unit, and then if it comes down to like official things that have to do with government, federal type shit, I have family, so I have addresses that I can use. Yeah, it's all pretty simple, actually. I mean, you will experience like learning about new places, where you can park, where you can't park. Like certain towns as a whole do not allow anybody to sleep overnight in their vehicles. Like if you go to Las Vegas, you're like gonna get a ticket for sure if you sleep in your vehicle, whether it's a car, a truck, a van, an RV, a school bus, whatever. If you park somewhere and you think you're gonna be able to sleep in it overnight, anywhere in Las Vegas, you gotta be like it's hard. Honestly, if it was like a big vehicle, like if it was that van right there that obviously people live out of, it has a ton of modifications that says so. Like the windows, the camera, the air conditioning unit, like you can see that they've modified it. If something like that was sitting overnight, for sure, in 98% of the areas of just Las Vegas, for example, yeah, they would knock on the window a couple times. And if you're sleeping in there, they're definitely going to give you a ticket, and they might even just give you a ticket anyways, just for being parked there for oversized vehicle overnight, because that's like what they're constantly worrying about, is people somehow surviving. I think it's pretty weird because there's a lot of people that sleep in vehicles out of necessity, not out of like that they didn't choose, you know. It's out of circumstance that they're there. Yeah, it depends on where you live, because there's really conservative places, there's really liberal places, and then there's a mix of states that have a mixture of both of those types of people, and everybody gets shit on left and right, you know, left, right, middle, center, far, whatever, whichever direction, and how hard you go and politically really depends on how the towns are, as far as like being more lenient or less conservative about certain rules based off of human rights. So like if you're in California, there's a lot of towns where you can park overnight. You know, if somebody calls the cops because they're worried about your vehicle being parked there, then, you know, yeah, you might get a visit by the police. But technically, if you're not bothering anybody or being a nuisance or something, and you keep quiet and you just park somewhere, there's a lot of places in California where you could travel like everywhere and pretty much never have to pay for parking or pay for like a campsite or a hotel or anything. I mean, it's like the last fucking freedoms that they've already stripped away, because it's already hard. There's just this old school United States, there's like this part of the culture in the United States, you know, is traveling, and a lot of that is in vans and conversion vans and RVs mainly, and towing a little motor, like a little pop-up trailer or something, you know. And that was a big part of United States culture, let alone California, which has all these beach towns, which has been an epicenter. Everybody who travels around the country in these vehicles, like that one that even just drove by, anybody who drives around the United States in these vehicles, they're coming to California. California is a part of their trip 100 million% every time. And a lot of other states, don't get me wrong. But the thing is that it used to have less strict rules. And then as, you know, gentrification happens and a lot of inflation happens and properties go up in price, inflation on everything goes up. And, you know, like we had a recession in 2009 and everything was economically fucked. And I think that's when like the real, like a lot of the changes started happening as far as like travel culture, bus culture, like van culture, RV culture. Because once things needed to tighten up and the recession happened and then the bounce back happened, they needed to appease to the people who pay the most money to live in all these places, as everything became super gentrified and technology became a lot crazier. And then all these people that pay all this money, they're just a bunch of sensitive people, you know. They're like, oh, and they're scared, and they live in these houses right next to the beach, but if a fucking van pulls up and parks there for a day, they're like, oh my god, you know, what is that? Why are they doing that? They shouldn't be allowed to do that. What are, you know, like. And so then enough of those police calls from people concerned about people parking out front, and then it turns into a new law that you can't do it. But then as drugs get worse, as inflation gets worse, as cost of living gets worse, as basic good costs get worse, then people start committing more crime and using more drugs. And then the people who were just like locals and used to live in the town, now they have a van and live in the same town and are addicted to meth, and they hang out there and they steal a lot and they're like a menace to society. And then you got the mix of those people in the bunch too, which doesn't really mesh well with like happy-go-lucky, family-oriented people traveling in like an RV or a big conversion van like the good old days. So then they also kind of bunch everybody who's just trying to travel in with the tweakers. So then every rule that would be enforced upon a tweaker is now enforced upon a normal person trying to travel. Because if you park in front of someone's house, somebody that had a fucking tweaker park in front of their house and run outside naked with a machete in their hand last week sees you there now, and they're just tired of it. They say, I don't know if it's a tweaker this time or not, but I don't want that shit here because the odds are in their favor. And then they tighten the rules even more and more and more. And it basically goes against what I believe to be our human rights, in my opinion. And I also believe that the government just makes tons of money off giving out stupid ass citations for people who are less fortunate. Like, you know, some people lose their jobs, some people lose their family, some people are like, you know, widowed, and some people, there's so many different situations, abuse, all this different stuff. Some people end up living in a vehicle, a car or a van. Hopefully it's a bigger vehicle, because damn, you know. But like, then you got all these people living there out of circumstance, out of unfortunate circumstances. And then the cops walk up to them with their chin up in the air and they go, whoop, can't sleep here, wake up, here's your $600 ticket, and good luck with your life. It's like, imagine harassing, it's like terrorism, man. Imagine going up to fellow Americans as a police officer and being like, here's a huge citation that you could never afford to pay because you can't even get back on your feet, let alone pay a $600 fucking citation. So like, they take it to that level too. It's not just them doling out tickets to people who can afford it. And granted, the justice system, it has kind of always been like this, but I've just noticed within these parallels with people living in vehicles and traveling. So in San Diego County, they somebody got a ticket for sleeping in their vehicle, and they sued the county of San Diego, and they won the suit. And they settled at $3.2 million. So somebody walked away with $3.2 million. And on top of that, there's a 3-year ordinance where police are not allowed to ticket people sleeping in their vehicles in San Diego County. And there's a lot of locals who are pissed about that. And, but yeah, it's crazy because it's bringing like everybody in their sprinters and their travel vehicles back to San Diego. This was only like settled a few weeks ago. Maybe a month ago. So now's the perfect time if you're ever trying to take a road trip to come and check out San Diego. Especially now, since it's towards the very beginning of this whole law being changed and adjusted for 3 years, so it's temporary. It could be reversed, who knows? They might find a way. I mean, the city likes making money off everybody and cleaning up the streets and shit, so. But law is law, and they won the case, and 3 years is 3 years, so I figured I'd come to San Diego. I came like 2 weeks ago. Actually, it was 2 weeks ago today I came here. And I just wanted to see what it's like after this new ordinance is set in place. And yeah, so you can basically park anywhere around here. You know, there's all the normal threats, you know, like random crime and sketchy shit happens at night, you know, just like anywhere in a bigger city that has like a lot of tourists and a lot of people that come and park near the beach late at night and stuff. It has its own little eminent sketchy dangers and stuff, but it's kind of outshined by what goes on during the day, in my opinion. And welcome into all the new followers. I try not to call out everybody when they follow and say thank you to everybody, which like used to be something that I used to try to do back in the day. But I think some people don't want that. I think there's at least like a 50-50 split probably of people who'd rather not be called out and be like, they're kind of trying to lurk. Like they won't follow because they're afraid that they're gonna be announced or something. So some I do, some I don't. have this itch in me that wants to go to fucking Arizona, and I don't know how else to get that itch out other than scratching it, like straight up, because I feel like I could, if I left at like 5 in the morning, I'd be in Arizona like by noon, even if I stopped a bunch on the way. I know, that's what I was just asking somebody. I just asked somebody from Arizona, when's the best time to go there if I'm not trying to melt in my fucking van? And he said, like right now, because otherwise by like June, it's gonna be so hot you're not gonna want to be there. And this was another person with a van that I asked. From Arizona. Tiberia. But that's pretty much how it goes. Just start cruising. I'm gonna end up somewhere someday and they're gonna be like, you cruiser? And we'll be like, oh fuck. Do you ever drive to the south and live down there? What do you mean? That's pretty much what I'm doing now. I did that, like to this. I'm at the most southern county in California before Mexico. Oh, like Texas and east. I have traveled through there a couple times. I know one winter I hitchhiked. I hitchhiked from Northern California to Southern California, then I hitchhiked through Arizona, and then hitchhiked to New Mexico, and then hitchhiked from there to like Southern Florida. I was just trying to chase the warmth, man. But yeah, I've been down there. That's the thing. The weird thing is that most of those southern states are like backcountry police states, you know, like good old boy cops with fucking cowboy boots and stuff. And those cops and myself don't mesh very well, unfortunately. Like even if I'm just straight as a board for weeks on end, I just get pulled over and profiled and stuff in those areas. Depending. There's some southern states I really enjoyed, but those are coastal southern states. Like North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia is dope. Louisiana was pretty cool. I felt like that place kind of tripped me out, New Orleans. And I went there like, I don't know, like when they were still rebuilding after the hurricane, and people were just like occupying houses there and trying to make it work. Driving into New Orleans, driving there is stressful. I remember you had to drive across all these like extended highways, but the highways are just like built into swamps. So like a part of me is like always wondering what the odds are that like that fucking bridge across like 100 miles of fucking swamp, if that bridge is gonna break one day, or like what happens if like I get stuck in New Orleans and this is the only fucking way out, is like this bridge that goes through just through all this swampland. I don't know if you guys have ever driven in there, but there is a route, at least from the direction that I took, that's like that. It made me feel really isolated and feel like I need to get the fuck out of there before I get stuck there forever. It's a weird feeling. It is a beautiful day at the beach, by the way, you were right. But yeah, traveling to like, let me think. Arizona sounds fun because I know a bunch of people there. Like a bunch of people from the community are from there. Actually, where's everybody from? In the chat. Everybody dox yourself. Just kidding. But where are you from? Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Dude, listen, I might be optimistic, but like, oh yeah, and you could, oh wow, shit, okay. Yeah, where's everybody from? Don't be shy. It's not like I'm making a list of where everybody's from. That'd be so weird. It's not like I'm doing that. So, I am making a list that says where everybody's from. By the way. And I hope you don't mind. If you don't want to be on this list, tell me to fuck off. So Giggity Sponges is in the UK. So this list is specifically for if I'm traveling. So if for some reason I'm traveling, I can do a meetup. Like to make it not awkward too, I could even do like Cigar Goyle lives in Arizona, Moonbows lives in Arizona, Dr. Rolfson is in Arizona. There's several other people. Faith Adventures is in Arizona. Like I could do a group meetup. Why was your name crossed off? No, there's no names crossed off. KT, seriously. That's where I'm from originally, is Michigan. We're both Michiganders. Look at us. I bet you're white. I bet you're Caucasian, huh? Wait, I hope I'm wrong. You check the Caucasian box off on the government forms. Oops. There's definitely pigeons landing on my roof. Yeah, man. Yeah. Damn, almost white folk from Michigan. Jam Gobber. Jam Gobber's the closest to me. That's cool. Do you ever leave Riverside, Jam Gobber? I already got rainbow raccoons. Poppies? Wait, I think you're on here already. No, you're not. That's crazy. Okay, Poppies. Jonsu, Finland. Oh, nice. Do you know a grower out here or something? You have like a special plug? Or is it just a dispo? And no offense, I don't mean like just a dispo, because maybe you got like the hookup or a perfect day to get all the best deals. Man, if you guys are ever in California and you just buy from dispensaries at random, generally speaking, most of those dispensaries have like all kinds of random deals. And if you're patient enough and look through the deals every day, once in a while you're like, oh man, why not buy this today? And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of different stock, but it's usually discounted, you know? Your buddy owns a dispensary. Oh, sweet. Nice. What's it called? Is that what it's called? High key? I know a couple farmers and a couple farm workers. And that's usually where I end up. Oh, okay. So yeah, this list is very basic. It's mostly people in the United States, but there is like Sweden, Germany, Ireland, Finland, UK, more Germany, Turkey. And this is just like mostly community members, regulars who come in. I recognize all these usernames in here. Back in the day I did some farming, hell yeah. So I'm just drawing up some diagrams of like electricity systems, modified, like adding batteries, extra battery. So instead of just running it parallel with the second battery, you get yourself, so instead of just connecting the batteries together and them charging simultaneously as one almost, instead of doing it like that, which is absolutely the most basic way to do all this, instead of doing that, you take the power from the main battery that starts your van, you connect that to a battery charger, and then you have that one going to the extra battery with a relay in between it. And it looks like just from the battery charger you can have that hooked up to the inverter. I'm not sure about this. I need to figure this shit out, guys. I need to know if the second battery goes to the positive of the inverter charger before the AC out, before like the, yeah, before the rest of the breaker box and plugs go. Because on my diagram and what I wrote this from, the DC to DC battery charger goes straight to the inverter that goes to the, yeah, wait, then what the fuck? This would just be, is this to have two separate units? One that's just like, I'm so confused. I'm guessing that there's more than one positive and negative on the inverter. I hope. Or I just come out of this hub and then I go to the battery, and then from the battery to the inverter. That makes more sense to me. Okay, that's the next question I need to figure out. My God, explaining the orange pie like setup to people and pictures and boxes and lines. That was fun times. People hate when I pull this damn book out. Hey, welcome in. My name's Danny. I hope you're having a good day or night, depending on where you live. Cassie, how are you? It's good to see you. Cassie, I made a new shit to figure out list. Batteries, amp hours in detail, lithium battery deep dive, isolators, how to isolate engine battery from laser battery, cables, size, length, capacities, roof racks first mounted directly, solar, wattage. So all this is stuff I would like to figure out. It doesn't mean I'm going to do it all right away. So after starting to kind of figure out a little bit of this stuff, hey, how's it going, Edwards? Nice to meet you. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome in. Welcome to the van. Make yourself at home. Take a nap if you need to. It's all good. We encourage lurking here. Been running around with my head cut off all day. Oh lordy. It's okay. I bet you did a good job. Either way, you did the best you could. I know you got the crunch time trying to figure out what to do next. I'd keep searching for months to months if you haven't found one yet, you know? Sublease, short sublease for a month or two, maybe 3 if you're lucky. Give you enough time to like settle somewhere else for a second and then make a bigger decision if you're gonna move a little further away. I don't know where you're at with that stuff. Maybe you've already figured it out. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Awesome. Wow. That's funny that I said that. It's pretty spot on. Where you from, if you don't mind me asking? I know you just came out of lurking and I'm already asking you questions. It's probably the worst. You're like, fuck, why'd I come out of lurking? I'm originally from Michigan. It's a state in the United States. Okay, you're from the UK. Michigan is a state in the United States. But I left Michigan like 15 years ago. Started trying to live in new, different places. Tried a lot of places. Always find myself back in California. But the UK, nice. That's what's up. UK fam, let's go. I was looking all day today, but I'm going to move from this city. There's just nothing really here for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, do it. I think that's a great idea. Leave the city. Go to a new part of town. Or a new town. As long as, you know, your vehicle's healthy, you've got a new vehicle, you can still get to work when you need to get to work. Might be just like more driving, but then you can work from home a lot with the remote work that you're doing with her. So either way, I think you're gonna be okay, Cassie. Maybe check out all your options in nearby towns and maybe you'll find something really good. Something affordable. Allow you to save a little bit more every month. Which usually never happens with the way that society and money and housing and costs go. But I think that you could try your best to find that, and I believe in you. It's just getting that, like, making that decision is so stressful for everybody. It's like one of the, statistically, people who aren't even stressed out normally in everyday life, statistically, those people are always stressed when they have to move. It's a very common thread between humans and life. It's one of the most relatable things ever. Like, some people have to move so often too. It's rough. Hey Charlie, how are you? Glug 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 glug. I should be a impressionist. Do you hear how good that motorcycle impression was? Glug 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 glug. Full-time remote, so that is good. Just trying to figure out where to go, find a place. Ah, damn. All right, that settles it. You gotta find a cool place that you don't have to worry about being confined to one location. Yeah, well, after this airplane passes by, yeah, so I dealt with so much condensation, and it only happens when in the winter, and it was a pain in the ass, especially a couple weeks out of the winter was like, god damn it. But I do plan, one of the reasons I'm studying and researching and investigating batteries, isolators, cables, roof racks, solar, inverters, various configurations, and fans, and options for fans, and energy consumption of fans. So Edwards, what I want to do is get an extra battery, and I want to have it isolated for use in the van. I don't have a lot of appliances. I only have like random things like battery banks and charging my phone and my devices for streams and stuff. Granted, given the power, I'd probably also use it to maybe power a laptop and stuff like that. So I want to build up to having solar, but I want to start out by isolating and installing some kind of system that's adequate for just having an extra battery to start, where it's regenerating the power from the main engine battery to the other one. No, I don't have solar yet. No, not yet. Ideally, I have a system that can run between solar and being charged with the alternator, depending on the isolation or the controlling that's happening within it. So I'm trying to understand it all more. Like I'm really just learning it right now with you on stream. And so that's half the battle, because I just can't muster it up to go somewhere and have somebody do this shit for me, you know? I'm one of those types, I guess. It's like, oh, my engine needs to be repaired by a professional, I'll do that. That's my mentality. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I thought I would be investing in that way sooner, but I ended up spending, you know, a pretty penny on tools and parts and working on my engine. In fact, I just got some more shit, and I got a new gasket for the water pump for the next time I do that whole endeavor and try to suss all that out, because even if I don't fix the leak, even though it's a brand new water pump, if it has something to do with the mating surfaces or a crack in the block or something, at least I have a new gasket to put it on again. Like, you know, because just because I take it apart and realize there's something else that needs to be worked on, it doesn't mean I can leave it taken apart because I live out of it. So there's this whole like process that I have to do personally when I work on it, where I have to find a place to do it. How long is it going to take? Am I going to get it done by the end of the day? If I don't get it done right, I still got to put her back together and drive her. So it's a trip. I went down a rabbit hole a few years ago watching van life videos, people doing conversions. Oh yeah, story of my life. Story of my life. That's what I still do that. So I got, what did I get? I got a new oil filter because these Hengst ones are OEM certified. These are like really proper oil filters. I just changed my oil, but it's nice to grab another one from the specialty shop because there's one in San Diego and they're actually hard to come by. I also, well, where the fuck is everything else that I got? Okay, I got another gasket. That's always fun. People love seeing gaskets, right? And these two hoses, these are like Mercedes. So these are like official Mercedes parts, but it's funny because it's just a little tiny fucking hose. But these two little hoses hook up to the high pressure fuel lines, and I've been wanting to replace these because there's like an invisible leak. Like it doesn't leak enough to drip, which I've had before and I've fixed. Now it's just like a leak that you can tell that it's leaking a little, but evapping because it's such a small leak. And then this right here is like what, like $15 worth of fucking fasteners. But these fasteners are kind of dope. They're really good. And these are the ones that if you go into a professional Mercedes dealership and they work on your vehicle, they're gonna use these same ones. But yeah, grab little odds and ends. When I change my thermostat, I can change both of these fuel lines. And then when I change the thermostat and the fuel lines, I just might go in there and change the fuel filter, which I also have in here. A new fuel filter. And I just got everything I need, man. It's great. For now. And I have my old water pump, which is still a good water pump. I mean, it's good to have spare parts. Always really good if you can do this work yourself, save you so much money. I know, right? The coolest part is that you have the tools afterwards, you know? Like if you invest in the tools and the parts and you do it right, somehow it works out for you. If you guys have ever worked on cars, you know that when you go to work on it, it never goes right. Unless it's like some simple maintenance. There's always a learning curve halfway through. Everything you think you knew has to be like reevaluated for a moment while you stare at a bunch of parts and like your eyes cross for a second and you start like seeing like everything blends together and then you forget what even you were doing. You're like, wait, what was I trying to figure out? It's the worst. But yeah, I agree. And I like having the tools. I mean, the only downside to having a bunch of tools to work on a German diesel engine is that most of the tools are in metric, which isn't the worst, but it's I definitely am buying a lot of tools that, you know, if I pop open a hood of an American car, you know, the only useful thing will be my ratchet set. Like all these other random things are like less useful for most people. Like lots of Torx, whether it's a Torx like invert or outvert, like whether it's like a male or female Torx bit or socket, things like that. What up, Pilkers? How's it going? Have to just keep driving European cars, I know, right? Pilkers has an ambulance. He's getting it modded out right now. What you up to? So, this is what I'm up to, dude. I opened the book. Rip. You know what happens when I open this book? So, this is supposed to make sense, but when you look at it, it's probably not going to make any sense. So, I'm just trying to visualize, right? You know how I'm all about that. I'm trying to visualize what all the different configurations of battery systems are, from having one extra battery, how many, like, you know, how many, one relay, there's a bunch of inline fuses, there's the DC to DC battery charger, there's like 2 hubs, so you're going to turn the positive into a hub that has several positive ports, you know, and then you're going to have a negative hub too that's going to have several negative ports. And for me, I feel like I should be getting myself set up with an extra battery that charges from the main system with some kind of isolator and relay in between it, but then also with some kind of inverter that has an AC out that goes into a breaker box that goes to outlets and a hub of USBs. And then that, at its most simpler form, is just an extra battery, but it has a lot of components and stuff. And then from there, I want to have it so that the hubs are big enough. The hubs have, and that system would end up integrating solar in the future. But starting with the basics and getting the batteries and the whole system kind of wired up to be prepared to have solar integrated into it is kind of what I think I want to do first. And then I'll step in the solar world when it's time, if it's time. Ideally, I throw solar on this thing. I personally, it's not like I want to because other people have it or anything like that. It's not a typical van life accoutrement that I think needs to be on there, because I mean, technically, if I could like replace my front window with a piece of glass that just has solar built into it, I would do that. I'd rather not have solar like on the van that everybody knows that I'm living out of it. Don't go with USB ports. Wire in 12-volt outlets and then whatever adapters. Yeah, that's smart. Even if those are like, then like, yeah, that's a lot easier. That's how I have it drawn out. It goes from the breaker box to just outlets. Isn't it the most practical way of getting power in the van anyway? Yeah, but you can piggyback your extra battery off your main battery and alternator. So technically, most people that work out of their vehicles and like charge their power tool batteries, or like a mobile key cutter, you know, the guys who show up and copy keys. But if I have an inverter, because I'm only going to be mostly running like random shit, like not actual appliances, at least for now. So if I run so this other system I drove out has the other one I drew out goes to an inverter charger, and I think that inverter charger is what amps it up to 12, and then it has lower amperage, Yo, thank you so much, Edwards. Thank you so much for the sub. Wait, let me put you up on the sub wall. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. So this is the sub wall. And it goes all the way to the end, so we're gonna have to like put you this is gonna be tough. Okay, you're officially on my wall. At the bottom of this one. These are all the subscribers from this year. A lot of names are on the wall more than once because it's like several months, right? Thank you so much. And you know what? That's perfect timing because like around 5 hours, every hour we get an ad break. And the only reason I have ad breaks is to remove pre-rolls, and then also I do earn ad revenue from those, right? So it compensates me as a streamer. So if you guys ever see an ad break pop up and we're interrupted, I'll make sure that I continue where we left off type thing. I won't like just keep on ranting and you miss everything that I'm trying to say if we're like in the middle of an actual conversation between us. And yeah, I usually pre-warn everybody right about this time too. It's crazy that you just subbed at that point. I like Redl, thank you, welcome in. Welcome to anybody who's following on this stream. Appreciate you. We do go out and adventure. You can look at my VODs. I think there's VODs that'll explain kind of when we roam around and do stuff. Appreciate you, Riddle. So wait, the inverter runs at 12 volt by default and converts it into 120 volt. Right. So wouldn't I want to convert it to 120 volt because I'm going to be mostly, or wait. Yeah, because the low amperage is good for random things like I'm doing. Isn't that what it would be? Like if I inverted it and had it 120 volt, then, because I'm normally just charging up battery banks and phones and laptops and shit, and I'll have a max fan that I need to run. Also, can you run it? See, I think I messed this diagram up. I've drawn so many of these, but the extra battery, there are terminals for 120 volt and 12 volt outputs. The inverter does all the work. But wait. Hold on, I'm confused. I'm so confused right now. So wait, what did I write down earlier? The inverter converts high 12 volt amperage to 120 volt low amperage, right? So then what would then where would the breaker box even be in there? No breaker box? Is that why you said that? Would the breaker box be there because if I'm going to integrate, where the fuck would AC even need to be bringing in there? Because AC is alternating current. Electricity moves forward and backwards. So what is an instance where we're having AC coming through? Does solar run AC? Isn't solar DC as well? like outlets are AC, right? Inverter to breaker to box, 120 volt outlets. Inverter to breaker, inverter to breaker to box. Oh, okay. And then 12 volt is for more like hardcore appliances. So the inverter to breaker to box, that's what I have written on here. So the inverter has an AC out. Why on the diagram that I was looking at it has the... Oh yeah, there isn't even a fuse box on this one. Yeah. And then the other one that has a fuse box. Oh, you mean breaker box. Right. I assumed that this is in this because most people are hooking up like mini fridges and like appliances, right? So that option is for people who need it, right? So out of like right. It's all same. A bean. So if I had like say a 3,000 watt inverter would 120. But so yeah, I wonder why a breaker. So many diagrams to draw this one, and I thought I was on to something. I think I mixed it up a little bit. I guess if I had a breaker box and I was using 12 volt, then it would make sense. Those are what you're saying. Sorry, the 12 volt. It would be like, well, you might want to do that, or there's this reason. Is there any of that hearsay that I should know about? But I do understand the concept of having, should there still be some kind of relay, or not relay, but like an inline fuse in between the 120 volt inverter and the AC outlets? Because on most of the diagrams I've seen, they put like an inline fuse like in between damn near everything. Right. So just to clarify, the breaker box coming out of the 120 volt going to the AC appliances. There'll just be one line going through that breaker box to the appliances. Right, okay. So here, let me tell you. So you got the main battery. The main battery example goes to a 40 amp DC to DC battery charging device. And then it goes from that to a hub. And then the hub goes to the battery. And the hub goes to the inverter. So here, let me show you this. So I am confused, okay? I'm confused about this. I haven't brought it up yet, so this is new. So essentially, this is the main battery, right? And then the positive goes down with this. Anytime you see one of these little squiggly lines that's kind of darkened, that's an inline fuse, right? And this is just based off of diagrams. I drew a couple other ones too. I'm just trying to figure them out, just to understand them. So this positive goes down to this DC to DC battery charger, okay? And then the negative goes to the negative on the DC to DC battery charger. Then out of the other half is a positive and negative, And then that goes to a positive hub and a negative hub, which you can then integrate other things into, say if you down the road needed a bigger hub. So then for some reason on the diagram that I was looking at, the hub goes into the inverter and then the inverter to the breaker box to the AC outlets, right? But wouldn't the hub go to the battery, and then wouldn't the battery go to the inverter? I'm confused about that. Like, wouldn't the what comes out of the DC charger then go to the battery, and then from the battery to the inverter? Because this one, it just goes DC to the battery and then to the inverter independently. Is that a dumb question? Sorry if it's really hard to see, but I tried to explain it. So is your leisure battery the one that should be plugged directly in with the positive into the inverter? Right. Right. So that's what's going to be powering the battery, which makes sense because it still would be powering the battery. So the DC to DC, sorry, my nail's really dirty, but DC to DC, the positive, it goes through the hub, and then the hub goes into the inverter. It's confusing to me. But then the hub goes to the battery with the relay. This makes sense. This means that this system is then powering. I feel like if you isolated it and then it was still hooked up to this, then it's still using your main battery, right? Does that question make sense? The inverter should go directly to the leisure battery, the extra battery. That's what I would think, right? And then the DC to DC charger. So then is there a, I didn't see anything about a positive coming out of the inverter that then goes into, because then it would go from charger to charger. So it is an inverter charger, yeah. But then the first thing in the beginning of the diagram was a DC to DC battery charger. And then the relay isolates, there's an isolation point where it's gonna automatically isolate, I think. I don't know, I think you connect it to your fuse box or something, and then that's how it communicates, I'm not sure. But there's like an automatic relay that you could put into this so that when you turn the car off, it separates the main battery from the extra battery, right? But then if that relay is off, the inverter doesn't shut off the relay in between the two inverters, or the charger and the inverter charger and the main battery. So how would this isolate itself? Is this so that when you're running the van, you can also use all the appliances with it running? How do you get rid of anxiety and be relaxed like you? Oh man. Shit, I wish I had the ultimate answer to that question. Because, I don't know, man. You know, just try to breathe. Try to take care of yourselves. Try to eat something healthier than something shittier. Genuinely, it sounds like the most bullshit cliche advice ever, but do something good for you. Like, go take a long fucking walk by yourself with headphones in, listening to your favorite music or podcast, and walk until your ankles hurt. Walk until you get like a sunburn. Walk until you feel things you haven't felt in a while, whether it's emotions or physical soreness or a headache, or you never know, sunburn. I think that the best thing you can do for yourself outside of maybe getting therapy to try to work on anxiety and figuring out where it stems from and like how you can manage it while it's happening. But I'm telling you, going outside and doing things for yourself that maybe your body will thank you for later, that's a whole new relationship with yourself. And that can distract you from being anxious, you know? Moving, walking, stepping, cardio. That's probably why a lot of people work out, to like de-stress, like at the gym. And you're welcome. That's a good question. I'm not always relaxed. I'm not always like, you know, I have my moments. I think everybody does. And it's just so you know, we all feel that way. Lots of us. Oh, of course. Of course. I mean, I have to say it out loud to like make myself remember, you know? Like sometimes I have to say it just to, when I'm saying it, I'm like, oh shit, man, I better preach, you know, I better walk the walk and talk the talk kind of shit. The water, I know, it does look good today. After like the high winds, there's like a swim advisory. You can't actually swim right now. Some surfers have been going in there though. There's still some people surfing, but there's an advisory like to take caution. And on days where there is an advisory, usually you just don't go in there for the day. There's a lot of rocks and boulders in there you can get washed up into. Yeah, I'm still confused about this system, but every time I draw it, I understand a little bit more of what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, because technically my little diagram here, this battery is being powered by this DC to DC battery charger that comes from the main battery, and then it goes up to here. Unless these two connecting somehow make this thing work like independently. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but basically there's this relay here and there's this system. It's just charging the battery endlessly. That's it. It just keeps fucking charging. How does this thing know when it's finished charging? Is it the battery charger? Is it the communication within this thing? If something's charging something with DC current, how the fuck does it know? Is there like a limited amount of, does it start turning AC? Does it start backing itself up? Like power's like coming out of it, like overcharging? How does it, I have to look that up. But yeah, so in this system right here, I'm trying to charge this battery. It looks like I'm efficiently figuring out how to charge this battery, right? But then why the fuck didn't I connect this battery to anything? Well, it's just gonna charge it for nothing? Just gonna sit there for fun, just being charged all the time? So it looks like I need to take the positive from this and put it into this inverter. And based off what Pilker said a minute ago, I'm confused why there's a battery charger here, right? And then this inverter would invert it to 120 volts so that I could put it into outlets, but the battery's not even fucking connected to it. So I'm assuming that this coming out of the hub, it either does or doesn't need to be there. This should be just going, this wire should be between these. It's kind of what I'm thinking. What's cute? What is? Oh yeah, drink your water, guys. Pretty soon we will, I think we'll get an advertisement. So if you guys are new here, my name is Danny. If you didn't, maybe we already went through the ads, but we get ads once an hour. It's usually at the hour point or close to. Just a pre-warning, I hate bringing it up all the time, but I also am sad when people are like, oh my god, ads. So, but welcome in. Stay hydrated, guys. Got my burp juice, aka sparkling carbonated water. Grab yourselves a drink, roll yourself a smoke, do what you do. So why? Let me look at it. Do I still have this? Okay, I got some diagrams here. Okay, here's another one. Okay, this one has a Renergy battery charger, right? And then the Renergy from the original battery goes to a hub. Okay, this is similar. And then from the hub, it goes to the back. And then from... Wow. Okay, what the fuck? This one is... Okay, my next question is... These little fucking hubs can handle that much shit going in and out of them? Because my question was, does the hub... So the hub goes into the fucking... You go from that little charger into the hub, and then through the hub, it charges the battery. And then through the hub, it also goes... So I don't understand. Why can't I understand when, if this relay isolates this fucking battery, how the freaking heck does it still work from that battery? Because if this is isolating between the hub and the battery, then how the heck is that power going back through the hub to be used as an extra battery? I understand everything else at this point. And you do need a battery charger and an inverter. This is weird because this one, that's trippy. It just splices all these fucking different things together with the hub. Dude, it's tripping me out. How does that work? It would make so much more sense if the relay was in between the battery and the inverter, but there's nothing connecting the fucking positive post of the extra battery and the inverter because it goes back to the hub. And then from the hub, it goes to the inverter. So it doesn't even come directly from the battery, but it makes sense that it can still be connected. But like... So these are two different outs. One goes into this, one goes into this, but that means they're connected internally. But if this relay, this isolator, isolates this battery, then how the fuck? Is it because the negative attached to the inverter is also connected to the extra battery? And that the positive is fucking no, because the... I give up. What's up, K41? How are you? This is the worst. Oh, you guys, we're only one follower away from our follower goal. Let's go. Wait, are we? Or am I reading this wrong? We are. Yo, Cassie, you missed the craziest, biggest donation I've ever gotten. Earlier, from the nicest dude ever. Massachusetts guy followed me today, donated $100 dono towards the cause, and gave me a bunch of really good tips and helped me sort of understand the first level of me getting to understand this shit a little bit, and gave me some product recommendations and brand recommendations, and Therion and a couple other people. We were all kind of just chatting about it for a while. Yeah, I couldn't even believe it. Like, I literally didn't even react because I didn't even notice. Like, I was like, it didn't seem real. I was like, holy shit, wait, you just donate $100 fucking dollars? Like, that's the biggest donation I ever got. What the fuck? Like, chill, dude. But yeah, so appreciative. Yeah, but here we are, trying to draw out diagrams and understand. This makes no sense. I think that this should be connected to the inverter and there should be a relay there. But all these pictures say otherwise. Oh shit! We just hit our follower goal. Gawi, thank you so much for the follow. Yo, you guys, we hit 4,700. That is crazy, dude. Hold on. I think there might be a way to track plus points now. I'm gonna look into it. I tried to do it on my phone and I couldn't get the app or the website to open up properly. But I'm gonna go to the website right now and check it out. One second, guys. Okay, I updated it to 4,800, guys. Okay, I wanted to see something really quick. I feel like there might be a way for me to view this better. Just gonna mess with the copy of the overlay. Okay, I'm gonna add a new alert. Let's see, labels, subscribers. So, latest, total, all time. What is this? Total. Can I see it good? Oh, I can't see it for shit. They really need to add one on here for tracking plus points. I can't tell what it says. It's cut off because I'm doing this all on a phone. Dang it. How do I, Okay, this is desktop site, but how do I like zoom out from this? I think I'm already... Maybe if I close the layers list? No. I guess I could do like static and custom. I'm sure there's a way I can figure out. Somebody had found the way to track it, but they charge you a subscription to their Twitch channel to be able to use it. It's kind of silly that Twitch didn't make one for us. So there's total and all-time subscriber, your latest. Okay. I wonder if this is like the one. Let me see. Let me do an example here. No, that's total subscribers. Latest. No, I don't want names. Your subscriber goals. Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay, I'm out of there. Let's just. May I ask what you're looking for? Me? I was just looking to see if there's an option on this like stream elements thing at the bottom of the screen where I could track just the plus points, just paid subs for this month, so that we can start tracking the plus points. Is there anybody that, like, if you look at my page, is there like goals that say that I'm the plus point goal? Is it there? I can't view that as like the host. I can't view that my channel in the same way. It doesn't show that for me. I guess maybe if I looked at it on a computer. Welcome in, Draco Mages. Got harassed today outside your house? Oh, that's no good. I'm so sorry to hear that. Are you all good now? Are you safe? What's going on? Shazi? So to whoever asked earlier about the condensation, yeah, that's one of the reasons I want to get an extra battery, so I can run a fan at night. Whoop. That's crazy. Yeah. It's a lamp, but it's also a bug zapper. And then this thing is also a bug zapper. I probably gotta buy a new one because I think I just broke it and kind of fixed it, and it's probably just gonna like explode one day while I'm using it. You don't see anything on the page? Huh. Really? I'm so sorry. Well, you know, people like that, those are the worst kind of people. People that go out looking for somebody to fuck with, like they're in that kind of mood where they're like, ooh, I'm unstoppable. Ooh, I want to fucking fight you, or I want to argue with you. It's like, listen, motherfucker, you're the worst kind of human on the earth. There's a reason why nobody fucking likes you. Piece of shit. Those kind of people are the worst. I'm so sorry you had to deal with one of those kind of people. And obviously, like, you know, they're just... they're figuring their shit out, right? Those are the type of people that fuck around and find out. Like... and those are the type of people who you don't want to be around because they like that kind of shit. Welcome in, Faith. My name's Danny. You know, a good person will say, you know, you're better than that. It's okay, you're safe. And then there's this part of me that's like, you know, I hope they fall. I hope they stub their toe today so hard that they cry, that it's bent sideways and the bone's sticking out, because they deserve a little bit of fucking reciprocity, a little bit of taste of their own medicine, maybe not by somebody else, but on their own accidental accord, you know? Because I don't wish anybody getting taught a lesson the hard way. But, you know, they suck. Greetings from Spain. Hey, greetings from San Diego, California. I'm just hanging out by the beach today learning about electricity. How to share electricity from one thing to another, and learn about batteries and inverters and chargers, and going down the rabbit hole, getting all the way to solar. España. There's a lot of good people from Spain on Twitch. It will eventually happen. Thank you. Oh, wait. You mean like they're going to learn their lesson? Yeah. Yes. Hopefully when they learn their lesson, it's a lesson learned that sticks with them forever. You know? Sometimes you can't beat stupid out of somebody. You know what I mean? Like, just because they get in a fight because they're pompous and a dick, and they get their ass whooped, that might never change what a piece of shit they are. It might not even stop them from going around and trying to be violent. It might even instigate it even more, you know? So personally, I think just walking away from people like that, if you can, without having to defend yourself physically, is absolutely the best option. Unless you're like a big biker, then just do whatever you do. Some people just set a certain standard of their existence. And they're like, oh, me? I'm gonna beat the pulp out of this asshole. It's like, alright, you do you. I think the less that we encourage people to get their own redemption by striking back, the more of a a forward motion we make with humanity and community and communication. I think fighting should be like competition. Like if you guys want to be do you think like a lot of aggression and violence from people comes because they're so insecure and that they're very like competitive in nature, but their competitiveness comes out in like this masculine, like king of the jungle type shit energy? Oh yeah, I mean, when it's on your own safe space at your own property where you live and somebody's disrespecting you there, oh man, fuck. Where I grew up in Detroit, you could not do that to somebody without getting your fucking teeth knocked out. So that's major disrespect. It's just as far as and I'm not a violent person, I'm not saying I did that to anybody, but to walk up to somebody's house and disrespect them at their house, like, that's such an unhealthy feeling to have in you, that you aren't even safe at your own fucking house. You know, though? I'm so glad I can just drive my house anywhere I need to, honestly. Oh, last night I heard 2 gunshots while I was laying down for bed. It's weird how used to it you get. Like, so it's like the second night that I've had that happen while I'm laying down to go to sleep. Hear some gunshots in the not so far away distance.
I can see him like just like doing dumbbell curls. Yeah, and then he's on the phone.
Part of me wonder if it's just people that live around here just like marking their territory. You know, like, don't do crime here, we have guns. So they just like walk outside every night at like 11 at night and like pop off a few rounds just to like make sure people know that they're armed and dangerous. Yeah, like versus actual crime happening. Because they're like tired of crime happening, you know? So you're like, hold on honey, I'll come to bed in a second. They're like, all right, coming. Just like a little routine before bed. I'm still not totally sure about this this diagram. Does anybody in here understand batteries? If I show you guys this diagram and explain what confuses me about it, will you also understand? So here's an example. Look, this is the main battery that starts your vehicle, this one at the top, right? So that one goes to this little battery charging unit. The battery charging unit goes to a hub, right? And then the hub goes to the battery. The hub goes to the inverter. And it goes to this, like, what is that? Fuse box. We don't even have to think about that fuse box, really. But how is this battery positive only connected to the hub instead of also this battery positive from the extra battery? Why isn't that one connected to the inverter? Because if you isolate this battery, how the fuck does this battery still power the inverter? Question of the day. This is such a simple question and I can't figure it out. It just works. All you need is a negative fucking post attached. And if you isolate the battery, somehow it magically just uses that battery only with a negative attached, because it is isolated. It has been cut off from communication through the only positive that's attached to the extra battery. How in tarnation does the inverter work with that relay switch there? I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Why doesn't this make sense to me? Okay, I'm coming back to that later. Let's talk about other things. Grr. Wait, how long have we been on? Almost 6 hours. Holy shit. Blurb. It was blurry. Oh, I can show you again. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Sorry. I like totally gave up. I have ADHD. It can be really bad, but sometimes not so bad. Okay, so this is clear, right? Can you see it good? So this would be the starter battery that's under your engine, like under your hood, sorry. This starts your engine, right? So the positive is going to this DC to DC battery charger, right? The battery charger goes to this hub. The hub goes to this inverter, which the inverter is then gonna be where I use to plug in shit, right? But what I don't understand is how is the only positive going to the extra battery? Why is there a relay there? Because if this relay disconnects this battery from the main battery, which I would like when I shut the van off, I would like it to stop charging that, because then when my van's off, it won't be using the main battery, right? So I understand the relay or the isolator, but how the fuck does this battery still power the inverter when the van is off? When the van is off, the relay will be shutting this off, right? How? I understand that it's connected by this hub, which is all parallels of positive, but how if the relay is here and it's the only positive connected to the extra battery, which is charging? I understand the whole charging system. Like, eliminate all this shit right here, and I get it. That makes perfect sense. But I would have thought, and I'm wrong because the diagram tells me I'm wrong, I would have thought that a positive would have to come over here to this positive in the inverter and then have a relay in between that, an isolator, so that when I shut the van off, or wait, no, the isolator wouldn't be over there, but I would wonder why the fucking positive doesn't connect, because if this isolator goes off, it's not going to be putting power through this, right? That's my question. And if it was too blurry, let me know. You seem right, it won't work. See? What the fuck? Because, like, how else would it... Holy shit, I'm so glad that you just validated that. My brain, man. Not with how I drew it. let me look it all over again. Yeah, I mean, there's people in here who've like installed solar and have batteries and stuff that will be able to explain. But this diagram I drew specifically off of one that I found on Google Images. So this diagram, it did say this is the main, and it said that it goes from main to the ground, negative from the main to the negative of the DC to DC charger, positive of the main to the positive of the DC to DC charger, which makes sense. And then that DC charger would go to the extra battery, and then the DC, yeah. So on my drawing, it goes main to DC. It does the same shit. This is a different diagram than one I just showed you. This one goes from main to DC. It goes to a positive hub. The positive hub goes into the inverter, but the positive hub also goes into the battery, but there's an isolator right here. So if this battery isn't fucking connected to that, then how, with just a negative and an isolated line that's cut off, how does this, how? Because even on the other one that I did this from, Splint, I'm basically trying to learn like normal, just different A, B, C, D diagrams, like different versions of diagrams. Like this one is when it's hooked straight up to the alternator with an isolator. This one is running them parallel but with a DC to DC charger. This one is me trying to understand it better and simplify it and make it make sense. And I'm at this point where I can't make it make sense, but even the diagrams that I look up on Google to compare to different ones are similar. It looks like this would just charge the battery and it would only run the inverter to the plugs if I was running the van. Damn, I didn't realize this was gonna be so deep. I'm just confusing myself, I bet. The closest thing I have to solar is a bubblehead flower in my van. Nice. But that has solar on it, right? A little tiny little one. Or what about calculators? They always had that little solar strip on them. Remember that? Oh, somebody dropped their little doggy ball. I guess I could ask Google very specifically. Why doesn't my extra battery hook up to the inverter? Or why is my main battery only hooked up to the inverter and not my extra battery? Why is my engine battery hooked up to my inverter but not instead of my backup battery. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ask Chat GPT. Let's find Chat GPT. All right, come on, Chat GPT.
She walks slowly because she has tiny legs. Also because she's not here.
Why is my engine battery, when it isolates my main battery, how does the inverter get power from the second battery? All diagrams show Okay, let's see what ChatGPT says. Sounds like there might be a wiring issue. Shut the fuck up, man. You're not gonna give me good advice. Generally, the engine battery should be connected to the vehicle's electrical system, but the battery powers for the inverter while the backup battery powers the inverter. If the inverter is connected to the engine battery, it might not function properly when the engine is off. Well, it definitely wouldn't. Can you provide more details about your setup? I wish I could send ChatGPT a picture. Let me send a link to ChatGPT. I'm gonna say, look at this. Tell me. Hey, welcome in, Deaf Nerdy Muscle Guy. My name's Danny. Alright, let's see if ChatGPT can look at this website and tell me. Here is an example. I see the diagram. In this setup, the inverter is connected to the main engine battery for power. When the engine is running, the alternator charges both the main and secondary. The inverter draws power from the main battery, but it's isolated from the second battery. When the engine is off, the second battery can power auxiliary devices, but not the inverter directly. This setup ensures that the main battery is not depleted. Okay, wait, I understand that. So technically they're saying then you could hook up a whole nother fucking inverter to the main battery? I mean, to the backup battery? And that other one is only for inverting while driving? That's kind of what I said. Can you show the diagram too? Ask it to explain? Yeah, I did. I sent it the link. Okay, so in my example I sent, does this inverter only work while engine is running? I would prefer using it only with the engine off. I guess it would be nice to have it hooked up to the direct battery, so if, say, you're charging things while driving, you're able to have them plugged into something really like with good voltage, you know, good amperage for that. So I understand that, because that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm seeing like, this looks like it's going to power this. It's definitely going to power this. This, while starting the van with it running, will charge your extra battery, but it'll also let you use your inverter while driving. But this system doesn't have the relay in the correct place for the battery to then use that same inverter. So would I need a whole ass another inverter? I just take that one out and fucking put it in to this other part so that it's only able to be used. Technically, if this inverter just went after the extra battery, it'd be able to be used while driving and while not driving, and then the relay would stop the main. I think I just figured it out. Okay, let me finish asking ChatGPT. I'd prefer, okay, I said, so in my example, it does this inverter work only while the engine is running? I prefer using it while the engine is off. So I think, oh my God, that bird almost just flew in here. Man, they're starting to get real comfortable around my van. So I think the best way is to have the charger hooked up to, I wonder if this has something to do with like if I had a power going, no, this should be perfect. Wait, So the best way is to make the positive hub, make the positive from the DC to DC charger go to the battery, the extra battery, and from the extra battery positive post to the inverter. And then the relay would need to be then the relay could stay in the same spot. But instead of the hub going straight from the DC to DC into the inverter, it would go in the hub, it would only go into the battery. And then from the battery, it would go to the inverter. Let's ask. Okay, I'm asking. Yes, based on the diagram you provided, the inverter is designed to work while the engine is running because it's connected to the main. I know, I got that. Your proposed setup sounds reasonable. Sounds reasonable? Nice. Thanks, ChatGPT. By connecting the positive from the DC to DC charger to the backup battery, then connecting the inverter to the backup battery's positive post, you ensure that the inverter operates independently of the engine status. This setup allows you to use the inverter even when the engine is off, utilizing from the backup battery. Just ensure proper fuse protection and wire gauging to handle that load from the inverter. Okay, so then what in the fucking heck? What are these things then? What are these diagrams that... But then where the heck... Where does this... Why... What is this, man? Let me click this and see what other people said. This is a Reddit post, so I might as well. Since the charge controller outputs go to a bus rather than the battery itself, I definitely use a battery voltage sense terminal. It's always useful. Too, if you aren't adding solar, it could save 60 to 120 by using a standalone DC to DC, depending on if you went 40 or 60 amps. The amount you would pay for a standalone later, that you would have more generous panel voltage input specs. Oh, interesting. I think this guy's like working on shoreline power. I think this is a shoreline dual battery setup, meaning like he's gonna plug into into like an electrical outlet via like the side of his RV, and then his battery. So technically, this is gonna allow you to use your Damn it! I think I just fucking figured. All I had to do was click the. So it seems like this guy has it wired like this because it's not a freaking car. He's not gonna run the engine while doing this. This is simple. This is already hooked up to his battery for shoreline power, and now he's got this system with a DC to DC converter and everything. And then the relay is simply for if he accidentally overcharges the battery via shoreline power. God damn. So then how do I perfect what I'm trying to figure out, see, I still haven't found a diagram that shows me what I was saying, but what ChatGPT told me seems right. So the relay is the point where you feed the solar power. Actually, the point where you would feed in the solar power later. Yo, thank you, I appreciate you. Chillest viewer on Twitch. So it looks like if, okay, so, it looks like, and welcome in, my name's Danny. Oh shit, you might get hit with, no! That's so funny. Yeah, you're gonna get hit with ads. Fuck. Hold on, let me apologize to this person. Sorry, ads. Okay. Okay, so it seems like if I was gonna add solar into this later, there would definitely be some new things to consider and different options. But it looks like if I added solar into here later, that you see this little thing, it says hub and it says hub. So this would be like a little positive branch of all, like, say there's like 6 inputs in there. So you could hook up 6 positives, and then this little negative hub would have like 6 negatives. So technically, at some point, if you added solar, you would get like solar panel controller, like charger hardware, you know, because you can't just plug solar straight into this, like one wire from a solar panel into that. So there would be another piece of equipment, and but it seems like you would just go into the positive hub. So like even if the solar panels were up here and then they went to like this charging controller specifically for solar, then it technically would shoot from that charging controller through this hub and then do the same thing that this would do, right? Chillest streamer on Twitch, thanks. Can you draw a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? Oh shit, I love that fucking dog emote, dude. Wait, is that the same dog emote? No, it's different. Wait, is that even a dog? It is a dog. I thought it was that one dog that's like looking like all sly. Neat, our brain is growing with this lesson. Makes sense, Heinz? I think so. I think so too. So that was my goal, is to kind of like improvise for now until we get to the point where we can then fashion in solar into this. And then with all this set up, we should keep everything like how much total usage I estimate that's guaranteed, how much total usage that I might decide to upgrade to if I get solar and stuff, depending on how much battery power I have in this extra battery, depending on how many of the batteries I have, really indicates a lot. So like to even jump into having this just one extra battery setup like this, it would be smart for me to take into consideration all of my energy consumption that I plan on using, and then also take into consideration what I could potentially do in the future. Like, will I ever, you know, will I get like a refrigerator freezer, like a cooler, one that you open up from the top, like it looks like a normal cooler, like an ice chest, but it has actual like cooling systems in it to keep one side refrigerated and the other side frozen. Some people have pumps for like, you know, sink and stuff like that. I could see myself having a sink and like building a little kitchen area with like, right here would be a good place to do it, where a lot of people build over this step right here. So this step is really valuable real estate. So I've seen a lot of people that will build almost all the way out to right here. So like if you're stepping into the van, like you see how this door is pretty wide? If you're a lot of people have it where they kind of like step up right here on this half of the door, and then right here is just like this huge wooden, you know, somebody built something there, and a lot of times in that is storage. Sometimes they'll even put components to do with pumps for the sink. Sometimes they'll have it where they like, say if there's like a tabletop on top of it, that they'll like cut out a space for like a burner setup, even if it's like a camp stove that just like fashions into it. and then the camp stove can have butane cans, or it could have propane. So technically you could have like a 5-pound propane tank inside of this like little kitchenette thingy here. Then inside, if it's not just all pumps or water or a little sink or gas or something, you could always use this same thing for like storing stuff. So I do like the idea. I've seen a lot of people build something right here. It's kind of dope because like if you're sitting here or you're standing here, you can look out the window. Yeah, seems like a good place to put something. Let's go. How big? We're the TV with the Xbox. I do have a really nice monitor. I've talked about it before. Technically, there is kind of a little low-key way that you can add a monitor into a vehicle and still keep it private. I've seen it online, and then I saw the same build. I bet it must have, a lot of van life people probably seen it, because I've seen it in real life once too, where basically, if you look at the back of the van, imagine if I built like a cabinet. Like imagine if this pillow was a piece of wood, right? And then it went both ways. So this whole thing was like a cabinet, just like this whole corner, right? And then there'd be a door to the cabinet, and then in the back it's mounted with like a couple adjustable hinges that has a monitor, and the monitor goes horizontal, or sorry, it goes vertical while it's stored. And so like when you open it, there's a monitor, and then you can like pull the monitor out on its pivoting points, and then you can even turn it so that you can go from like portrait to landscape, you know? And then when you're done with it, you just tuck it in there. Is there some way to elongate the van without being too unbalanced? Wait, what? What do you mean? How would I elongate the van? Can you explain that? I don't know what you mean. A portable ramp for what? Buy a bus, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. You gotta just buy a bigger vehicle. We have one community member in here. He's also a mod. His name's C Therion in the chat, and he lives full time out of a school bus in Oregon with his partner. And they got like a 40-foot school bus. Don't even get me on that shit. I'll fucking buy one, dude. Don't tempt me. I'm still trying to learn this shit. I'm still trying to learn this German diesel engine thing. Work on and money to spend though, you know? They're a lot heavier. They get the worst gas mileage on planet Earth. Isn't it? You're still gonna get like 17, 18 miles a gallon. Is it? I knew it was lagging. Thank you for letting me know. I felt it, dude. I swear I felt it. I sensed it. Sense 8. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys, okay? It's very spontaneous how it does it. Let me try to buffer it for a second. I'll be right back. Let's see if that helps at all. Who knows? Probably not. Let's see. Sorry about that, guys. So there's got to be diagrams. Like, I need an official diagram that shows me what I'm trying to do. Life. I coughed up the dough for it. Is it still glitching? Is it because it's just one of those days? Once in a blue moon, this area has spotty service, but it's so rare. It is glitchy. It's probably because there's so many people here today. I don't know. It's a busy day. If this was shore power, if this was drawn for somebody using shore power, then why the hell would they, why is there a relay between the extra batteries just so that it never accidentally overcharges? I guess. My handy dandy notebook, that's right. Okay, so I'm gonna redraw this and try to make it make sense. Okay, so... Oh, my pen doesn't want to work. There we go. Okay, so... Okay. Ground. Positive. Inline fuse. Dude, drawing this from scratch is really satisfying. We hit our follower goal today, and we upped the ante to 4,800. It's still lagging? Ah, it is, dude. That is so weird. I almost want to try something that I've never tried before. I want to try shutting everything off and turning it all back on. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me try something else. Hold on. We'll see. Only one way to find out. I completely disconnected it from any kind of cell towers and then just reconnected it all. Okay, so I'm in the middle of this. Where's the other tripod at? Yeah, stream's tweaking, dude. Is it still glitching for you? Okay, let's. So, the main and then the negative ground. All right. Positive, negative. Inline fuse. Inline fuse. Hub. Positive, negative. Some of those that run forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that run forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that run forces. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck. Down, down, down,
It was so fun. I had the best time with you guys. I'm like, let's do it again.
Aw. Sounds like she really had a good time.
Potential boost said refresh y'all.
Refresh, y'all.
Shazia Lynch said I'm back.
Welcome back.
Shazia Lynch said still reflecting on my stupid neighbors.
Ah, damn, those are your neighbors too? Ugh. Well, I'm here for you, Shazi.
Shazia Lynch said yeah, I could walk past there every day.
Yeah. Just be yourself. Can't change, you know, for other people. Fuck them.
S3 dated 9 psycho underscore 0 said what are neighbors doing? Flint said join van life, then you can have different neighbors every day.
It's true, but not under those circumstances. It sucked to just like, you know, you gotta feel comfortable where you live. You pay money to live there. Why in particular were they harassing you? Yeah. Like what was like the, if you don't mind sharing, like what did they say or how did they act? Like what was the, like what instigated it, you know? Because that's fucked up. Does that fix the light exposure?
Shadia Lynch said they were having an argument between each other and I walked past an OFC look at the M.
Oh, and they were like, don't look at our horrible relationship. Don't look at us. Well, that's okay. They have their own living hell probably to deal with each other.
Said the guy then shouted, "What are you looking at, you redhead napper?"
You should call the police. You should file a police report against them. Because if it ever happens again, then at least you have some kind of official confirmation that it's like a repeat offender. Like if they ever like if you really want to build a case in case they try to do something. Okay. It's a cute little tiny bulldog. No, they're just on love. That's a hell of a drug. You know, like they were arguing already between each other. That's some psycho shit. That's like you're in an argument with somebody and somebody looks at you and you're like, "What? You want some too?" And then both of you tag team. You know what I mean though? It's like, what? It's like, don't bring me into your guys' fucked up lives. I don't want anything to do with you guys' bullshit. Fucking crackheads. Obviously, I wouldn't call them fucking crackheads, but I'd gladly say, don't drag me into your guys' need for therapy. I don't want to deal with your guys' shit. Fuck off. I'm just looking at a loud noise.
S3 dated 9 psycho underscore 0 said I would.
Well, we are the non-violent aggressors. We try to push in a way that we don't have to fight. But, like I said, I mean, growing up in and around Detroit, there's a lot of people who learn the hard way, you know, to never treat people like that again. And I think it's lucky for them that they met somebody who wasn't about to beat their ass or anything, because sometimes people don't even learn from that, so it's never really... I know what you're saying. I get you. But I agree, man. I mean, every ounce of my being wants to say the same thing. Because, like, don't fuck with Shazi, you know? Like, she's just chilling, being herself, minding her own business, while other people are having a display of lack of communication in public by arguing in public, which is very, very fucking much of a shitty scenario already. Like, you might as well not talk shit to people outside of your little bubble and make everyone else's lives worse, you know? But yeah, either way, screw them. Hopefully you don't have to deal with that ever again. Maybe even one day they'll come up to you and be like, you know, I broke up with that person and I just want to let you know that we were having a really bad argument and we suck, and that day we were being really rude and I take it all back and I'm so sorry. Like maybe they'll turn the leaf. Maybe sedated psycho has to go pay him a visit first. Welcome back, Cassie. I almost lost the stream for a second there. It decided that it wanted to like not work properly.
Shazia Lynch said maybe. S3 dated 9 psycho _0 said peace is best, but if someone insists on hindering my peace, then I will take care of it until my peace is returned.
You know, it'd be the funniest to deal with it in like a more comical way, you know? Like pull out an air horn and like while they're like talking shit to you, just be like, whoop, pull out this big ass air horn and be like, like what? I can't hear you.
Cassie will come for them long.
Yeah, Cassie will get him. That's right. I agree.
S3 dated 9 psycho _0 said how Yang hold them down and blast that inside area. Shazia Lynch said OMG guys.
Let's
Shazia
see.
Lynch said I'm done the world.
I know. I know.
Five Flint said let the bodies hit the floor musical note. Cassie Yasmin said Danny writing a comic book about the crazies on the beach wall.
That's kind of good. It's kind of a good idea. Okay, I think I just drew out the system correctly. I'm gonna have to show this to some people and ask them. It makes sense to me. This will not.
Saudi said where did you buy that hat?
The only downside. Oh, this is Lower Park. My homie. My homie makes these. He travels to all these different countries with his wife and his kid. He has like this really beautiful little family, and he's from San Francisco, and they make these 5-panel hats, and they make 5 panels with like different size brims, and this is a short brim. But what they do is they fly to all these different foreign countries and they buy like limited amount, like a few yards, you know, maybe 5-10 yards max ever. So they try to buy like certain types of fabrics, and so that everything they make is a little bit like exclusive. Like this one is like a Turkey. This fabric is actually from Turkey. Oh, I should have told homie that, all of our Turkish homies. But yeah, so this fabric was just some like vintage 80s fabric from Turkey that they found and they bought. And so they make like hats and sometimes like jackets or jumpers or shoulder bags with the same kind of print on it. But they always travel around and find new fabrics to make them out of. Sometimes they have patterns and designs, you know, from all these different countries and cultures. But I really liked the kind of plain, colorful fabric like that. Yeah, Lower Park. They're a great company, man. They're really, I think I paid, I think all their hats are $40. Yo, I have to start a whole new sheet for this shit. Oh shit, are we lagging again? Is the beach lag fest today? Oh man, I saw the lag. Here, let me write down your name. I have a sub wall. Go on sticky notes.
The manager said good afternoon, chat and bliss.
We have the
We all
whole,
gather here on planet Earth for another beautiful
the
day
whole
above ground.
Yo, manager.
Everyone is having a grateful day.
Hey, it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Welcome back. Always a pleasure. I like that. I like that entrance you just made there. Earlier, somebody came in, and if they're still here, no offense. We're homies now. But earlier, somebody came in, and I was like talking about like batteries and like DC charger, and then he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You think anybody cares about that? Play music right now. Like asked me to play like songs and stuff on my guitar, and I was like, holy shit, buddy. I was like, I don't know you well enough to know whether you're joking or not. It was brutal. But yeah, like entry to the stream when you come in, the
manager
good
said
attitude.
That sounds like a neat niche business to do.
Yeah, for
This is
sure.
International fabric.
So he's got the hookup because his girlfriend is originally from Mexico, and him and his girlfriend work together. His girlfriend's family like directly owns a bunch of fabric facilities where they can make these. So these are all made in Guadalajara via her family and her family's friends and stuff that have had a long-standing business for making clothes and apparel and stuff. So yeah, they've got a pretty good system going there. It's really impressive. All right, I gotta put your name up on this and put you up on the wall. I think I'm gonna wait till we fill this up before I stick it up there because it's so hard for me to write it up there. Sedated psycho. Okay, got you on the list. You guys, we're getting so close to our 80 goal. This is crazy. It's okay, some people aren't aligning with the universe every day. The power of positivity can overcome anything. I know, you know what I figured really quickly was that it's probably like a language barrier, culture barrier. You know, like when I was living in Mexico, people would like joke with me about stuff, and then they would like be super sarcastic, but they weren't trying to be mean. And it's just like their humor is a little bit like more rough around the edges. And it's like you need to really like meet somebody and learn what they're like. Oh, she bailed. You know what I often, you know what's really cool? Is that every day I see somebody new pulling up in here. Like that girl with her van. I've never seen her before. But there's so many van lifers, like guys, girls, fucking all ages too. Whole families. A lot of these nicer sprinters, they have like several dogs with them too, and they set up like this whole fucking thing. But she didn't bail on the spot. You got this. That's a good spot. Oh damn, South Dakota plates. Are you serious? But yeah, what you been up to, manager? How's it going? Okay, so this system makes more sense to me. I think I'm missing an isolation point. Oh yeah. A fuse. I mean, yes, an inline fuse here. Okay, so technically I should be able to power my system like this. Okay, you guys ready for this? You want me to show you? And how have you been, Matt? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. That's a neat perspective about van life. You can roam anywhere, so meet new people. Yeah. And some of the people, right? Some of the people, it's like it's almost like It's like if you had dreadlocks and you saw somebody else with dreadlocks, or if you're like wearing a Rolex and you see somebody else wearing a Rolex. It's almost like there's this like instant understanding / stereotype around it. But it's the same if you are traveling and living out of a van and you see another person doing it. There's like this special connection where every time somebody like that drives by and you make eye contact, there's always a smile, like a soulful miniature exchange, no matter if it's minute or they end up chatting with you and taking the time to get to know you or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty sweet. All right, let me show you this. This is what I've been trying to understand today. So I was drawing out different systems for adding in a battery, right? You think that all you do is just put another battery in there. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. So I was trying to figure it out again and again. I think this is my final diagram of me being able to understand this shit. So I'll walk you through it, guys. If you're paying attention, I'm gonna try to do this as easy as possible. So this battery right here is the one that's made for starting my engine, okay? This one is very important. This one is more important than any of this other shit, okay? This one starts the engine. It communicates with a bunch of electronic modules and different sensors. And this one is so important to be running and in full condition and to start the van. And it's connected to the fuse boxes. This is very important.
Where do you buy or get all your notebooks?
This is the same one. I'm just like using the backs of pages and fronts of pages, like which place I can use. That's my ADHD. So your main battery is always going to be connected, going to be grounded, right? So the negative terminal on your battery that starts your engine is going to be grounded. And then I didn't draw it on here, but this battery is also hooked up to your engine's alternator, okay? We're not using the alternator in this setup. So the main battery has a cable that goes to this DC to DC charger. Basically, this thing is going to charge your extra battery, but you have to wire that in before the extra battery, right? So the main battery goes to the DC charger. Makes sense, right? So this one is running because of your engine, and then while it's on, it turns this system on, and then that charger goes to your battery. Then the extra battery is being charged while you're running your engine. Very simple. Then this extra battery runs to this thing called an inverter. It's an inverter charger. Essentially, this is going to turn all that power into something that you can utilize and hook up outlets to, right? That's where the tunnel kind of ends, where you start figuring out your fuses or breaker box or appliances or whatever the fuck you're using, depending if it's 12 or 120 volts. I know it does. I know this is the M1 router, power bank, orange Pi, power bank, camera. It's on the same page on the back, but upside down. Or no, it's on the next page over. Oops. So essentially, when you turn your van on and you charge this battery, then when you shut your van off, you don't want this system to use your battery from your engine to power all the shit, right? That's what you're preventing by having an extra battery. So this little relay isolation unit right here, this thing, this thing, okay, so here's the main battery, here's the extra battery. When you shut your van off, this thing is gonna know that you shut your van off, and it's gonna cut your main battery off. So when you shut your van off, after everything's working together and charging together, when you shut your van off, this relay goes, and now you're only accessing this. So it shuts off access to the main battery, meaning that you're not going to go camping and then realize, oh shit, I just used both of my batteries, I need a jump start or something. So this system is pretty basic, but with this hub right here, technically I should be able to reroute and add in solar.
The manager said the relay is a trigger to go from main battery to secondary battery.
Right. Oh. Well, some people use a switch and some people use like an isolation relay. which will usually hook up to your fuse box or something so that it can indicate when the CPU inside is like shutting off finally, like disengaging. Like when you turn your car on and you turn it off and then you pull your key out and your dash lights are like still on for like 4 seconds and then they turn off. Like once that happens, it should be the same moment that it triggers your isolation relay, which at that point would just cut off connection between those two batteries, which is exactly what I'm trying to achieve. So is that what are we on the same page? I don't know if the relay knows just straight through the current, and the relay can also be used to stop the battery from overcharging. I guess it depends on what you're buying. Like in case you're running it and you're driving and then that battery is being, unless the charger has a built-in relay that will allow it to stop charging it when it's at full capacity.
The manager said makes sense so far. Also, it leaves a bridge open for future additions.
Right, especially with the hub, because with those little hubs that go in between the DC charger and the rest of the shit, I would probably want to get one with like 6
Secretity 19
things.
said, do you really need the DC to DC converter seeing as you have the inverter?
I don't know. I think that you can get an all-in-one. I think there is like an all-in-one. I'm pretty sure. Or they just also do the same thing, but I'm not sure. That's a good question. I don't know. Based off of all the diagrams I looked at, they could be outdated. You know, I could just go into one thing that's also a battery charger and an inverter. That's true. Because the inverter is also a charger.
Secretity 19 said, I don't think you need it. If you was doing solar, I believe you would, but not using the inverter.
Yeah, but I want the inverter for when I upgrade and have solar. So I'm prepping myself for the inevitable. The future. And then with solar, I would also need charging controllers.
The manager said, I am not a super electrical guru, but I personally would do a one consult with Big Bear Vans over Zoom call. They offer electrical diagrams and consultings for van life since they build vans.
Oh, nice. That's cool. I'll have to look into them. Did Crazy Town ever get a van or decide to get one or not? If so, this is the place to be, honestly. San Diego is where it's at right now. Or no, he's in Thailand, isn't he? Or Japan? Thailand? So this all looks right. This is A. Because the DC to DC charge that charges the battery is basically acting as the alternator. So you do need the DC to DC battery charger. Unless we want to upgrade the alternator and just go straight from the alternator, and this would be a whole new diagram. I've always thought boat life would be fun. Yeah. I slept on a sailboat a couple times in like a marina, like a harbor or whatever, marina. I have a friend who owns like a mini yacht. He bought it for like 30 grand. And he has been living in it in the like Marina Del Rey area in LA for like I don't know, probably like a year or so now. And you have to get like a certain thing and sign up for a list and like apply to be a person who's a resident in one of them. And it's like, it takes like 5 years or some shit. So like people who go out there and buy a boat and want to live in it, they just like live in it anyways. They just like start living in it prematurely without having everything officially confirmed. And then the rental space there after you've already made the purchase is like next to nothing compared to rent. I think it's like a couple $100 a month or a few $100 a month, or I don't know. Okay, so this diagram looks good, makes sense. And then
Secrecity 19 said, I was always told to find a friend with a boat. It's a lot cheaper than owning one.
yep.
Lol. The manager said no. He saved up funds, then wanted an escape from America and
Oh,
went to Thailand
nice.
for 30 days, but has been there 90 so far.
Holy.
Might stay longer since this 20 feet. But to be honest, he's addicted to the hookers.
No way. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I was not expecting that last part, dude. Brutal. Oh, poor guy. Oh, man, dude. Shit. Fuck, dude.
Cassie Yasmin said lol.
Dang. That's not good. You become a sexpat. You know what that is? Like a sexual tourist who like only goes to places because they know that they can do that, and then end up like staying there and wait, what? Either way, it's content, I guess. You know, he's streaming on Kick. He'd probably talk about it honestly and be honest. He's a very honest person. He's a great guy. I don't know. I don't know him that well, but that sucks. He saved up the funds, but then he wanted to escape America and went to Thailand. I mean, that's a better bet than staying here. But
The manager said, well, I mean, when you can pay $65 to boom boom with 10 out of 10 women. It's addictive.
I mean,
Secrecity 19 said boats are money pits.
I think it's like,
Another T. Housen.
I think it's more about being selective though too. Like people who are addicted to paying for sex, they have preference too. Like, because technically, even if you're a virgin right now, you could get laid this weekend, you know? People love hooking up. It's just a matter of preference, you know? So, like, if you can get laid for free all the time, that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's like, it's just a matter of paying a certain amount of money to get a certain demographic that you think is sexy and your type, body type, etc. And then you pay for that because it's easier to access that, you know? But technically, sex in a nutshell is free. Unless you get somebody pregnant, and then you have to save up, like, you know, take care of a baby.
The manager said also alcohol is a reason for people when you can get blasted drunk with $2 beer and alcohol is hard to leave.
Holy shit, man. What the fuck is going on? It's kind of crazy, dude. Most people that I know that go there have like the opposite experience. Like they see the sex tourism for what it is. They go overboard sometimes, but they just look at it as like it's an extended vacation in a new place and they're having fun. Usually I see people come to more at peace with themselves. It seems like it almost has certain resources that make it so it's hard for him to not spiral. Dang, poor guy. Well, I'm glad I asked. I'm glad you're honest about it. And you're friends with him, so it's not like you're talking negatively about him or anything. Damn, I would have never thought that was going to be what you would say.
The manager said agreed. Thailand is an escape for him to feel like a normal person and not known as houseless or homeless. But he will be back by July.
Well, fuck anybody that judges him thinking that he's houseless or homeless, you know? Because, I don't know. Maybe it comes with the territory of being a kick streamer, no? Because people are so openly hateful there. Like, they start with hate and then they balance out with being, like, your asshole friends. Like most viewers on Kick are in that kind of demographic of people. Or maybe he just feels that way because he has been trying to get housed or trying to figure it out. I don't know. Either way, it's tough. Damn. Yeah, I mean, he could just, maybe he'll find his peace, you know? Maybe he'll get it all out of his system and be like, okay, wake up call. Time to do something for myself that's healthier or something, I don't know. You can only hope for him to make an upswing, right? So now let me look at that crazy diagram that of the one with the solar that broke my brain earlier that Therion sent. So this system looks like it, oh man, there's so much. Okay, shore power, excuse me. So you can plug that straight into a generator. And then that generator will hook straight up to your entire system. That's cool. Okay, so the only thing missing between the solar is charge controllers. So it would be like, if this is a 40 amp DC to DC, then if I did this same setup with solar, then I would have a 40 amp charge controller.
The manager said he became houseless due to a personal battle with meth. He stopped it by screaming as an alternative thing to do. Then he's been rebuilding himself and trying to get back on his feet. I personally felt van life was best for him. But OSW fat it is. Secrecity 19 said can only help those who want to help themselves. As sad
I feel
as
you,
it may
manager.
seem, sometimes it's best to distance yourself from someone in a self-destructive mode.
Oh, I know, man. That's the problem. It's like you got to work on yourself before you try to go out there and show people who you are every day. So if you're spiraling again, it might deter, you know, new people from, or even regulars from coming back. I mean, when I'm having a bad day and I'm not feeling great, I feel like I'm not good. I'm not enjoyable to be around, personally. So I know a lot of people feel that way too. It's like, you know, but you can't really get out of it. You're like, sorry, today sucks. Well, I hope that he stays, he doesn't relapse or any shit like that, because I'm glad that he's not doing that anymore.
The manager said he openly talks about how streaming saved his life. He's been clean 2+ years, so alcohol will last better than hard drugs.
Ah, okay. Yeah. But it's a mental thing. It's you that save your own life. Like, yeah, there's tool and utensils and things and that stuff, but like, you need to give that credit to yourself. Like, even if choosing to stream is a part of you saving your own life and bettering your own life, technically it was his choice, and it was his decision to put in the time and the effort to stream as much as he did. And like, I think that, I don't know, basically what I'm trying to say is that I think people give credit to things outside of themselves too much. Granted, it's a very humbling experience when you go sober, I'm sure, and then when you have a community to back you up through it and get through it all. But really,
Substitute one substance for another.
you know,
It's still a bad, sad situation.
but I hope he gives himself enough credit, you know, so that he can get through, you know, any addiction that comes his way. If he's gotten off of harder substances like the one you mentioned, then maybe he can get through all this other shit. Right. Right. But you have to give yourself the credit, because you can't lean on it. Like, if like if streaming saved your life, what if you're not streaming anymore? You know, then there's like this whole like pivotal point where you need to learn how to survive without having that. Either way, I don't want to talk about somebody else's lives and struggles. It feels really inconsiderate because they're not here to chat about it, and I only wish them the best. I hope that they're good. They're okay. Like I said, if they could get off a drug as hard as meth, then that says a lot about them being able to get through being like addicted to paying for sex and alcohol. I think meth is probably a lot harder to quit than any of that other stuff. But yeah, I appreciate you talking about it. I like this kind of talks, deep combos. Oh shit, Matt, are you watching ads? I'm gonna type ads, sorry, just so he knows in case he's watching ads that I know that he can't hear me.
Happy Yasmin said lol. Potential Bliss said ad sorry.
Okay, I want to draw a new diagram.
Secretsity 19 said perfect timing for ads.
I know, right? Good timing. Let's see. So in the new diagram, we're gonna draw solar.
Cassie Yasmin said oh no lol.
In the new diagram, the very top is gonna be solar panels.
Secretsity 19 said Cassie shout out ads.
I'd like to take this moment to thank Mother Earth for sponsoring these streams. Thank you so much for the ocean and all that good stuff that we stream all the time. Shout out to Germans because they made diesel engines. Shout out to Twitch, Jeff Bezos for buying Twitch and putting it on the map. Thanks Dan Clancy for being the most unique, eccentric CEO on planet Earth. Thank you to all my friends here on the community. Thank you to the subscribers. It's like an award speech. Okay, so solar panel.
Secretsity 19 said I'm tearing up. Cassie Yasmin said Secretsity 19, lol.
Solar panel. Charge controller. And then that one goes. Where does the charge controller go? Charge controller goes to the bus bar. Wow. Really? That's it? And Renogy has things that you can hook up to the negative.
I told him the van life community would be great fit for him because everyone is friendly, open-minded and enjoys nature. Anywho, it will work out.
Yeah. It's tough too. I mean, it's like you have to learn how to work on your engine, and if you can't afford big fixes, you're gonna have to be broken down or partially broken down or partially, you know, not stoked with the condition of it and having to buy parts and tools. Like, it's a whole journey. I think that it would give him some purpose, you know? Like, there's no way he's gonna buy a van and it's gonna be perfect forever, you know? As far as the van goes. So I think, like, it for me, I mean, I feel like it's given me so much to learn and grow upon. Really.
65 said solar then MPPT charge controller.
What's the MPP? Oh, yeah, a charge controller. Yes. So the solar, but let me look at this picture really quick. So there's a hub of negatives and there's a hub of positives, right? And that hub of negatives and hub of positives, they go from the negative and positive. Let's say this is a solar panel. So there's going to be a negative and a positive, and both of those are going to go straight into the controller. So technically, let me draw this really quick. Nice. Positive, negative, and hi Pennywise, thank you. Negative. What's the M? What's MPPT stand for? And welcome into the Discord, you guys. I also have Twitter. If you guys use Twitter, I think if you type in Potential Bliss in there, you'll find me. I have a YouTube channel. Please feel free to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I am trying to get partnered on YouTube. I used to be partnered on there, and I used to make like enough to justify it being a valuable resource. And they demonetized and unpartnered my YouTube because I didn't post for 6 months, which I didn't even know was a thing. So technically, I am trying to get repartnered on there. So if you guys ever want to see any of my original music videos, travel vlogs, random corny ass satire seeming videos from all these different places. I have crazy series. I have a medicine music series. I have a bunch of live streams. I simulcast, so all my VODs from Twitch are on YouTube automatically. But yeah, if you guys are ever interested in checking any of that stuff out, I am Potential Bliss on YouTube. I hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I put a lot of work into it, and I tried really hard. And then like a year later, they took me off the partner program, and I was like really demotivated by that. Solar. Do you know Relic? He built a Sprinter on stream like a year ago. No, I didn't see that. I know who he is, but I didn't know that he built out a van. That's sick. Doesn't he live in like Europe or something though, which is amazing because he has more access to like affordable parts for these. Being in America, you kind of like have to be a sucker to buy into these German vehicles. Maximum PowerPoint tracking. Oh shit. Have I been to Big Bear in the van? Not with the van, but I've been to Big Bear. Oh, really? Houston. Oh, that's cool. Texas is a good place. There's so many fucking knowledgeable people there that like work on cars and trucks and diesels and stuff. That's dope. I need to check him out. I've seen him kind of like through the grapevine, you know, I just haven't really had a chance. I feel like every time I've seen him streaming, he's not in America. He must travel a lot. Damn it, I didn't draw this out like I wanted. Solar. Solar. Damn, that baby's having a bad time. Feel bad for it.
Secrecity 19 said, can people who are tall still do shorts?
What do you mean? I think so. Maybe you mean Relic Chris. He's a Swedish guy. Oh, yeah. I think we're thinking of different people then. I wonder if Relic... I think Relic... Wait, does he do like magnet fishing and like outdoorsy stuff? I think he might be the only person that I've seen in America that has a sprinter that I followed, but I haven't seen him stream a bunch. I think I know who you're talking about. Ah, yes. Yeah, I followed him. Dude, I remember I saw his profile. I like was searching on my own through like IRL, like van life or something tags. I forget what it was. But I ended up finding his page and I saw like a sprinter and I could tell that he streams out of it and stuff from like looking around his page, and I was like, oh man, instant follow for me.
Secrecity 19 said real as the clown. Just Jared 2 said where are we at today?
San Diego. Good ending. Hey, that's a good name. So this is the charging controller. And hi, my name is Danny. If you guys are new here from the IRL category, I'm super appreciative that you took the time to come check out the stream. Don't feel obliged to participate in any way that doesn't feel comfortable for you. You know, you can lurk for as long as you want. You don't even have to follow me. You can just follow me like a lurker. Like you can type my username in every day. I'll probably be streaming. Oh yeah, you want me to show you some shit? Okay, this is perfect. This is perfect. Okay, look. I may or may not have had like 40 milligrams of caffeine. Okay, so... Okay, look. So I drew this out because I found a diagram that was this, okay? This confused the shit out of me, okay? Don't mind my dirty fingernail. I had my hands under my hood today, so... So look, main battery, grounded, right? Main battery will be hooked up to the alternator. It's not in the picture. Main battery goes to DC-DC battery charger. Positive on the diagram goes straight into the inverter, but then goes to the battery. But the battery terminal isn't even hooked up to the inverter. So this was some kind of shoreline template for some dude that had shoreline that was going to have this battery plugged into shoreline, which was going to be powering the inverter and the battery charger, but still makes no sense to me because why the fuck are you charging this battery if the positive terminal has a relay in between it? Like, I don't know, this whole thing confused me, right? So I redrew it to make sense. So if this is my main battery, it's grounded, it's also hooked up to an alternator, unpictured.
Do you know where the bathroom is here?
Yeah, I do. It's just right at the end. You see like the second light post there?
Yeah.
It's about just as far as this one between those two, past that. Only because that school bus is there, you can't see it.
Oh, but it's right there?
Yeah, it's just at the end of the lot. It's not too far.
I hope not.
Yep. Shit, if parking wasn't so bad, I'd give her a ride. It's only like an eighth of a, I don't even know. It's several hundred feet. It's not very far. Okay, so this one, this setup, main battery to DC-DC converter. DC to DC converter goes to a positive hub and a negative hub, okay? The positive goes to this battery. Then this battery also goes, this is the extra battery. The positive goes to the inverter, right? So main battery, inverter charge, or sorry, main battery, DC-DC charger, positive hub goes to the battery. There's a relay there, so when I shut the engine off, it disconnects this from the setup and it's independently using this, right? Is this correct? Is this a correct diagram? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that just made my day. You just made my whole day.
That does look good. Yes.
You just made my fucking day. I love you, bro. Thank you so much. You have no idea. I had like a sort of a mental breakdown earlier because I was like, why the fuck wouldn't it be connected to the battery? Because look at this other one that I drew from this other diagram. The way that they had it set up is so that the main battery would be powering not only the backup battery, but it would be powering the inverter. So, and then the relay was only here. Okay, so this is why it was so confusing. I was like, what happens I get it that like with this whole system hooked up, it's charging this, but how is this extra battery even being used other than being charged? Is it because this in the relay is also powering it? Is this somehow running in unison just by being hooked up to this little bar? This little hub? This is a weird system and it confused the shit out of me earlier and I was going crazy trying to figure it out. Because technically, if this was the way I hooked it up, this relay would only shut off, basically this would still be, this would be still using my engine battery.
C_Therion7 said that's just for the inverter, but yeah, I do not like that first diagram.
Yeah. Okay, and then you want to see how I'm trying to draw out now how I would put solar in there. I'm gonna miss some pieces probably, so I'm glad you're here. So I start with 2 solar panels, positive and negative on each one, positive and negative, and then right here is the charger controller. So this so technically this system right here would also have so this also has negative and positive outputs, right? So this charger controller has a plus, a negative, a plus, a negative, right? So then would I be able to just wire later on these positives into this hub? Or would these have to go into something else before entering this positive terminal hub? Would I be able to wire in through a charger controller and solar directly into that hub? Or would I need more components? That's my new question. Thought current could only go one way. Well, AC, DC, so they can go both ways. But I know what you meant. You meant
C_Therion7 said charge controller for the batteries. Be sure to include and switch that will separate the systems.
Wait.
You don't want the solar system and the alternator pushing power at the same time.
Yeah, I don't want to explode. So the charger controller would need another module to regulate it. So something between the controller and the hub. And also, would it go directly into the hub? Would that be fine? Once I get this sorted? Like, would this part need to have some kind of, I don't know, monitoring system, regulator with like a relay built into it? Or what's that? Charging controller for the batteries. Be sure to include a switch that will separate the systems. Yeah, couldn't there be like an automatic relay switch? Or is that something that's built into some kind of hardware that is automatic, or what?
Heinz Stark said you need something like a conductor. Heinz Stark said circuit.
Oh, you mean just put like a fucking, put like some inline fuses in between? Because I would do that anyways. Anything that's gonna go in any positive terminal anywhere is gonna have an inline fuse in it, I think. So there would be inline fuses in between this charge controller positives and this hub. At least that's what I've seen on most of the diagrams I've been researching. See, like when I look at that really, you know what's funny? It took me like hours to like not look at this and feel like I wanted to die. I finally, once I understood the simplicity of this portion of it, like the first portion, I was like, oh.
C_Therion7 said when you say hub, you meaning a bus bar.
Yep, I mean bus bar. That's exactly what I mean.
C_Therion7 said yes. Either everything comes and goes from the bus bars or some kind of distribution panel.
Right. Yeah, so I was thinking just get a bus bar that would have enough inputs to later on be able to fit some solar panels into the same bus bar. Right? Isn't that kind of what I should be doing? I think so. And this isn't even to take in consideration battery ampage, how many amps is the charger, how many watts is the inverter, how many amps is the backup battery, how many watts are the solar, how much consumption do I need to take into account. That's not even any of that taken into account yet. This is me just like figuring out the most basics. You found it.
Found it.
Okay, good. I'm
Thank
glad.
you.
But yeah. Seems like I'm in the right wheelhouse here. Sort of got it figured out a bit. So yeah, what would need to go in between the charge controller and the bus bar? Anything? And I don't have any, there's no like voltage regulators or like electrical meters, readers, diagnosis. There's nothing of this like live, I would love to have like live, like a live readout. I don't know how to say that. I don't know why, but I'd love to have some like device that tells me what I'm working with, what I'm generating, etc. Stuff like that. Is there something in the system where that places in?
C_Therion7 said that would be awesome. Yes. The C-short includes that switch.
What
If
switch?
you look at the diagram in Discord, it says battery disconnect. Switch to separate the alternator and solar systems, I think. Like a two-way switch, I think.
Nice though, but like, fuck, I'm not into the muscle and all that shit. What up?
What up?
Wait, what? Where's that switch?
Yeah, you can serve. Avalanche looks fun. We're gonna try and get some clips and switch off if you want to get some
I'm
clips.
down, I'm in.
Yeah. fucking come
Where's
on.
the switch on the diagram?
Alright.
You mean like a regulator, like some kind of like another relay switch?
C_Therion7 said the switch is small red round to the left above the battery.
Oh yeah, that's the battery disconnect. That's like what I keep calling the isolator relay. Because normally people back in the day would just flip it off manually, right? So that relay is next to the extra battery, right? Just like in the diagram. So if the solar, Jesus Christ, if the solar
C_Therion7 said www.amazon.com.
wait, what is it? Let me check it. Well, wait, look at this real quick. If the channel, or hold on, let me mute this because I'm making myself anxious while trying to talk. You guys can still type though. Charger controller goes into this hub, right? Into this bus bar. And then right past the bus bar is that disconnector thingy, which I'm calling an isolator or a relay switch. Which this thing, when I shut off the van, will stop connecting. So, should I have another one of these in between the solar charger controller and the hub? So like one right, say if this is going down to the hub, there'd be one of those right here, a secondary one. I'm so confusing. I'm so confused because like on the picture that there's only one place for that relay. It doesn't have one in between the hub. Cute, hi. I mean, it doesn't have one in between. And to whoever said they think that power could only run in one direction, that's actually an interesting question or comment, because when you think about it, your alternator is charging your battery through the positive charging terminal. And that positive charging terminal is also outputting power at the same time. So it can sort of, so to speak, be going both ways, which is really confusing to my brain, especially if it's DC, which is direct in one way. So it looks like this relay, it goes in between the bus bar and the batteries. So the bus bar is what connects the controller to the batteries. So the controller goes to the bus bar. Yeah, oh wait, no, I got it right. This is all right. Therion, this is correct. This is good. This is, if I put this, what I just drew above this, it would go into the hub, just like here, goes straight to the hub, and then from the hub to the batteries, there is a relay. So that's it. A fucking shit. Figured it out. So what's the other thing? Did you send the right link yet? Oh, you said long link. I thought you said sorry for the wrong link. Battery switch. Okay, so they make these automatic relays. Like they make these isolators automatic, so that like when you turn the ignition off, it turns off. But when the ignition's off, I don't want the fucking solar to stop running. So when I'm driving, I want the solar off if it's wired into the extra battery. Is that what you're saying? That's what you're saying, huh? You're saying that when I'm driving, I don't want it to be sending double the energy to the battery. Is that what it is from your trailer? Yeah, basically. I have a 2006 Sprinter with a Mercedes diesel engine inside of it. It's my baby. Yes, one or other, should never be both. Okay, is there an auto relay system that's reliable that would make it so I don't have to switch that manually? Or is that just how it is? It makes sense to switch it manually because wait. When I shut the van off, when I shut the electricity off, I don't want the solar to be cut off. So that manual relay makes more sense. But what happens if you drive and they're both fucking on? There's got to be a fail-proof method for making sure that doesn't happen. Dude, I'm getting such a better understanding. This shit is straight up like going to school, man. And welcome in, Fury, by the way. Greetings from California to wherever you are. I hope you're doing good. But yeah, this is my van. I live in America and I have a German turbo diesel engine. So I had to learn a bunch of crazy shit I never thought I would have to learn, and I'm still learning. At this point, I'm ready to start learning about power, electricity, how to generate, how to share, how to distribute, how to regulate, how to limit, how to invert, you know, the whole kit and caboodle. And I have learned just a good amount today. Nikos, hello from New York. Welcome in. God, I want to go to New York so bad one day. I don't think I'd fit in with the van there unless I went to like, from what I've heard, I don't know, it might be hard for me to find parking and stuff. And like upstate New York has a lot more forests and beautiful like towns and stuff. But New York City seems kind of hectic, but I always want to go there, man. I gotta walk around New York City one day in the thick of it. I'll probably just get anxiety and be like, holy shit, there's too many people. If you have solar, why are you even hooking it up to your van's battery? Just use it as its own system. I thought we're hooking up the van battery because we weren't using panels. Okay, so what I was saying, I already said this like 10 times, is that first I'm starting with batteries, but I need the battery system, the electrical system, to be capable of future modifications. So I need to learn everything involved before I even start doing the first phase, you know? So I need to have this ready for solar. And so now that I've learned all this stuff, I have no questions. I mean, I don't know what else kind of questions I could have unless I redraw this whole diagram perfectly and then post it online and say, does anybody have any concerns about this? You're in Queens? Oh, Queens. I always hear about Queens, but like only in movies and rap songs and stuff. That's dope. I'm originally from Detroit, actually, so, you know, yeah, I know what it's like to feel like, oh shit, where I live is kind of rough. Want the engine to be able to charge the battery bank too, I think, Secret. Yeah, so what we want, Helixo, and hi Helixo. What we want specifically is to have a setup where my main battery is charging my extra battery, right? And then I want a system where the extra battery has available plugs, which means that I have to have an inverter and stuff, right? And then I want that whole system. I just needed a really good understanding from wire to wire, from inline fuses to relays to isolations to the bus bars to grounding. And now that I understand that, and this one isn't even including the alternator. Granted, the alternator is probably going to be working its ass off to make sure all this works properly, even though it does have a DC to DC charger hooked up. So this is one way to set it up. And then with this diagram and this second diagram, which is solar and the solar charger controller, I can just wire that into the bus bars, but I need to have an isolator, and it's gonna probably be manual based off what I'm looking at. There's gotta be a way to regulate that without a manual switch. Like, what happens if you drive and you forget to turn your solar panels off, and your alternator and the DC to DC charger and the solar is all generating all this energy, and your inverter? It seems like if that accidentally happened, you'd be totally fucked. I used to wire emergency vehicles for a living. What do you want to know? I want to know if they're... Okay, I'll show you. So, main battery hooked up to a DC-DC charger, going to the extra battery. Extra battery is going into the 3K inverter. These are just examples, but so main battery, DC-DC charger, going through a bus bar, and then going up to the battery. Battery's going to that. Turn off the van, boom, it's isolated. You're saving the main battery, right? So fast forward to the future where I consider putting solar in, right? Because I don't want to always have to drive my van to charge the batteries. I definitely need to utilize the sun's energy. It's a must. But so then if I have a solar panel and I have the negatives and positives plugged into a charging controller, then the charging controller would basically drop down into this hub, into this bus bar. So I'm curious, in between the charging controller and the bus bar that links it up into this system, is there a relay or isolator similar to... Is there a relay or isolator similar to this? Oh, what the heck? Wow, that web page isn't working anymore. That's funny. It won't let me open. the fuck? Either way, there's like an isolator similar to this little thing right here, right? That you'd want to put in between the charger controller and the bus bar. Because you don't want to run, welcome in, you don't want to run solar using your alternator and the chargers and all that combined. You want to have the solar off when you're driving, right? So that controller makes it so you're going to disconnect. Wait, so there's only one relay in this whole system. Battery to battery charger to bus bar to batteries. One relay. Yeah, I guess I do have a question. Is there gonna be an isolator that's automatic, like an automatic isolator relay, that when I turn off my van, it stops using my main battery? And then the second isolation system would have to be just right in between the controller and the hub. Between the controller and the hub. It looks like it's between the hub and the batteries, but how would that... I'm having isolation issues, guys. One thing I enjoy about my Victron, current regulator of some kind. Yeah, I was thinking that too. One thing I enjoy about my Victron charge controller is they work hand in hand with each other, or with other products. So I say when I turn on the generator, my solar charge controller turns off. See, that's what I need. I need something like that. Victron products have mesh networking, so they all communicate with one another. DC to DC charger is your isolator. Hey Bolos, how are you? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Helixo, thank you so much for subscribing. Let's add you to the list. I'm gonna put this new notepad up on the wall once it gets filled up. Thank you so much. Helixo. You don't need an isolator for your solar so it shuts off when your car is running. That's what I'm wondering. How does it communicate? What Therion was showing me was an isolator that you turn manually. The one that I put into my diagram is one that it's in between. It's the one you always see next to a battery when you see anybody that has a battery hooked up to their shit. You know, when you pop a hood and there's like a little isolation box, like a relay kind of a, and they tend to have ones that are automatic, so when you turn the car off, it automatically clicks it off so that you're not using the main cabin battery, right? So that's what I was assuming my relay on my diagram is doing, right? So then how do I, is that correct? Seems correct. Because is the DC to DC battery charger, when I shut off my van, going to communicate with the system that it should only be using? Is it going to isolate it? Is that DC to DC converter going to isolate the system? So then technically this relay is going to isolate the solar? Like the DC to DC does its own relay of cutting off the main battery, and then this relay isolation spot on the next to the bus bar going to the extra battery, that one, if that relay goes off, then that stops the solar. I don't understand how that would make sense because they're all connected to the same bus bar. Basically, when solar and car is running, they both provide 14 volts or whatever their charge voltage is. They won't fry anything if they're both running at the same time. Wait, really? Wait, Therion, help. I need your opinion on that, because you said never do it. Never ride with it on like that. With them both. Depends on the charge controller. If the solar charge controller receives more amperage or voltage than it's designed to, it'll pop. It's not communicating anything. When something is charging, it's providing higher voltage to the battery than it's currently at. Oh yeah, Captain Mac, Therion is the 40-foot school bus owning Oregonian solar destroyer. In the Discord diagram, there are circuit breakers to protect from overcurrent. Don't know if there's a way for it to get over voltage. Let's see the circuit breaker. C is going out to 12. Oh, it's a 120 volt breaker box. Okay. And then the breakers would go to permanent outlets then. Yeah, so the output of the inverter would go to breaker box and then breaker box to outlets. And then the breaker box for 12 volt would just be permanently wired into the appliances, most likely, like a fridge or whatever, right? This system is crazy. This one. There's a fuse block. The fuse block is just connected to the hub. But the fuse block is for simple appliances. Are all these appliances, like on this, basically there's no outlets. So like this setup indicates that it's being wired like a build out. Like everything's permanently fixed into the, like this goes, power goes straight to the fuse block, and then the fuse block has wires going to lights, wires going to fans. And then the breaker box would have permanent circuits that go directly to, say, a fridge, a monitor, etc., and it would be more permanent. Or it would also go to outlets. I mean, I don't know. That, yeah, I guess then that would go to outlets. Or something that's permanently fixed into that circuit. The charge controller is sandwiched with breakers. Yeah. So you think, yeah. Well, how do? So if the solar panels are plugged into the charge controller, can the charge controller, is it AC? Because like, where does that power go? Like, I understand shutting it off from the controller to the rest of the system if you're using the alternator at the same time, like what you were mentioning, Therion. But these, I didn't even notice the breakers, these little manual reset breakers. In a dream world, you drive with solar on and your alternator, and if for some reason something's happening that's mismatched or it's too much, that those little circuit breakers will just go, and then you can walk back over there and flick them when you need to have it back on. Solar is DC. They make DC to DC controllers with a solar controller in them. Okay. You want to keep everything running off DC in your van. Inverter is just for stuff you can't convert to DC easily, like home appliances. Right. Well, so instead of using an inverter charger after the extra battery, you would suggest what? I'm confused. If you're using Victron products, which probably cost $1 million, with a mesh networking, you could have a DC to DC charger and the solar running at the same time because they would communicate with one another. Ah, okay. I see. A gallon of gas in New York is $3.45. It's like $5 here. Discord diagram. So, what's wrong with this? What am I missing? Nothing if I get the same equipment, so it just all communicates with each other through like fucking, it's like, through telepathically communicates with each other. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever have AC or a fridge, like an actual fridge. You just wire everything to a fuse box and keep it DC. Don't go out and buy like an AC and stuff like that. Right. Well, with this inverter, this would still be inverting it so that I could take 120 volt, and then I could run that to a fuse box, right? So are you saying that I wouldn't need this? Clarify. Are you saying I don't need this shit? I don't need the inverter? Because don't I need the inverter and then I would go to the fuse box and then I would have all my cables coming from there? No, not for short. Anything to do with shore. No. Talking about like charging from wall outlets? No, I'm talking about just, I mean, I don't know. It depends. Is there any appliance you want that doesn't come in DC? I don't know. My brain is kind of mashed potatoes right now. But, so skipping the inverter and then instead of the inverter, what would be there? A different thing that regulates it all before the inverter? Because then otherwise it's just a battery straight to, similar to what you've got in your car normally, right? So basically we're just recreating a battery fuse system like the original, right? So technically we could just go from the extra battery into a fuse box, and then out of that fuse box comes all my wires for my random shit, which should be able to be enough power for charging everything that I need. You go straight from the battery to a fuse box, then wire up whenever you want. Right, okay. So with this inverter, why the fuck why the fuck's it there? Why did I write it down? Why was it on like every single diagram that I saw? Is that because most people end up going to 12 volt and trying to hook up appliances? Would, if and when I add in solar, would that inverter be more beneficial at that time? You know, would it be smart to have it if I'm gonna have solar later, or still just fuck the inverter? Most people use the AC power, say a desktop or blender or hair dryer. Yeah, I mean, if I could have like a little cooler with like a built-in fridge in it, that would really expand my eating options. Instead of having, you know, things that are perishable perish a lot faster. I would love to be able to run an air compressor. I want to be able to like charge all my tools, you know, and stuff like that. So I think like an air compressor is probably one of the things that I would love to be able to have set up.
Talvez eu vá dar aula em Coronado. A gente se fala. Eu só não vou dar aula em Coronado, eu acho, por conta do seu aniversário.
Okay, okay.
But it's looking more
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, you guys. I appreciate that. Whew. Thank you for being so patient with me. I'm like almost 8 hours into trying to like learn one thing that I can't figure out too great, and you just helped me a lot. Okay. So technically, this whole inverter charger could be just replaced with a fuse hub. As basic as it needs to be. Now back to the relay question. So if that's just I better write this shit down. Or fuse box. Basically you need a DC to DC charger, right? Okay. With an onboard solar controller, right? Charger controller. And a lithium ion battery. You got an extra one? You got an extra new one? I'll take it off your hands. There's your entire setup. Okay, so technically, here's my entire setup then. This is not an inverter, okay? This is a fuse box. So main battery, DC to DC hub, goes to the extra battery. There's an isolator right here, so when I shut off the van, it's not using the main. This is just a regular fuse box hub I would wire all my shit into. If then later I get solar and then I have a charger controller and I get these positives and negatives, they would come down into this hub right here. So that's all? That's all? Nothing in between the controller and the hub? So where is, if you guys can imagine this hub dropping down from above right here and being plugged in, or this section being plugged into this bus bar. This is bus bars. So if this section, this charging controller goes straight out into this bus bar, is that relay? This one is gonna isolate my main when I shut it off. But should there, like Therion was mentioning earlier, should there be a manual relay in between? Or should I try to get, you know, is there anything that I can, maybe like what Therion said, if I match up like some of the hardware, some of the stuff, like if how will the charging controller know if I'm running the van? Would I have to get like the same DC battery charger as the same company as the charger controllers? Just breaker to disconnect solar panels in case you need to do work on it. Okay. The alternator isn't to try to start a storage battery. They do not charge the same way the battery does. Wait. Okay, so at least I need, like he just said what you said though, Therion. He said just a breaker that disconnects the panels. So that, like what the link you sent me, it won't let me open it again. I don't know why, but the link you sent me, I could put that in between the charger controller and that bus bar. So then explain, make it make sense. Oops. Do you need to charge the house battery from the alternator? Yeah, the house, or sorry, not the house, the engine battery is going to be hooked up to the alternator. We're not going to hook this battery directly up to the alternator. At least in this diagram, right? Maybe I can draw that diagram out just to have a better understanding of it. But I would want to modify or at least buy a new alternator. A lot of people have said that they have the same van, same stock alternator, same engine, and that they've wired an extra battery up to their alternator, stock alternator, you know, like 200,000 miles on the van already. and that I've read stories from people where they said they have hooked up the extra battery directly like to the alternator, and that they have had no issues. But yeah, the main battery is going to hook up to the alternator. The main battery is going to go to this DC to DC charger. That DC to DC charger is going to go to a bus bar, which is a big positive and negative terminal with a bunch of inputs. And then one of the positives is going to go to the battery so that this charger is charging the extra battery. And then the battery is going to go to this fuse box. The fuse box is going to power shit. This solar setup right here would be fashioned in, it would be put into this bus bar here, and that's without hooking anything directly up to the alternator. But the alternator is going to be working on charging this battery as usual, and hopefully that this DC to DC battery charger does its job really well, so that it's slowly charging this one without like fucking up the main battery and alternator, right? So it still seems like, irregardless, that there should be some kind of circle means that it's like a relay or like an auto fuse switch that you can pop off. You can turn it on and off. So it looks like this would then go down, and then these positives and negatives would go straight into, these positives and negatives would go down into this bus bar section right here. It's called a breaker. What's called a breaker? Fuse box? What's a breaker? Oh, the little isolator thingy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you look that up on Amazon, it'll say like isolator, relay, breaker. It'll have like every one of those types of verbs or whatever, different versions of what they call it in the same title. So that's why I'm calling it a million things. Sorry. From solar to main battery. Well, this one goes from solar to the bus bar. Solar to battery doesn't exist. I mean, it exists, but I wouldn't want to have it. I wouldn't want to put it here. I mean, I could, but whatever you want to call this thing, this is what isolates my battery. It's an isolator, right? So this one should isolate my battery when the engine's off. I don't know why I feel like a broken record right now that's not figuring shit out, but it's probably driving me as nuts as it is you. So these breakers right here, right? These breakers would only break between the bus bar. So these breakers off, nothing's getting into this system. If the isolator activates and shuts off, then my main battery's cut off. I can use this shit, and I'm good. While I should be using solar, so I'd have to manually switch these on if for some reason I do that every time I'm using one or the other. Standalone off-grid system, then in no way connected to star battery would be easier, I think. Oh no, it's okay. I wish I could, trust me, I'm in the same boat. Maybe draw it out and show me pictures. Everybody, this is your contest. Everybody draw out this setup to a T and then take a picture of it and then post it on the Discord. And we'll look and see if we can, I can understand. Cause the only thing that I'm having trouble totally understanding here is let me think. The relay goes, or the isolation happens. That's fine. Solar's good. Yeah, I guess the only question that I was really getting caught up on is that these little breakers in between the charging controller and the whole system, that if I don't have some kind of technology that communicates with one another to shut it off automatically versus manually, that I'm curious if this could be trouble. And then you're saying a standalone grid independent to the starter battery would be easier. You mean off-grid, like just with solar? Look up the features of DC to DC charger. Look at the Victron to see what it can do and what its functions are. Okay. Pennywise, are you able to hear me still? Probably watching ads. It's good for my brain to have a break for a second, actually. Everybody, let's enjoy this 2-minute ad break for a minute. Crazy because I've ran like 10-hour streams off of this battery, off my van's battery. It's crazy to think that I've ran that long of streams. Only ever needed to jump start my car once, months ago. Except for the time I left my key in the ignition all night, and then I had to jump start my car in the morning because I left my whole electrical system on all night. That'll do it. It's funny that I can leave my key in the ignition on all night and that could kill my battery, but streaming for like 10 hours just barely does it. Welcome back, Cassie. Victron serial communication method, but that's so far advanced beyond the main goal right now. Goal is to get a second aux battery isolated from the starter battery. Yes, 100%. Actually, that is the goal, because solar isn't even going to come until I get a system that can integrate solar into. It's like one step at a time. I don't think you're driving enough constantly to worry about charging both batteries. What do you mean? I pretty much have to drive enough to like make sure that my streams don't destroy my battery. Like, on a regular basis, I have to make sure I'm on top of that, like my main battery, because most of these streams are powered by my van or a battery bank that I charged with my van, or it really depends. Yeah, what are we eating tonight, Cassie? Is this aux battery lithium or lead? I think it's going to be lead because that's going to be more affordable. Because if it's lead, this can be done so simply it's laughable. Okay, see, that's what I was talking about earlier too. At the most simple, basic level, most people will just hook up another battery to it and just call it a day. Have one isolator in there, have one fuse box. But it is going to be lead to start. I mean, I gotta afford the tools first, you know. I gotta get some new tools and stuff to start working on the van. More than just the tools I bought for the engine. And then I can do a little bit of building and modifying, but I need to get the electrical system learned and dialed in a bit first.
Well, when I went like...
I just don't want to have like such a basic ass setup that I have to modify the entire setup later. I would like to be in a place where I'm at a space where I can upgrade the battery, I can maybe add in solar, stuff like that. But as long as I can get it functioning to where I can modify it later, that's great. Yeah, that's why I don't want to just jump into like trying to think that I know what I'm talking about. When I did my aux battery in my van, I spent like $150 to get it all going. Nice. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I do. That's probably what I need. It's the most simple setup ever. But I definitely learned a lot today. Gave myself a lot of fucking moments to be confused. Research off-grid systems. Oh, I have. I literally like most of, you know, there's so much to sift through and so many people's personal preference. So that's why I'm just asking everybody that I'm talking to directly. It's easier than watching a video for me because I have a million questions. But then what I'm going to do is join a bunch of groups and see if there's any kind of things that I can like put down on paper that I need to remember instead of asking over and over and over. $10 solenoid connected to your accessory circuit that turns on when your car starts. People way overcomplicated this, huh? Well, what I want to do is isolate it away from my normal computer unit. I don't want it to be like attached or involved in any of the fuse boxes or anything that I have in this van, because unfortunately they tend to fuck up really easily. So I don't know if that's what you mean by having it super simplified, but in particular I've seen a lot of people have a lot of issues like replacing the entire unit and having to go get one from a junkyard and things, but I'm not sure if it was because of them modifying things or if it's just because they tend to fail. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is the simplest option that can be modified, not just like the simplest forever option. But I don't know, who knows what I'll end up choosing, but I gotta get this shit sorted out soon. I can't keep charging it just from my cigarette outlets. Because that's these past 200 something days, we've made it work. I mean, technically it works. Yeah, I might need to replace my battery or my alternator, but at this point this has worked fine. So it's not like we need to modify it super crazy, but when it's modified, I'd also like to utilize the Earth's, you know, natural resources like the sun. So I'd like to upgrade the system, add a battery, and have a system that can be integrated with solar, that's kind of ready. but I don't think I'll need to use AC appliances. I think that everything can be DC forevers. So that's what I'm at. I'd say preferably buy products that you will not have to replace when you go to lithium or solar. That way they'll be compatible already. Right. Right. You don't even need the DC to DC charger with lead acid, thus saving you like $200-300. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I've seen them just wired up together, or just putting one battery up to the alternator that you've already had. So in which way would you say that? Do it like this. Here, Captain Mac, write it like this. This. Like, do it like that with like a bunch of greater than symbols, like what to what to what to what. And I'll be able to understand that. Wait, sorry for what? In my van, this was my poverty setup that lasted me like 3 years until I got lithium. Nice. So, write it out. Write it out in the chat. What connects to what? And then that battery was just, how were you charging the battery? No, do it. We need it. Well, bring it up. It's all valid. This is why we're all here. Starter to solenoid. Okay. So, starter? From your starter? What do you mean? Starter to solenoid? Because the starter is what's going to indicate this is going to is that what's going to tell the solenoid? Okay. Starter battery to solenoid, and that's what? Why is this so confusing? It's literally just one wire coming off of the positive with a solenoid in between another battery. Right? That's it. Just like one wire to another battery with a solenoid in between. That's it, right? Is that what you're saying? I think it's so simple that I couldn't wrap my head around it. Or is the alternator involved in this? Outside of the... Hello from Taiwan. Hello, welcome in. My name's Danny. We're currently in San Diego, California right now. When the car turns on, it's now connecting two batteries together because your alternator is providing 14 volts to both. When the car shuts off, it's not isolating them. It's now isolating them. Okay. Right. Okay. Danny, D-A-N-N-Y. Close. What's your name? We're just like discussing power, electricity, batteries, solar. But that's it. So in your description, in the poverty setup, right? It goes, you're Chow? Nice to meet you. Okay, so poverty setup, battery, positive, negative, positive, negative. So, boom. This is gonna be ground. And this one is gonna be negative. And then here's the solenoid. Yeah, this is the basic one, right? It's okay. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, Chow. Let me find a nice tidy diagram. Thank you so much, Captain Mac. So this is the main battery. Main battery positive to this other backup battery. And then here's the solenoid on the in the middle of the positive line, right? Because under the hood, the solenoid would be right under the hood. Somewhere like zip tied or some shit. And then negative goes to ground, and then negative goes to negative. Is that what you're talking about? Solar is overrated? I don't think so at all. DC to DC charger is needed when charging a deep cycle house battery from an alternator for a few key reasons. But the alternator is hooked up to the engine battery, right? So is this copy and paste describing a DC-DC charger that's wired to a battery that's attached to an alternator? Alternator designed to charge lead acid starter batteries, which have a different charging profile than deep cycle. Oh, okay. So the reason that we wanted to go for DC to DC charger then is because I suggested that I would like to get a deep cycle battery. Is that kind of where you're going with that? Lead acid deep cycles are charged at the exact voltage as the starter battery, describing an alternator set up to charge any storage battery, not a starter battery, which an alternator is designed for. Okay, so what is Captain Max saying? What's going on here? Are we having an electrical standoff? Que você está bebendo, mi amigo. Oh man, I wish I knew what you were saying. Estaba aprendiendo portugués, but I don't know, man. I think you're asking how I'm doing. But isn't você? What is você? It's almost the algorithmic charging and the care of the battery. Huh? So que você está bebendo is like, how are you, my amigo, my friend? How are you, my friend? I like it. I'm good. Thank you. And you? I don't know how to say that in Portuguese. How do you say good? Oh, this is just water. This is just water. I think some Brazilians are playing frickleball. Oh, really? I wouldn't doubt it. I've been hearing so many different languages today at the beach. You posted a diagram? Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna type in the main chat so people know that we have that category. So if anybody shares some more stuff, they can just share it there. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, so I drew it correctly. And then essentially, I like this. This is very, 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 very easy to understand. I actually helped somebody put one of these together just like this before in an old VW. And it was really fucking easy. It was a VW bus. The only difference is that after the house battery, they had like an inverter that had outlets on it, and then there was a little switch that we added instead of the solenoid. Or no. I forget why we even added the switch. I don't know, but it worked. Basically, somebody was just telling me what to do. Very simple. So the solenoid connects to the fuse box, and then the fuse box, obviously when you shut the car off, it's gonna trigger the solenoid, or when you turn the car on, it's gonna trigger because it's hooked up to that. Yeah, I see. Yeah, this is what I just drew. I drew it right. Except for the solenoid wasn't going to the fuse box, and I didn't draw the alternator.
Don't run, you're going to fall.
Let's do it. I'm like the opposite of rush. I never rush into things. It's just something I don't do. What's the nicotine you use in your vape? Like the highest that you can buy. Like 50 milligrams, I think. The inverter is just for running junk from your house inverter. Want to switch because they have idle power consumption. Okay. So with this simple setup that you said, the poverty setup, are you then just wiring in like a fuse box to that, or what were you using to regulate from the house battery to whatever it needs to power? For it to be compatible with the solar system, you'll need a smart solenoid. Okay. What's a smart solenoid? Is that like an Apple Watch? You have to get a standard 12-volt fuse box for a boat or RV. Oh, okay. So the smart solenoid would just be the same type of, probably some kind of isolator, right? Solenoid's just the cheapest version of having this option. It's where it isolates because of the solenoid. Solar is providing 14.1 volts or whatever to charge the voltage is. Having solar controller hooked up at the same time as alternator running will not cause any issues. Wait, what do you mean? If I put in, wait. So you mean adding solar to this setup doesn't need a smart solenoid? Is that what you're saying? The smart solenoid Bluetooth one you can monitor remotely? I mean, you probably could if you had all the bells and whistles, because I'm sure there's probably like inverter chargers or you know, charge controllers for solar that you could buy the same brand smart solenoids, and then they'll probably communicate, and then you could probably access that via Bluetooth if you buy some into like some good technology. It's some Bluetooth thing you can monitor since it's built-in feature. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. You can just those cheapo solar controllers as well if it's tiny setup, like 1 or 2 100-watt panels. They're like $20. Okay. Therion's dying. Well, it's good to know what the most like frugal setup is that I can afford, that I can work with, and understanding, you know, what these options are good for, like the upgrades, and what some of the newer technology is good for, and how compatible it can be with its counterparts. This is all good shit. Now my fucking indecisive ass needs to figure out what I want to do. And then, yeah, I want to be able to run a max fan, you know? So like, you're dying inside. I want to be able to run it like all night, all day if I'm like hanging out somewhere and really need to. Things like that. So solar will be a nice option because yeah, this fan motors running constantly can definitely drain the battery. How many watts of solar are you wanting to put up top? 2 to 3 panels? I was thinking probably 2 large panels. Nice quality panels. Something like, you know, worth investing in. But I can probably find a good deal on some panels. Just being in and around LA, there's a lot of people that sell brand new panels that are just extras or things like that kind of happen often. So I could browse through and try to just get some high wattage or high quality panels. I don't know. It's all just a fucking glimmer in my eye, guys. I still have to work to get there. I still have to decide what's best for me, what's going to be the most integratable, and when I can afford to do it. And I think this is a good start to just understanding the fucking way that it's laid out, let alone deciding, you know, in the future how many watts and amps I want to work with for solar and my consumption rates and stuff. Because basically with like the easiest fucking, the poverty setup, at least that'll benefit my streams and benefit my little odds and ends that'll help me out. It's not necessarily, you know, one thing that I would like to get on though is the second that I'm upgrading the electrical system is that I want to install a max fan, so I got to put a lot of thought into that. And think about how and where I'm gonna put, you know, shit, there's so much, I'm so far away from it, it's crazy. But you know, building out, you know, sound editing, fucking insulation, pre-wiring certain areas, you know, having lights, having certain things in the van that you won't see the skeleton of it anymore, but you'll be able to, it'll look a little more cozy, feel a little more homey, feel a little less like a tin can. But I want to get the power system set up to where I feel ready to kind of fuck around on the inside and find out, you know, do some carpentry, some electrical, and so I got a lot to think about. Here's your total bill: $150 for a deep cycle lead acid, $10 for a solenoid, $15 for a fuse box. What about what about the wires, the cables? 180 watt panels, $40 marketplace. Yeah, that's risky. Buying used panels, but maybe if they were new and you went there with like a voltage meter and you knew that they were like brand new, and then you tested them and they were working beautifully, then that's a good deal. Possibly an $800 bill for replacing the alternator due to it not being rated for that use. Yeah, that's the thing though that you do have to consider, is that this is a turbo diesel engine, so it's got you know, the alternator does a lot of work. It's meant to do a lot of work, but they're not cheap to replace. So for some reason down the line there's some incompatibility and it results in me needing to replace the alternator sooner than I would. That'd be a huge fucking ticket. It'd be a lot of money for sure. And then I would need to replace it myself and all that shit. So it would be a lot. Yeah, Pennywise. That's what Theorion is saying. Is that like better safe than sorry. But Captain Mac is on the like, this is what you can get for bare necessities type shit, right? And outside of that, there's a lot of ways that people have created by making these different pieces of hardware or whatever you call them, these things that can regulate the shit out of it all. Stock spinner alternator is like 150 amps, pretty decent size alternator. Yeah. Yep. An unregulated amps going to a battery, what is the amperage the battery should be charged at? If you don't want to replace the batteries or alternator, you should stay in the rating for the specs. Right. Right. Well, I'll have to get the specs of my alternator and my battery and then take some things into consideration then. Those 300 watt panels are 80 bucks. He said you can test them before purchasing. Nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy anything right now. I'm not ready for that. But it is really easy to find them for sale, definitely. Even more in LA than even here. It's like insane. There's just like warehouses full of fucking solar panels being sold there. They're brand new, like $1 a watt for like guaranteed brand new, really nice solar panels. So it'd be like 100 bucks a piece. But that's like easy to find. There's better deals. It's lead acid, bro. It's not gonna be pulling 50 amps charging. I wish I could get both of you on video chat right now. Wait. Not gonna be pulling 50 amps charging from the alternator. Lead acid naturally is limited to like 10 to 12 amps by its chemistry. Then why does he has a T1N and put some controller sprayer to his alternator so it takes power, but only limits. Oh, he went directly to the alternator? That is common. Especially on these T1Ns, I've seen that a lot. Yeah, I have a T1N as well. I think you know that. I must respectfully disagree. Ay. See, I'm glad I talk about it because there's so many different people's input. If I run this setup with my dog shit 40 amp VW amp alternator for 3 years, then Bliss will be fine. I mean, I see what you're saying. So, but what size battery does your alternator use compared to mine? Like, I have a 250 Bosch that starts and runs my engine. What is your battery size for your starter battery? What up, Joe? Welcome back. I'm still on. Fuck. Still talking about cars, alternators, stuff. Did you get that? Did you get that Coney? Did you get some Coney Island in you? Nice. Did you get a Coney Loose Burger, or did you sell out and get a fucking Coney dog? Oh damn, that was a Ducati. Come on, you got a fucking Coney Loose Burger. You got a Coney Loose Burger, or did you get it? I don't know. I can't interpret that. It was 150 amp hour aux battery, just a standard size starter battery. Okay. Yeah, my battery's pretty big. I've seen bigger. You got 2 and a fry? No way. 2 Coney Loose Burgers? That's what she said? Wait, what did I say? Fuck. What did I say? Dang it. If you're able to have a solar panel you can sit on top during the day so you has a fan, minimal power. Yeah, I would wait, are you able to have a solar panel you can sit on top during the day so you have fan power? Oh, you mean like a non-permanent solar panel, like one that if it's sunny out, I could throw it up there to at least power the fan. Is that what you mean? That's not a bad idea. That definitely exists. Those are kind of expensive. Those like sort of, they're kind of niche, you know? The like unfoldable solar panels and stuff. It's kind of a weird market. But it is convenient and kind of cool.
Guess whose mom
I used to have a unfoldable Goal Zero solar panel, and that thing worked great. You could charge a bunch of different shit up with that thing. Charge camera batteries. I used my phone with it plugged in. So many different things. My belly's so full I can't move. Wait, what did you eat? I missed that. Oh, I've seen bigger. Yeah. Bigger batteries. Exactly. Now I remember. So how much is a fucking DC to DC charger then? So if I was to go the Therion route and try to make sure that I'm ensuring that things are having regulation between maybe a deep cycle and a regular battery if need be, that, what do they run? $200? It's pretty expensive. Do you have one now, Captain Mac? Now that like do you have an alternative system to the poverty one? Or are you still using that one? Because I think you were running like monitors and stuff in there, like your whole computer setup. I wonder how long a portable battery, 100 watt, would power a max fan at night. Oh, interesting. Yeah, not very long. Welcome in, Jeannie. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go and get ready for bed. So good night, peeps. Good night, Caroline. Good night, Rainbow Raccoon. See you later. Joe, how you feeling after having Coney Island? I made Southwest soup, deep fried corn, tortilla, chips to top it off. It was so good. Damn, that sounds really good. Jesus, stop it, man. What the fuck? He's got an amazing setup, and the lithium and charger controllers make it possible. But do you have, when was the last time you had to unclog a toilet? Not long ago. And it wasn't my fault though. I just walked into a bathroom and it was already clogged, and I was like, well, how the fuck am I gonna go to the bathroom into this? You ever go into a public restroom and it's clogged and you're just like, you gotta go, and you do like the worst thing you could ever do to a toilet, and you just kind of kick it as hard as you can, hoping that little bit of, you know, friction that your kick creates, that little bit of disturbance somehow, like, A, doesn't break the like main seal on the bottom of the toilet and the plumbing, and B, somehow like dislodges whatever's got it clogged. Am I the only one who's ever attempted to do that? Okay, I bought DC to DC when I got lithium. Okay. You'd rather die than use a public pre-clogged toilet? Why not? I mean, just unclog it. If you kick it hard enough, it might just go. The worst public toilets are fucking every beach public toilet in every beach town. They're always the worst. Venice is really, 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 really bad. And then these ones in San Diego are pretty shit. Like, they're barely holding themselves up. Like, you have to like bend the doors to get to the lock to work. Like, you have to push them in and then try to shove the locks in, and they're all like that. They've all just been destroyed. The one here at this park, at this beach park, dog park, there's like 2 stalls, and one of them just like the whole toilet is gone, but it looks like they just like had to chisel it out, because there's like, it almost looks like a grenade went off in there. There's just like this huge hole in the ground, but it has all, it's just so, everything's all crazy. Yeah, dude, at this beach parking lot, the bathrooms here, there's like 4 people that just bring all their stuff into the bathroom in the morning. So you just have to kind of listen to them like gossip to each other and have morning talk while you use the restroom if you're using it. And then when you get out, they're all just like, they all kind of like wave and nod. But it's like, they're just, it's like their, you know, it's their little safe space. So can't really hate on them for doing their thing. Hey, Mr. Nobody. It's going good, thank you. How are you? I feel like a dog that was supposed to only be trained for an hour because their brain can't handle more than that. And then I just tried learning shit for like 8 hours, and I made very little progress. I mean, I made progress, but I made like, this is story of my life. Follow hype. I'm doing really well. I had ice cream, feels so good. Oh, nice. I haven't had ice cream in like 4 or 5 months. I only ever eat ice cream like in special occasions. So like last time I saw my family, I had ice cream with them. That shit's dangerous, bro. You buy like a big thing of ice cream and you eat a little bit of it and you're like, your brain tells you I could eat this whole fucking thing. Am I the only one? It's pretty much, you really, having a big ass tub of your favorite ice creams in your freezer is like, it's a really good way to test your willpower with like sweets and stuff. Because I mean, is there anything better than like ice cold, creamy, sugary, tasty ass fucking ice cream? Like, it's the most impossible to not like grab a spoon and take like a couple bites, like, you know, 15 seconds, sneak a few bites of ice cream type shit, but you do that like every time you pass the fridge. Am I the only one? This is why I'm glad I don't have an apartment and I don't have a freezer. Have you ever considered a 5-gallon bucket, trash bag, sand, compost? Nah, I don't like to poop where I sleep. Bomb pops. Going back downstairs to grab more. Oh, dang it. I ate a 1.5 quarts of ice cream in one sitting last night, then clogged my toilet. That's why I asked about clogged toilets. Wait, there isn't even that much fiber in ice cream. I'm surprised you clogged your toilet. Cake and ice cream is heaven. Yeah, that's a pretty crazy combo. Like, whoever thought, like, let's combine the two is insane. Insane. Same with pie and ice cream. It's like 2 of the sweetest, most decadent things you could ever eat combined. And it's just dangerously good. It's like, it's something that shouldn't be overindulged in. And that's why I try to limit myself. Because I'm honest, you know? Like, I haven't had ice cream in 4 months, but if I had 4 quarts of fucking, if I had a quart of cookie dough ice cream, a quart of like some kind of peanut butter cup ice cream or peanut butter swirl, if I had a quart of mint chocolate chip, if I had a quart of, you know, if I had those right now in my vicinity, Shit. They'd be gone by next week, all 4 of them. I'd at least overdo it once, you know, and then I'd tell myself, oh, I can buy ice cream and not eat it all right away. Exactly, manager. That's the way. I very rarely would ever have ice cream in my freezer just because I know it's like a money pit too. You can eat it so fast. All of a sudden you're buying it every week or something, and then all of a sudden you're eating a quart of ice cream a week for the rest of your life. Ice cream cake, there you go. Just fill your whole freezer with Choco Tacos. Remember when Choco Tacos are like, they like went out of business or something? Like everybody was like, oh my god, I'm gonna go travel across the country for the last Choco Tacos. Remember that? I think they still exist. I think they're still a company or something. All that hype for nothing. They stayed in biz. There's a place in LA that has a mint ice cream with Oreos. So far. Dude, they got so much like heart attack material in LA. It's fucking crazy here. Oh yeah, I'm not in LA. It's crazy in LA. Okay, so what else do I need to look up and research? Where's my shit to learn list? There it is. Batteries, isolation, cables, solar, inverters, basic knowledge, fan options, various configurations, energy costs. And he, what's his username? Oh, my neck, dude. Massachusetts guy. I'm writing his name now. He was pointing out the solar combiner breaker box on Amazon that I should look it up just to look at it and check it out. Look up Big Bear Vans. They're based in Big Bear and have good information. YouTube channel. I'll look them up. I think I've actually seen their videos before. McDonald's hot French fries with a cookie and a cream McFlurry. I only ever eat French fries for McDonald's. Massachusetts guy. Hey. You were mentioning solar combiner breaker box. So we had a lot of talk here where, okay, So there's all types of different setups, configurations. On the most basic level, this is what Captain Mac had in his VW bus, right? Which is, this is very simple. This is without solar, right? This is just to have an auxiliary battery. There. So main battery, solenoid, fuse box, extra battery. And then I gotta ask you, oh yeah, Secret City's originally from Mass, but he's in San Diego now. So one person in the chat was saying that I could charge a deep cycle battery with a regular lead battery with just the simple solenoid and connecting the batteries together, and that there wouldn't be any issues in regulation of the difference in how it's going to charge a normal battery and a deep cycle battery. And Therion was saying that what these DC to DC battery chargers can do is regulate the charge that would be going in between. You know, you're gonna get hit with ads again. I feel so bad. In the next like 5 minutes, I'm talking to you again, and it's gonna happen again. I swear to God. I'm about to gift you a sub. But yeah, so would you say that there's any discrepancies in charge in having a regular lead cycle regular lead battery hooked up to a deep cycle lead battery without a DC battery charger, which would regulate it better? Would you say that the DC to DC battery charger is not needed? So I could just go straight from the battery to another battery essentially, and then have that hooked up to like a fuse box, and just keeping it all DC 120 volt, or DC will be 12 volt, right? Because I wouldn't have the inverter even in it. Do you have any thoughts on that? My brain is fucked. Let's talk about something else. I'm over it. School is adjourned. Class is done. How are you guys doing? I'm over it. I feel like I've made enough progress to feel as though I made progress. Thinking about it again, buy one solar panel, a cheap regulator, and manually hook it up when you are parked up. Right. That's what was being said earlier, right? That's what was it asked? I think if I could, manually set one up when I need it, for example, for like the Max fan. I thought you were going solar earlier, change of heart. No, so like what I wanted to do, basically I was sharing my diagram with somebody in chat, and they were saying that their setup at the simplest, like when they first set it up, was just a battery with a solenoid, right? And I was explaining to him that the reason that I had my diagram set up, which I'll show you, which I like, my diagram set up would be to have something that has more regulation and that I can use solar with later, and that it's communicating well with everything that's going to be integrated into it, right? Because I need to start with like the battery, and then I want to integrate solar. Let me show you the diagram I made. This one's pretty easy to digest actually, so check it out real quick. So this is the one that I was sharing, it goes main battery to DC charger. Then it goes DC to bus bar. So this is just like a little hub with positive outlets. This is like a little hub with negative outlets. So then the DC charger would go into the house battery, the extra battery, and then the positive from the extra battery would go to the inverter, right? So this was like the setup. And then I was trying to understand the solar, right? So the solar would be hooked up to a charging controller, and then the solar would drop down into the bus bar, into these little hubs. So the positives from these would drop down into the bus bar. And so that gave me like the understanding of this setup with the DC charger, with I would have like an isolation point right here. So that would be like basically the same thing as the solenoid, where when I turn the engine off, it will isolate this system to where it's running all independently. And then the solar would be easily integratable right here into the pre-existing bus bar. So that's where my head is at. But Captain Mac in chat was just telling me his poverty setup, as we call it now, where it's as basic as the one that I just showed you. And then I was thinking, you know, where do I start, right? Like, where do I start and how can I upgrade to the solar as it keeps going? Like, I got to get these parts first, and then I was thinking about what Therion was saying, where the deep cycle and the regular lead batteries are known to not be charged the same by the alternator, and that if there could be troubles, and Therion has gone through this shit for like 10 years and has busted things and broken things and replaced things, and he's no noob to the game, right? So you know, and both of them have worked on their own solar and been using their own solar for a while. But I was just showing that diagram because I want to integrate the solar later, but his diagram would really need a lot of modifications. So if I start myself off, I want to kind of like still have bus bars in there. I still want to have like sections where things can be modified. But solar is free once you buy everything. You'll be putting extra wear on the alternator, which was built to charge one battery, and the more load on the alternator, the harder it is to turn, which will use more gas. Right, true. Exactly, an alternator is more expensive to be replaced. Yes, that's what I was emphasizing, is that this alternator in my van, unfortunately, they're not cheap, and they're not easy to get. Like, you could go into the store and buy an alternator that'll fit, but they're not easy to get. Like, you have to really go to a specialty store to get them, and they're expensive as fuck. Like, when they're on sale, they're like $700, you know? So yeah, I mean, I'm just like hearing everybody out, and sorry if I'm confusing anybody. I really haven't even, like, I'm not buying anything right now. I can't, you know, I can't decide. I have to decide what's gonna happen here based off my preference. But I think that what threw a wrench in things is the discrepancy between Therion's information about the alternator, which I agree with. I understand that you can get away with not worrying about that, but if Cap and Mac's alternator is a lot less expensive in the VW that he has, then I could see it being less of a risk. But to pay a little extra to make sure that I have a nice battery charger, like the DC to DC, if that helps regulate and hopefully maintain the alternator and battery that are in the engine better, then I think that's probably the best route to go. And what if something happens with your system that damages your cars? I was talking about that too. You read my mind, because with these, but he does have a foreign van too. But with these vans, there's been so much shit that goes wrong with them that it's annoying to try to have to go down that route. Like, every time I see posts about people having electrical problems, I always think about how it's because I haven't fucked with it yet. You know? I always think about that. And I'm like, well, thank God I never have those issues, because it's always a bunch of pictures of the fuse box and a bunch of questions that nobody really wants to have to figure out. I'm seeing alternators for 160 on eBay, YOLO. For your van or for mine? Bro, come to Canada. I can fix your alternator, and our groove sucks. But wait, what? Oh, your government sucks. But I got some good weed. Nice. Well, we're in Canada. Oh, you're probably watching ads too. Fuck. Sorry, ads. Fuck. Okay, cool. You 160 for your alternator, or for 150 amp, like OEM certified alternator for an OM 647 diesel engine for Sprinter? But there's a lot of specifics. Is it 150 amp? I know guys will just say just add fuses, but with the computers in cars, they are more delicate than they used to be. True. Milliamps on ECAS. Huh? The milliamps on the electric central unit, something or other? Sparksaw, can you see me? You're not stuck in an ad? What were you talking about? The ads are almost over, guys. 10 seconds. It'll be okay. We'll get through this together. Hell yeah, Sprinter is turbo. Okay, well, now we're back for sure. But yeah, Sparksaw, what were you saying? Milliamps on ECUS? ECUS? What does that mean? I was making a pun, turbo twitch. Oh, you have turbo. Nice. Milliamps on fleek, right, Quacks? So I agree. I agree with everything that you guys are saying. I also understand exactly what Captain Mac is saying too. At the most basic level, I could have all this shit by tomorrow, at least to have an auxiliary battery to not compromise as much my starter battery as I do on a regular basis. This is true, guys. Take it for what it's worth. It is true. But my goal is to have a couple solar panels, a nice electrical system that accommodates me for now, but also hopefully I can maybe if I had this whole setup, I would be able to use the power with more confidence, you know. I think that's the biggest difference. Vehicles with controllers use milliamps for circuits. Vehicles with what kind of controllers? Like computer module controllers? Something you could upgrade as you need? Yes. Yes, something that can integrate with what I've got. Like it's almost like if I wanted to play guitar and be really good at guitar, that I could buy like a really nice amplifier that I don't even know how to use yet because I haven't plugged the right guitar into it or the right pedal into it yet, but it's there and it all works with it. I just have to build up to it. The vehicle computers, yeah. So those all run on the milliamps, yeah. This little tiny ass little fuses. Little baby fuses. Well, I think I learned enough for today. How you guys doing? How was your Tuesday? Actually, some of you are living in Wednesday. If you live like in Australia, like Jazzy Boy does, then you definitely are living in the future. There's your belly rub. You got some food on my hand. So I'll start looking at prices and brands and different types of things, and I'll start envisioning it better. Tomorrow is farmer's market again. Isn't that crazy? It's officially 2 weeks we've been in San Diego. Oh, really? Empanada day. Seriously. I should buy like 10 of them. I don't know. I feel like I don't even want to go to the market for a third time. I'm getting burnt out on the same market. I'd rather go to a new one. Or like go to Mexico or something. Find a new market. I've been looking up other farmers markets that are on different days around the area too, just to check out and see what there is. There's actually a few other ones. When I was at the Europarts store, I was checking out like all the different shit that they had on the shelves. Just orders from random people. Some pretty badass alternators. I'd love to change my alternator, you know, but like you can put like a 200 amp on there. I've just gotten so used to there being like sand all over everything that I've just stopped caring, I think. I need to get an air compressor and a vacuum. Does the top need to be fixed too, in front, inside, near the van and the visor? No, that's all fine. I looked in there. I think the like discoloration was from humidity, but it never really had an impact to where... I don't think that has happened that many times in this van. I think I'm the first person to make the condensation happen to that degree. Luckily, it hasn't been happening that way for years and years, so I think we'll be fine. And for those of you who are like, what? You know the front lining on the overhead in the cabin? I noticed like some staining, as if there was water or condensation dripping. And then I was like, oh fuck, I hope it's not like the antenna part where sometimes it'll leak where the antenna goes in. And I just popped off the little light. I can feel that jet in my bones. I just popped off the little light and took a look in there, and it looks so clean and like untouched and nice. And I guess it could be, I didn't see the whole thing, but it should be fine. That was also during the same period when there was just hella condensation on the inside, where it rained for like 10 days in a fucking row. Shit was brutal. Remember how many times we streamed with the rain? Just sitting here with the door open? Oh, really? Well, somebody just hit my car with something. Now they close their door. I think that a lot of people just graze it, bump into it a lot, like it's no big deal. But sometimes people just whip their door at like 100 miles per hour into my van, and I'm like, holy shit. Other than that, little bumps and stuff is fine. I remember when I had a Toyota Sienna, or no, when I had a Camry, one of the only like really bad dents on the van was from somebody walking near it with a surfboard, and they just like dropped their surfboard and ran into my van at the same time. They were just like running with their surfboard. I thought it was pretty funny. I didn't even care. I was just like, you okay? You good, dude? It's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's fine. Comes with a fun story, I guess. I wonder how many people that walk past my van are actually like feds, you know? Because they must like somehow monitor the parking lot. I guarantee it. I'm not like, I don't think about that shit a lot. But since they have these new rules where you can sleep in your vehicle, they're probably gonna try to regulate and see who's tweakers and who's not. I probably look like I'm just talking to myself all day. Oh, look, sprouted apple seeds. Hell yeah, I would love to grow a pink lady apple tree, man. This is perfect. It's so sad to see these seeds just not grow into a tree. Especially the best fucking apples to exist. I mean, come on. That's what I should do. I should get a trailer, and I should just tow like a 3,500 gallon pot of soil and plant like an apple tree in it. Just bring it everywhere I go. Bring it to TwitchCon and feed everybody with it. Wait, Secret City, why did you say solar is overrated? I forgot. I never read the answer. I could scroll up and look. I don't know if you answered that. Is it easy to grow an apple tree? You know, they grow better in certain states in the United States. So I wouldn't say it's probably not easy. Maybe if you had an orchard and you lived in like Washington or somewhere where they have apples. Like in California, there's a lot of farms and fruit orchards, but they're usually like citrus and lemon, lime, oranges. They grow really easily here. Agriculturally, they're like kind of a favorite. Super Scott, how you been? How is everything? And welcome in, everybody. My name is Danny. If you're new here, today we've just been hanging out in the van. I kind of planned it as such. I just wanted to study and research some things. I had like zero knowledge on like an auxiliary power system with extra batteries and anything about AC DC, anything about integration of solar. I didn't really know anything about that. I started the stream today and I have my foot in the door. I think I'm gonna be able to now move forward and figure some more shit out along the way. So I'm stoked. Thank you guys so much for all your input today. That was incredible. It's almost like when I was working on my engine and just hella people showed up and started talking about solar and stuff. But when I did it with the engine, everybody came in and started talking about engines and stuff. I love that. I love the diversity that we've got here. It's like, you know, it's dope. I know. I mean, I like cinema. I like watching movies and shows, but I don't very often. So, but I like it. It's a nice little escape from reality for a little bit. Free Water family, hi, how are you? Welcome in. My name's Danny. We're in San Diego, California right now, hanging out at this part of San Diego called Ocean Beach. And it seems like everybody here is just like enjoying their life, living their best life as much as they can. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Hopefully I'll remember, but my brain is pretty toast right now from thinking too much and asking too many stupid questions all day. Sorry, and thank you guys for answering all my dumb, repetitive questions. I'll be back to ask more, so just know, this ain't over yet. Slightly Stupid is from Ocean Beach. I think somebody said that the other day. We're in Florida. Okay, nice. That's nice. I have some nice friends in Florida. I have a friend there. She's a mom and she's a musician and she used to stream too, but you know, life. And she's like a professional hair stylist person. I don't know what to call that. But she does hair for a living. And yeah, she's a homie. Every time I think of Florida, I think of her. She's a mod here too. Damn, she hasn't been here in like forever. I hope she's doing good. I should text her. Also learning and growing through life experiences. Yes. 100%. Fuck, from every angle. You know, she's probably doing better than ever. Every time I talk to her, she has got more glow. She's like, she seems like she's doing all the best things she could for herself to being a happy person. Anybody in here going to TwitchCon this year? It's in San Diego. I was just at the convention center like 2 days ago. Oh my god, I forgot I have Cheez-Its, dude. Oh, the sacred Cheez-Its. Those are probably like the only really super random snack that I have in there. Damn, I forgot about these because they're all like busted up. They've been sitting down at the bottom for too long. I'm sorry, my beloved Cheez-Its. This and caffeine are the only two like unhealthy suggestions I give to people. I'm like, dude, just eat some Cheez-Its. Hopefully make it out to SD one day. Yeah, that'd be good. Dude, Has anybody in here ever been to a TwitchCon? Twitch convention? It's like a convention for Twitch where everybody goes there and they all hang out and meet each other, and they like, you know, you get to mingle with like sponsors and computer companies, gaming organizations, and everything in between. There's all kinds of like vendors and artists there selling handmade items and hand painted, and there's like a main stage where people have like panelists going up there and they talk about Twitch and they talk about their communities, they talk about minority communities, they talk about, you know, being part of guilds and all these different things that feature and highlight different diversity on Twitch. And then they have like, you know, this thing called patch notes where they talk about all the updates that they're going to make on Twitch in the coming months, moving into 2025, I guess. And so that, and on top of that, there's all these different spaces where like we actually applied. Shout out Dr. Rolfson, he applied for us in our honor. But we were applying to have our own room at TwitchCon in San Diego this year that would be ran by Dr. Rolfson, a couple of our friends, other streamers, and I would collaborate and perform music there. And it's gonna be like a Zen space where people can go to like relax during TwitchCon, because it's really overstimulating and you're around a lot of people. Most people that hang out at their computer all day or watch Twitch through a phone or even stream all day on Twitch, they're usually less social because they're always, you know, inside streaming. So I feel like it could be good for people to have a place to go decompress and re-energize, to go back out there into the group of people, social environment. Seems like it got worse than it used to, like mainstream now, I guess. I mean, the beauty of TwitchCon is like, if you like Twitch, okay, let me give you an example, okay? This is a random ass example, but if you were gay, right? And you knew there was all these other gay people online and you made all these friends and you joined all these groups and you watch streamers who are gay. Imagine if you went to like gay pride for your first time. There's this certain type of feeling that hits you that says, holy shit, these are my people. These people understand me in a weird way that other people don't. But that's TwitchCon. That's just a metaphor. And I'm a straight male. But going to TwitchCon gives you a similar feeling, I would imagine, because I don't know what that metaphor, the example, I don't know what that exactly feels like. But I'm assuming it's similar. When you go to TwitchCon, you see like communities for streamers. Like people who showed up to meet each other for the first time, like a mod and a VIP and a couple chatters, and then they'll all walk around the event together, and then they'll link up with the streamer that they're friends with. Or there's whole groups like streamers and their mods and some community members, and there's people just walking around by themselves. I mean, there's just so much different, you know, groups of people there, but it's all under the umbrella of Twitch, and it's just interesting. It's an interesting feeling. I liked it. It had me choking up a little bit. Or it's like, you know, it's like similar to if you're obsessed with anime and then you go to an anime convention. But ours is Twitch. And hey, Pexicle, how are you? Welcome in. Whoa, Super Scout and Spark Saw. It's like, you guys, you look good together. In the chat. TwitchCon is cool and safe way to meet communities you interact with, but me, I'm just spontaneous. I'll fly across the country to meet somebody. Fuck yeah. Me too. At least, you know, a long time ago. I used to be like that. I've taken like a lot of spontaneous like 1,200 mile drives in one direction just because somebody's like, you won't. I'm like, oh, you fucker, man. It's like, you better have a bed for me or something if I'm gonna drive all the way out there just to hang out with you. Like, that's far. Oh, nice. That's trippy. Did all of them turn out good? Did you meet other community members that you became friends with, or did you meet streamers? Do tell. So far, yeah, other community members. Oh, so far it went good. And you don't expect anything out of these people that you're meeting other than just meeting them, right? Like, it's very no strings attached, just to like go out and do something adventurous and meet somebody new. Or did you fall in love? I expect snacks. Oh, fuck yeah. Cassie, I told you, if you come out and visit, I'll sleep in a sleeping bag outside and you can have my van. You don't even have to pay for a hotel. And you're so short, you could jump in this thing and not hit your head. For me, it's usually just to go someplace new. I love that. Yeah. The first time I went to Hawaii, it was so silly of me. I didn't even really look at a map. Like, I flew to Hawaii with like zero itinerary. I mean, I like literally didn't know anything about the island. I didn't know anything about the geography. I didn't know anything about which towns, which side of the island, which is this, what's that. But I knew that I wanted to go there and see it. And luckily this was like, I don't know, 11 years ago. So it was mostly for my own personal reasons. It wasn't like, you know, because everybody on the internet wants to go to fucking Hawaii. Because everybody's promoting it as this paradise. But I feel like it's travelers and tourism has done way more damage to that place that's like irreparable. Like a Polly Pocket, I will not damage the van. I know. You could try to damage the van and you probably wouldn't be able to. Like, you could punch it and it would just... nothing. I've only met one streamer in person. I won't say no names, but they were pretty cool peeps. Oh man, did they come on to you? I'm just kidding, guys. I actually hung out with Secret City a couple times. He's talking about me. He's got a whole ass family and kids and everything. He's a good guy. He's got a Boston accent. I know, right? Dude, I wish I would have joined Twitch right when the pandemic started. I joined this other streaming app and they coddled me a little bit. You know? Like, I ended up like, dude, anything that's not Twitch is basically Kick. Anything that's not Kick is basically Bigo. Anything that's not Bigo is basically YouNow. Anything that's not YouNow is basically another version of these random offshoot websites that never take you anywhere in life. But Twitch is like the ocean compared to those ones being like a pond. Obviously, I you know, I'm glad I did what I did in the directions that I went. But I always wondered what would have happened if I joined Twitch like 2 years sooner. Because I put a lot of energy into this other platform and ended up pretty much leaving it as a partner for Twitch as a non-affiliate. It was like right when Twitch banned gambling and started talking about banning gambling. The website that I used to stream on, they like integrated gambling, like hosted by the platform, not even like people streaming it. You could just gamble on the site. And I was like, ugh. So I was kind of like over that platform because of those reasons. But once I fell in love with Twitch and realized that this is like my home, I just stream on Twitch and YouTube. Somebody stop me. These are dangerously addictive. I need to go buy some more greens tomorrow. I need arugula. I hope they keep Dan Clancy. Yeah. It's like, it's better to have somebody who looks like they could be your uncle than somebody who's like a suit and tie type, you know? Have you tried ranch Cheez-Its? No, I've never had any other flavor. Philadelphia, let's go. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is like one of my favorite shows. In fact, I should probably start watching it again. Restart it. Demio, what's up? How are you? Welcome back. You seen them the other day at the store? Yeah, I've never tried them. I assume they're probably really good. Urk, U-R-K. Wait, who did some streams? Dan Clancy? Oh, yeah. We should all have constructive criticism, even if they're the CEO. I think my constructive criticism of Dan Clancy is that at a certain point, usually around TwitchCon, I feel like he integrates with smaller streamers. And then when TwitchCon is like not around the corner, he almost only associates and flies around to different countries to meet up with the biggest streamers. Which I think is important. As a CEO, you need to cater to the largest streamers that bring the most revenue to your platform, that bring the most people, viewers, opening the platform every day. So what you want to do is coddle those streamers. But it sucks when it blatantly looks like that. Like too obvious. Like he doesn't have to stream it every time. But it's okay. I think he just likes the platform as much as us. I know I sound judgmental, but he is the CEO of the platform. I think that it's important to discuss. I've met him like 2 times. Cassie's a pro at giving shout outs now, you guys. Demio doesn't stream. Wait, does anybody in here live stream? You got any live streamers in here? Curious. One in the chat if you live stream. would be really cool to one day have the solar on the roof, the max fan on the roof. It'd be so fucking, it's just a dream to have a ladder that goes up with a platform so that like I could sit on the roof too. So I could like park here and we could climb up and like watch the sunset from the roof. Have you just hung out in your van all day? I popped in a few times, saw the same scenic shot. Yes, I have. I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably think the same thing, Fat Mel. It's because I walk like an average of fucking 15 miles a day. And sometimes I want to stream, but I don't. I need to take a break. Like, so today was my break, but I basically studied solar and DC, learning about DC and the discrepancies. But I finally drew out a nice diagram that helps me understand everything, and solar diagram and everything. It's all helpful. If you guys are new here, if you enjoy your time here, you're always welcome back. Today is a chill in the van stream. Yes. Most of my last streams were all outdoors. It's nice to chill for a minute. It's a mix. Solar for the roof, but then you can't have your sweet deck. I know, but what if I make it so that the solar is not, that there's still a deck? Right? Both. Don't you like that idea? Can a boy dream? Damn, somebody's listening to Britney Spears over there. Toxic. Yo, chill. Lala, carpe diem. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, welcome in everybody. My name is Danny. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, welcome in. How was your stream, Lala? Thank you so much. Hi everybody, my name is Danny. Welcome to my live stream. I'm hanging out in San Diego, California. I'm originally from Michigan. It's a state on the other side of the country. But I'm currently traveling and living out of this Sprinter. And I've been just, thank you so much guys for being here. And thank you so much for the raid. Can we please get a shout out for Lala? And yeah, so that's my thing. Right now I'm traveling through San Diego. I've been here for 2 weeks. It's really hard to leave. It's a really beautiful place. But today I've been studying solar, been studying batteries, different diagrams, like writing out tons of different diagrams to set up auxiliary batteries and to set up solar in the future. So that's what I'm working on learning today. So I've been kind of hanging out a lot in the van today, just talking to everybody in the chat who knows about those types of things and trying to learn. But yeah, welcome guys. Can we please get a shout out for Lala? Cassie, anybody? I can do it. Unless you can do it, because then I don't have to leave this app to go to another app to do it. Thank you. You guys make sure you follow Lala. See, look, life is just a string of adventures. Hope you'll join me as I share some of mine. I like that bio. But Lala's here. You guys, check out their page. Good people, good vibes. Make sure you follow them. Don't be afraid. Followed. You guys, everybody click that follow button. so much for the raid. How was Lala's stream? Hey, there you are. How was your stream? How you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. You guys are the best. The sun is only going to be in the view of the camera for a very short amount of time, so just enjoy the glare. Technically, I could go like this. And then we're good. Okay, fuck it. That's beautiful. A lot of us are mental health fans, and Lala gives us yoga once a week. Let's go. I support that. I think yoga is one of the most beneficial things you can do for yourself. Anything to like bring you closer to your body and like understanding yourself, and that obviously will help your central nervous system. That will help your brain. That'll regulate your heart rate. It'll help regulate like your motivation levels, your happiness, your serotonin. Activity with the cars today. People in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Just ending a 12-hour road trip from Florida to Nashville, Tennessee. Let's go. Been an awesome day hanging with chat. That's so sweet, man. Streaming makes road trips so much better. Well, I travel alone, so. But even with another person, it brings more life to the travels. It's so cool. Oh, thank you so much, Marlies. I appreciate that. I made up all the stuff you hear on this. I just like taught myself how to play this. It's called a steel drum, but it's a steel tongue drum. So it has a thick steel. It's very heavy. It has a thick steel, and it has these cuts in the steel, and it's spread across this whole drum is a D major. So like this. It's 9 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it's a magnificent drum. It's kind of basic, but if you change up your tempo and your cadence and you really play around with it enough, you can keep creating new things with just this many notes. And that's a good metaphor for life, man. Just when you think you've done it all, or you don't want to do it again, or you're tired of something, or you keep doing the same things, sometimes you just got to think about it differently, try it differently. It really can make a difference. Like if I'm playing something, then this melody gets stuck in my head because I like it so much. And I always play that melody, just like taking a walk. You're like, oh man, this feels good, so you do it more. And sometimes you feel like you're stuck in a box. You're like, man, this is all I do. Like even the things that you love become so routine that you want to spice it up. You think, man, this is how I walk, this is how I talk, this is just how I'm always gonna be. Not true. Try walking differently. Try talking differently. Try thinking differently. Try responding and reacting differently. Then all of a sudden you could be like, oh man, I've never done this before. Sounds so different than what I was doing before. Known that with these 9 notes that I could make something so different. Never give up, guys. I hope that's true. I need a better, clearer mindset. No, wait, you mean you... That's definitely true. For sure. There's so many ways that you can change the way you think and feel. And that's not to say you can gaslight yourself into not being hurt, you know. There's just like these different remedies and coping mechanisms that I think everybody should do. It's almost like doing yoga every day. It's like, it's gonna make you feel a little better every day. It's not gonna fix you forever. And if you stop doing it, you might start feeling kind of like you're dragging ass, you know. You might feel less flexible. I think it's all about keeping up the healthier routines and then modifying those healthy routines when need be to make it fresh again. You know? What a great topic. Man, let's stop talking about solar and batteries and inverters and DC to DC chargers and fucking solar panel controllers and all that shit. This conversation's much more uplifting. Aw, thanks. Careful what you wish for, Marlies. This guy's interesting, thanks. Let's hit him with the straight bars. It's so loud I can't get anything out without cars driving by and fucking airplanes. Airplane, now there's an airplane. Fuck. Sounds like the frat boys that live by me. Well, they're just living their best life. You know? They have a lot of sex and they use drugs and they struggle to get A's, but they get A's. How do they do it? I don't know how they do it, man. Kids these days. When the car parked right next to you, did they turn their engine off? No, they didn't. They're just gassing a motherfucker out right now. I'm gonna die. If we'll park right next to my van with the vehicle running, I can smell it. And I feel like this isn't good. I should close my door. I'm not like a hyperbolic, like, I don't know, I'm not like super sensitive to it, but the improv, thanks. Do you remember those nights in December? Kept the engine running, the gas was burning high. Rain and the thunder, rolling on in. Ain't gonna stop me. I'm not gonna wait for the storm to end. No. Huh. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. One last little one, real quick. Thank you guys for hearing me out. Welcome in everybody who's new. If you're from the raid, welcome again. And thank you again for the raid. You guys make sure you follow. If you don't, off with your heads. No, really, if you feel like you like their account, if you feel like it's interesting, definitely give them a follow, like 100,000,000%. Go check them out. Click their username. Click the... If you guys didn't check out their page when they raided, go do that. Little white boy head nod. You guys see that? You see that connection I had there just now? Call that a white boy head nod. It's a very distinctive head nod that happens between white boys. But I grew up in Detroit. So instead of a nod, I do like a head, I do like the upwards. Instead of a little sub. I like your channel redemptions. Like which one? The ones that make no sense. There's definitely some people out there just waiting and saving to do the end stream one. Oh, we can go for like a walk. During sunset. I mean, come on. We've been sitting in the van all day because I've been studying. When I learn stuff, I used to like not stream that day and I would just research stuff all day by myself. But now I do this horrible thing where I go live and I study on stream and everybody has to suffer. So shout out to anybody who had a good time today, even though I was talking about shit that, like I was talking about solenoids and isolators and relays and fucking everything you can imagine. So yeah, thanks for putting up with that, guys, because I know you guys didn't need to hear anything like about it at all. Yo, Lala, thank you so much for the $10. Are you cereal? You're getting... Damn. Thank you so much. Generosity does not go underappreciated here. That's a huge dono. In fact, the biggest dono I've ever gotten was today. And it was thanks to Massachusetts guy who came in earlier and donated $100 freaking dollars. And 10 is another one of my biggest donos. Straight up, seriously. So thank you so freaking much. That is incredibly generous of you. Other half torn is usually going on about batteries and things. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my God, I gotta get to know Torn. Or Tom, why the fuck? Sorry, my screen is broken. Oh no, no, not ads. Why didn't I mute them? Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Ay, ay, ay.
Lakebug gifted 1 subscription.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. Thank you so much, Lakebug. You're the best. Boat bus, you say? Oh, hell yeah. Where's the boat bus? That sounds cool. Therion just came out of the woodworks. Boat bus? Where will you travel after SF? Well, we're in San Diego right now. So you mean SD? I did travel up to San Francisco and I walked all the way across Golden Gate Park and back to the ocean. And then I walked across the Golden Gate Bridge.
Sparksaw started a new hype.
Yo, hype train. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh man, we're still going through ads. Rating you is a great way to end. Thank you so much. Rating you is a great way to end my day. Thank you for music and cool conversation. Have to go look forward to next time. Me too. And if I ever get a chance to raid you, I'm gonna come and drop in with our community, and hopefully we can treat you just as good as y'all have been treating us. Everybody deserves that kind of treatment, guys. It's really nice to find good people on Twitch. It makes me happy. Thank you for the 100 bits, Shayna. Thank you so much. Marley's, thank you for the 10 bits. I'm so, geez, guys. Well, we're on a hype train. I feel like I should be all hype right now. What's the hypest thing I could do without my thumbnail? Hype train, choo choo. I don't know where Lolo's going, yeah. Don't know where Lolo has been. I don't know where Lolo's going, but I know they're losing their head. I know what you're thinking, it's alright with me. I know what you're thinking. I broke a thumbnail the other day and it's really sad, as they say on Twitch. That dog wanted to be a part of the collab. Thank you so much, Lakebug. I appreciate that. Sucks not having my thumbnail, guys. The dog was like, hey, dude. At least I got good at using my thumb skin last time I broke my nail. So I'm not totally shit out of luck. So much for the bids. Come back and say that again. Thank you so much. Wow, first time chat and a dono. I don't even think I've ever had that before in the history of my whole streaming journey here. Thank you so much, Dano. My name's Danny, so if your name's Daniel, that's awesome because we have the same name. When my thumbnail's nice and long, like compared to these other dirty long nails, this hand specifically needs to be long, this one needs to be short. But I have these new finger picking patterns that I'm really proud of, and I like sharing them and stuff, but when I break my thumbnail, I get hella insecure because it took me years and years to start working on these and making them up from scratch. And when I don't have that thumbnail, I can't really play it the same way. I need to strike the low ends. I need it to be like... And when I use my thumb skin, it's more like this. Which can get masked and overwhelmed by the other, overpowered by the higher end and the mid-range, like all that stuff. go, Shayna. It's tough. There's a lot of things you can't do if your nails are long. Like if you play piano, you hear these clicks on the piano. I was practicing and like taking lessons online, and that's another thing. I want to be able to open up my laptop. I also need to get my laptop fixed. I need to open up my laptop, and I want to bring my keyboard from my storage into the van, and I want to play keyboard and play like beautiful songs sitting here in the van while streaming, like during sunsets and stuff. Doesn't that sound fun? I feel like my streams are gonna be so uniquely me because I'm just so fucking weird. My ideas are like so dumb and basic but perfect for me. But I'm not perfect. What's wrong with your laptop? Former IT here. Okay, Shayna. I have a 2022. I don't know. I have a newer MacBook Pro. And then I have like an 11-year-old MacBook Pro, right? So I had both of these MacBook Pros in my van throughout the winter. I took out one of them to use during a really rainy week, and I never got any information. I think that I might have fucked up the motherboard or something, or the battery, because I've only been charging it with my van, and I don't know if it's not getting a proper, less familiar. Okay. But either way, basically the nicer, newer one stopped turning on. So I have like an 11-year-old MacBook, which is like a dinosaur, and for some reason that one still works. But yeah, I'd like to get my keyboard out of storage, and we can just use it for like short, brief time, you know, enough to where the laptop dies on its own from playing it for like 45 minutes with the keyboard with like a audio station open. Excuse me. Damn. See, that's where I usually break my thumbnail, and is that one part right there where I go, what did I do? Where it's like, and I do this little whammy bar effect by pushing the wood, and then I go, and I try to like go and get back into the next part like aggressively, which I shouldn't do. But yeah, I do that, and it goes back to, so that hard strike that starts the whole thing repeating. I've broken my nails so many times that I should be used to it and not be a whiny little baby when it happens, but it really does affect my playing. I waited like I don't know, 5-6 weeks to have it grow back last time I broke it, and I probably had it for about 2 to 3 weeks before breaking it again. So we get some, win some, lose some. Glad to see you still streaming, brother. Thanks. Sounds like an old medieval tune. It does. So this is like some kind of thing that's already been written by somebody. I think it's like actually a finger picking lesson. What this is teaching you is how to put undertones, like low end, into something like to how and when. So there's like a certain timing to it, and then which notes you're going in between. So it's like this low note goes at the same time as the highest note, and bum, bum, ba, dum, bum, bum. Then I'm gonna go to the fifth string, bum, 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 back to the sixth. There's a lot of bum, bum, and it's the most basic of shit to learn. But once you start learning that, then you start being able to like randomly do shit like this. Yeah, one more before I put it down. I don't know why I'm doing this alone when you're a phone call away. I don't know why I'm doing this alone. Damn, my fingers don't really want to do this. Sorry, signing off. I'm gonna put the guitar away. That was a bit crazy. I had to get it out of my system. That was fun, dude. Thanks. Even with my broken thumbnail. It took me years and years not to be like really uncomfortable thinking that I'm not good enough to share with people, you know? Like when I was younger, this girl was once like, you're really bad at that. When I was young. And I was like, wow. And it was like my friend. I was like, damn, that's real motivating. Thanks. Yeah, I was like, I think I was like 14 or something. Just like trying to play guitar on my porch. And my brother, rest in peace. My brother passed away. It's been like the biggest loss I've ever experienced in my life. He's only 4 years older than me. He died from an unexpected heart attack last fall. But my fucking brother, with all that being said, with all due respect, rest in peace, I love you. Sometimes he would like slam the front window to the house, and I would be sitting on the porch practicing guitar, and that was like his way of saying like shut the fuck up. So I had a lot of things like pushing me from my creative side, like making me feel insecure. Guess what? I didn't listen to anything anybody said, and I kept going. And I still have so much room to grow. I'm never even gonna stop learning, and I'm gonna die one day thinking that I still never learned it all. But I know it's there, and I'm not scared to explore it because of my own willpower, I mean, my own wants, you know, and needs to be creative and expand on that shit. Your dad did that to you, really? Oh man, yeah. Only my brother did that to me. But we were young. That's good that you didn't listen because you have a lot of talent. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you. I think the sunset is gonna be gorge tonight. Check it out. Here, let me focus. Let me give you a better We'll go out there for sunset, for sure. What's going on? Why is it so washed out? There, whatever. You can kind of see it. Sorry for your loss of him. Thanks, appreciate that. I actually bought this van 3 days after he passed away. Like with him in my head and heart the whole time. Like I literally was like, you know what? This one's for you, bro. I'm buying this van. I'm gonna go adventure in it. I'm gonna think about you and live for both of us for a while. Till I see him again one day. Or something like that. Rest in peace to anybody you guys lost. My condolences, because I know, you know, I'm not the only one. I understand that fully. Yeah, rest in peace, Joel. Yeah, it hasn't been easy, you know, but I've made an agreement with myself and with my family that we would just, you know, continue loving him unconditionally and keep him close in our hearts and think of good things. And so taking a nice break from reality was nice to, taking a break from work and from renting. I was renting an apartment in Santa Monica, California, like 7 blocks from my work in Santa Monica, California, and I had a salary job working for a very successful, really one of my best friends in the world. And I had to just disconnect from all that. You know, I had to literally call my BFF / boss and be like, I can't work for a while, and I haven't worked since. And then I didn't renew my lease at my apartment, and then I bought the van and just immediately hit the road. It's crazy because on my days off from streaming, I always get like in this headspace where I realize that he's like actually gone. I think that Twitch has been kind of a nice distraction, sort of, so to speak. Not that that was the intention, but it has distracted me from overdoing it, you know, overthinking every day and stuff. So it's been such a blessing to be surrounded by good people, and that's kind of helped me unknowingly get some strength throughout each day. But it's all about like, for me, this whole thing was like a wake-up call, you know? Just be close with the ones you love. Make sure that you're communicating your love for your family. Don't fucking wait. Dude, if it's been like 6 months or longer, like send a message to everyone in your family and just say, hey, I love you. Just do it. Because you never know when that's gonna be the last time. And it can happen to, unfortunately, you know, in the worst circumstances, it can happen when they're young, too young, you know? So even the ones that you think are going to be there, like I thought no matter what, everybody in my life might die, but my brother and I would grow old together, you know? know, I always thought that, you know, that if there's one person that has to put up with me for the rest of my life, it would have been him. You know, and vice versa, because we're so close in age. And but yeah. And you'll cope however you'll cope, and you'll grieve however you'll grieve, and nobody can really bother you with that. I think that that's your own process, you know. But yeah, love you guys. Thanks for letting me share myself, tell you guys some things. I know that a lot of us have been through stuff, our own turbulence, our own rough patches where we lose people, whether it's family or friends, or it never gets easier, but you do learn a lot from it. Yeah, harsh. Yep. You know, I always used to say, oh, I have such a small family, and I never thought that I should be like weary of it, kind of, you know. Down to one grandparent and one parent. I feel you. All my grandparents. In fact, yeah. Either way, I don't want to get too into it. Like a month after my brother passed away, my grandma passed away, and like from my dad's side, who my dad passed away when I was a teenager. And it's just been like a domino effect of my small family, like, you know, saying bye to this life and going to a different, you know, experience. Sister's sick as well, so I get it. I'm bound to be alone in the world sooner than I'd like to admit. Not if I'm here for you. Not if we have communities and we make friends, because, you know, not everyone is blessed to have a huge family that they're still really close with, or even are supported by, or able to support them. You know, so always be a friend, Harsh. As long as I'm around, you gotta put up with my bitch ass, okay? I love you guys. Big love to you guys. Big old love. I don't know, remember the last time I did a hand hearts, guys. I'm feeling a little emotional right now. Yeah, I met somebody, like after my brother passed away, that said that they never lost a loved one. And I was just like, oh, honey, oh my God. I was like, how, we really? I mean, that's rare, I feel like. Oh, here, let's change the subject. Who in here has never broken a bone? This is a random question I've always liked to ask my friends. Have you ever not broken a bone? Has anybody in here never broken a bone? And I'm not gonna judge you, and I don't have any, like, this isn't like a psyop to be like, oh, well, you, this. Team of one, never. Cassie, never. Sparksaw, never? Really? Never broke a bone, but ruptured my Achilles. Okay, you know, that's, I think that counts. Shayna, you too? I didn't lose anyone until I was in my early 20s. Ah, okay. You know, I'm really glad that I didn't choose to be like manically depressed after all my losses, but I was definitely have been depressed, you know, lots. But at a younger age, it was a lot harder for me to process. Like, I lost my dad at like 15 or something like that. And my first ever girlfriend died from a heroin overdose. And like all these different things that I had to just learn real young, that like, this shit's crazy. Like, my best friend's mom got shot and killed in the house that we were hanging out at. I mean, there's like so many things that could have made me into a whole different person, and or like arch villain kind of, or be a really maniacal, cynical, depressed person. And genuinely, every single loss that I've ever had just reminds me to be grateful for what we've got, you know. And like I said, I grew up in and around Detroit, and so it's just kind of, it's hard It's a hard knock life there. So it's not like I purposefully went out of my way to be around danger or drugs or violence. It just kind of was there, here and there, you know. But it's kind of crazy that we're all here still. Okay, that's your age. I am 36. I'm 36. I feel like I'm 20. I don't know. There's something wrong with me. I took the Benjamin Button pill a long time ago. Wait, what language are they speaking? But I kind of like been I left Michigan in 2009 and I decided to like move across the country, spur of the moment kind of thing, and I've never been back. Like I've only been back to visit my family and for funerals and stuff, and so I created all this distance from me and my family just to live a new life. It kind of made it a little harder to keep in touch. So as you get older, that distance just, it comes with time. But the fact that we can keep in touch, we can call, we can message, we can DM. Keep in touch with your loved ones, man. One of my ex-boyfriends died from heroin overdose when I was like 18 too. You did not know that? Oh, you didn't know that? About, yeah. She was so cool too. You guys remember the band AFI? Rest in peace, Ioana. She was the first girl that ever gave me something that was like, holy shit. She gave me an AFI CD in school. She came up to me and said, here, this is for you. And she gave me an AFI CD. And I think that she knew that that was gonna like win me over. But man, did I ever just fall head over heels for this girl. I was like, oh my God, you just gave me a CD from one of my favorite bands. The good old days, the 2000s. Things were a little bit more, I don't know, simple back then. I absolutely love California weather. Let's change the subject. Here, I'm gonna put up a be right back for 1 second, you guys. And welcome in if you're new here. Sorry for talking about triggering or sad things. I promise I won't go on and on about this stuff, but I just felt like sharing it. Yeah, I'll be right back. Love you guys. If you're enjoying your time here, you're always welcome back. I'm not leaving, but I want to try to set up for a short walk and go watch the sunset. Like, I don't even have to bring my backpack. I could just wing it, dude. I think. Let's check. Phone's at 100%, I mean. Grandma's going on 99. Oh, 99 going on 100. Wow, she lived a long, good life. That's epic. Sorry, I missed that first time. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome in, everybody. Or welcome back, I mean. Should we go peep the sunset? Better fix that. Ay, ay, ay. Are you guys experiencing glitch, or is it just me? I'll bring the speaker too, fuck it. Is it just me? Okay, I gotta close these windows. At least enough to where nobody can reach in. Man, oh man. Just a little one? Okay. Let's check my... Should be good. Oops. This is fun. It's interesting going out without a battery. Of course. I forgot. Ay, ay, ay. Water? Oh, yeah. I did forget that too. I'll just forget that anyways. It's okay. Yo. I know it's kind of late into the sunset, but it is really pretty. All right, let's do it with this. Sunset is the backdrop for when we take a walk away from the sunset. God dang, it's so pretty. Wait. It's gonna glitch a little, hold on. No, I'm parked in a big ass parking lot with a bunch of other like sprinters and vans and stuff. There's this people sitting on top of a school bus over there. There's 2 school buses here today. Yeah, so in San Diego, there's a lot going on here. Hi. Oh. There's a lot going on where like a lot of people are coming and camping, and like if you look, you see how there's like RV after RV after van after school bus after sprinter, ProMaster, transits, more school buses, and more sprinters, more vans. vans, more sprinters. Hold on. Just the other day, I counted like 50 rigs. There was like 12 sprinters, a few T1Ns, like 3 RVs, 3 or 4 school buses, a bunch of like old transportation vehicles converted into living things. It was like a mecca. It looked like a campsite here, but everybody leaves at night and goes just parks randomly around town. Oh, I guess I could change the title, right? Like something like, I don't know. This is fine. Oh, it smells like charcoal. I'm glad I pointed the camera down because I almost stepped in poop. I just barely missed it because I looked down with the camera. The sunset is going to be pretty epic though, because it still hasn't come out from, it hasn't hit the horizon yet. So it still has to come out from those really thick clouds. I imagine it's going to be one of those big ones. Like when the sun looks like 10 times bigger than it should. Like a harvest moon with the sun. Do you have any pets? Nah. I've had a lot of pets through my life. Cats, dogs, birds, snakes. Damn, it's really pretty all around, guys. The whole 360 is pretty crazy. It's a new moon tonight? Oh, hi. Cutest dog ever. Damn, the happiest dog on planet Earth just ran up to me. I should have pointed the camera at its face. I even got to pet its little sniffer. There's something like about those golden colored dogs, like the one from Air Bud. I don't know if that's a golden retriever, like short-haired one though. Sand crabs. Where? Right there, there's one. There's a lot of locals that walk around here and they just like pick up micro trash with like a little grabber and a 5-gallon bucket. Like they really care about this park and these areas. Try to make it nice. I mean, the city should do that on their own, but I like that people do it. Retriever or lab? Right, okay. If it was near me again, I'd show you. It wouldn't feel weird. It's perfect time, you guys. Pack your bowls, roll your spliffs, crack a beer, drink some water, do some deep breaths, whatever you do that you like to do during sunsets. Now's that time. Hold it in, take a shot, hold it in, drink a beer, hold it in, blow it out, rip a bomb. Okay, sorry I'm like walking through the sand. Just dredging. Oh shit, the sun is starting to peek out from its little crevice behind the clouds. I think we're on to something, guys. Dang. It seems like the best place to watch it is from down there. Oh, it's starting to peek itself out. Oh, that's perfect. No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Not today. Not today. I don't want cold feet right now. Water's creeping up on me. Is that near Ocean Beach Pier? Yeah, that's that right there. See it? Happy Doge. Don't lose your ball. Don't lose your ball, crazy. Good timing. Oh, it looks like it's gonna drop below another layer of clouds. So we're only gonna get it for a little bit. It ain't cold. Wait, are you serious? It's so windy. You ever been to a beach before? When you get wet at night and it's windy, oh man. You can get frostbite living in the jungle at night, like in Hawaii. It really depends on the wind and how cold it gets at night. Definitely not like or like it's not like northeastern Atlantic Ocean getting your feet wet in the winter where you get frostbite and lose your toes. But it would be cold. Come on. Give me a break. I grew up in Michigan where it gets really snowy every year, you know? So I think I just like adapted to the warmth. Cold is hardcore. So shaky. Alright, say goodbye to the sunset. Go to the Mojave and cook all day, then freeze at night, right? Seriously. No kidding. I remember when I went to Joshua Tree and it was like hot as hell in the day and then freezing cold at night. I was like, Jesus, man, was there any winning here? Do I get to feel good at all? In the next like 10 minutes, we will have an ad break. Sorry, guys. I have to watch the ads on my chat phone too. So like when I try to explain this like every single day. I use this phone for monitoring chat and the video. And when the ads come on, they actually pop up on my video. So I can't see what's going on either. It's kind of funny. It's a fun fact. You know what's crazy? I think we got more followers today just sitting in the van than we've like ever gotten in one day. So that's interesting. So we just sat in the van all day. But it was fun. We learned a lot, talked a lot, met a lot of new people. And so yeah, thanks for supporting me even though I was just sitting there. Y'all are amazing. Everybody deserves that kind of support, especially when people put in the time to stream and they enjoy it and you guys enjoy it. It's a win-win. Like I said, guys, it's not about hitting a certain number. It's not about hitting 5,000. It's not about hitting 10,000. It's not about hitting 100,000. It's not about hitting 1 million followers on Twitch. It's about what that number represents. It represents the time that you've put in. It represents every single person that makes up that number as a member of your community at some point, whether they still use Twitch or not. And that number is more than just a number. It represents a lot. It represents community. A lot of individuals you've gotten to know and gotten to love over time. Other streamers, all that. So much more than a number, guys. But thank you so much today if we did hit our follower goal. So appreciate y'all. We hit 4,700, which is pretty cool. Finally got directions to the beach. That's right. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Why my nose so stuffy right now? What the fuck? Thanks for the views. Oh, anytime. Hey, Bubbly Faye. It's good to see you. How are you today? Today marks 2 weeks. 2 weeks in San Diego by myself. But I met some cool people. I've already met people that know, that like stream sniped me and stuff. And even off stream. Just like running into people. It's been really cool. How you doing, Bubbly Faye? Been lurking? Okay, good. I'm okay. It was quiet today. I love being quiet certain days. Seriously. Like some days I'll take a day off and then I'll end up like talking to people all day in real life. And I'll take a day off stream and I'll end up just being a chatty Cathy with everybody I meet in real life. And then I feel like I didn't get a chance to just be quiet that day. And so I know what you mean. I'm always trying to find that balance. But I love talking to people too, so it's hard for me to give myself that kind of time when I should. Of the heart. Every season of the heart. New moon today, guys. Set your intentions. You have a whole new moon cycle to work with. Whatever that means. I love everyone. Haha, I've been riding the bus for almost 20 years. Made some great friendos. Heck yeah. Oh, you like this song? Really? I love retro wave music, like synth pop, disco pop, retro wave, deep synth wave, all that. That's like some of my favorite music ever. I'm trying to play less DMCA tracks because it really limits my YouTube videos. If you guys are new here and you want to like make my day on top of already being here. I have a YouTube channel, and if you guys subscribe to it, it will combat some of the loss I have for doing all these simulcast VODs from Twitch to YouTube. When I first started simulcasting to YouTube, I have 10,000 subscribers there. So like occasionally an old subscriber who was really nice would be like, oh, you're streaming on Twitch? I'll download that. And then they'd come and say hi and then become a regular here on Twitch. But then there would be like 9 out of 10 of the people that would show up wouldn't be subscribed, and they'd just be some random person who found me through the algorithm, and they were being like unsavory and weird. So I started simulcasting to YouTube and Twitch, but now I don't read the Twitch chat. I mean, I don't read the YouTube chat. So my description is like, if you want to chat, come to Twitch, which is detrimental to the account, I'm sure, because having active chatters in there and stuff really helps distribute for the algorithm. Showing that there's people chatting and stuff is one way to indicate that there's something worth sharing and being distributed better. But yeah, so if you guys go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube channel, I don't know, you can just like give a thumbs up to the video if you feel like it. No pressure. But my YouTube is Potential Bliss. And if you guys want to follow my Twitter, that's chill. It seems like Twitch people are supposed to have Twitter. So I do have a Twitter, all that stuff. There's some tool to integrate the chats. Yeah, I have all those tools, but it's I don't even want to see what they're saying there. Because like I had to do so much moderating, it's like distracting from my Twitch stream, which is actually... there's actually activity there, you know, like regularly. But it is a shame because I've had people come from YouTube and say, oh my God, I haven't seen you post on YouTube in forever. What are you doing? And I say, oh, I'm on Twitch now. And they're like, oh, cool, I'll follow you there. And then they come, and some of them even subscribe. And there is like this crossover that happens that's really healthy. And I haven't been able to pull that off since I started ignoring the chat every day. But almost every day, that was like my one goal for YouTube, was to like get somebody, an old subscriber's attention and chat with them and like see if, oh, I see you. See, I can actually see the chat, but on my chat phone, I don't have it pulled up. But I can check it. I just saw you just commented in there. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you, Bubbly. I see you in the chat over there on YouTube. You guys are the best. I've lost like 100 subscribers or more just from doing these simulcasts. I was at like 10,600 and now I'm at like 10,400. So, you know, YouTube's important as a social media platform, man. You make way more money off YouTube than you ever will on Twitch. And if you want to do this content creation type stuff for a living, if you do have your foot in the door with YouTube like I do, you can't really neglect it totally. You got to try to cross over the traffic and do things like what I'm doing. So I'm trying my best. Unfortunately, they took me off the partner program because I didn't post for 6 months. So if you guys are a partner on YouTube, don't ever stop posting if you stop posting for 5 months, post a video before it hits 6 months, and then you won't be taken off the program. They were like, surprise, we're going to take you off the program and collect all your ad revenue and keep it. And now you can get 4,000 hours of watch time again and go through all the same stuff again just to get it back. So I was like, all right, bring it. So we're at like 1,750 hours. We need to hit 4,000. So, I mean, if I start promoting the YouTube channel and promoting my playlists that have like hundreds of hours of videos, then I think that we'll be able to get there by like fall or by Christmas this year. Yeah, it is crazy. And then the only thing holding me back from making really good content for YouTube, and I know this sounds like boastful or like I have an expectation like it's gonna work out or that my videos are so good, but the only reason I'm not making videos for YouTube is because if one fucking pops off, I'm not getting any of that ad revenue until I'm back in the program. So, you know, there's that. Spliff time? Can listen on YouTube. Ooh, damn. But if there's a delay, it might be like weird. But yeah, that's a good way to like kind of avoid that, huh? That's a good idea. Now we know. What's my chat phone at? Okay, 22. When's the airplane gonna pop out of the clouds? Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's like, where the heck? Just like bobbing around in the sand. Like an ocean wave. I stay. Ooh. This is epic. Thank you for walking the beach. Aw, you're so welcome. Thanks for letting me. Thanks for being here while I do it and make it more special. So this is like the Santa Barbara or San Diego River. And then this river goes inland and it goes underneath a bunch of these little bridges. And these bridges connect like different parts of San Diego. Like this part, you can kind of go in and go around this giant rock thing that like people are actually walking down this ridge. It's probably hard to see, but if you drive around that way, you can then go like up the coast through Mission Beach and you can go around to PB, which is like Pacific Beach. Oh, you guys would have loved it actually yesterday when I left the tide pools and like the La Jolla Cove. When I left, I drove through Pacific Beach, and even though it's like a college town that's basically for people to get drunk all day and college kids to live near the beach, it's kind of a vibe. I kind of wish I would have streamed it. Plant my apple seed, yes. Imagine if a giant apple tree grew out in the middle of this sand dune. You want to go to San Luis Obispo? You guys, SLO is a place in California called San Luis Obispo. SLO, S-L-O. And San Luis Obispo is like north of Santa Barbara. So if you look at a map and you look at Los Angeles, it's like 4 hours north of Los Angeles, up the coast. I haven't been there in a long time. I used to love going to San Luis Obispo. It's a really pretty area. And it's got more of a NorCal vibe than it does like Southern California vibe. Move away, but the monsters stay. The seasons pass, but the monsters stay. Interpret that how you will, but the seasons pass, but the monsters stay. Looks like the tide is rising. You see how it's not coming in as waves, it's just coming up closer to me. Whoa, look, yeah, it's coming up. The tide is rising. Whoa. Okay, it's going back out. I wonder how much it comes up. I'm assuming to the edge of this reef right here. So like in the middle of the night, you probably can't stand over here at all. You probably have to stand more like here. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure how much the tide rises here. I could be totally wrong. Monsters don't have to stay. Do the inner work and the monsters go away. Nice. I want to see Hearst Castle between pandemic. Or you... Wait, between pandemic, then their road flooded. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yep. A lot of the cool towns on the coast of California, if there's like a storm or anything like that, there's always a chance that those roads are shut down. And sometimes when they're shut down for like months. It's crazy. And then you'll have to take like this scenic route that takes like 10 extra hours just to get to this one place. And it's brutal. We did, Shayna, we did go to San Francisco, which I mentioned earlier, but on stream we went to San Francisco. We walked across the Golden Gate Park from Ocean Beach all the way across to Upper Haight-Ashbury, and then like where the whole psychedelic movement, kind of Grateful Dead movement sort of flourished there, like Janis Joplin and stuff. And we hung out there and walked around there. Then we walked all the way through the park, all the way back to the beach. So that was like a really long day. It was like 15 miles. And then I parked near the Golden Gate Bridge. And then we walked across the Golden Gate Bridge on stream, and that was fun. Loud. I had like a migraine by the time I ended stream, but it was totally worth it. That was really nice. Very spontaneous. I was like, guys, we're going to San Francisco. Make sure you come back and say hi. Like, I think that there was like it doesn't matter how many viewers there are, I'm still gonna go do things, you know? And I think there was like 10, 15 people max, like in the San Francisco streams. Because it was like when I was very kind of first starting doing IRL. I feel like the pelicans are yelling at me. Noise protection earphones for loud areas. I should probably do something like that and make better wind protection. There's some little things I need to do to the stream setup to make sure that we're not always getting blasted by wind. There's some kind of concert venue or a bar or some kind of yacht club or some shit, and they have live bands playing over there. Here, let me mute this. Can you kind of hear in the background the drums? That's live. I've always wanted to walk over there and see what it is, but I feel like it's some kind of private club. Unfortunately, there is a lot of private places here. Like when I was walking around yesterday at La Jolla, I wanted to walk through this one property, but it said it was like a private club. I probably could have got away with just walking through there, but so if I walk down this path, it leads to this bridge that you could hardly see, and then the bridge crosses, and then I would drive back west to get to there. If you go to the second bridge, it'll take you to friggin' SeaWorld, and you know, fuck SeaWorld. Hey, Libriar, I loved going to Santa Cruz Boardwalk. Didn't get to spend time much in San Francisco exploring mostly the pier area. Oh, really? Well, the pier area is a good place if you like seafood and you like history. Like, it is a really good area. It was actually one of the areas that I felt bad for not showing people was the pier. You're talking about Santa Monica. You mostly just went to what they call the pier, which is basically... Wait, the pier? You mean the Fisherman's Wharf? Or, wait, what are we talking about? The pier in Santa Cruz? You just spent much time in San Francisco, mostly the pier area. Do you mean the Fisherman's Wharf? Is that what you're calling the pier? Yeah, we went up the bridge, above the bridge, and walked Fisherman's Wharf. Oh, that's so fun. I'm glad you did that. That's one of the best... If you could only do 5 things in San Francisco at all, the Fisherman's Wharf is one of those 5. So I'm glad you ended up going there. So, but if you ever go back, or if you ever have any, I lived in San Francisco, so like I got some recommendations and stuff, places you definitely could go, especially streaming. I would watch it. Crash the party, let's go. I have your back here at Mount Hood, Oregon. Be there. Yo. Oh man, it's been forever since I've been to Mount Hood. You know, one of our mods lives in Oregon with his partner and a 40-foot school bus in Southern Oregon. We got lots of Oregonians in the fam. Yeah, Santa Cruz is pretty cool. It's kind of sussy at night though, if you ever go there. I did a West Coast road trip in 2022 with a few California streamers: Orange County, San Jose, San Francisco, North Redwoods, Portland, and Seattle. Oh, what a great fucking trip, dude. Holy smokes. That sounds like the best. Right, guys? I really want to hit this spliff. Hold on. It's spliff o'clock. Cheers, world. What did you say? It was nice. We visited Crescent City, went to the Tree of Mystery. It was closing by the time you got there. Yeah, there's a lot of cool places in Oregon and in California, up north. Grant's ass all the way to Crescent Shitty, they say. I never seen waves like I did in far North California. Oh, really? That's cool. There is some places down here that are infamous for having the biggest waves in California. There's some crazy ones. But up north, water's so cold, man. Dude, one time I was in Hawaii, and like, this is like 10 or so years ago. I was in Maui, and there's this place called Jaws. And Jaws is like infamous for having the best like footage of people surfing like 40 to 70 foot waves. It's like big wave stomping grounds for like legendary big wave surfers. And we like just happened to be there on a day where there was like a season for huge waves. There was all these like helicopters and stuff filming like high definition footage of these surfers. Like it was all being documented professionally. So like we just happened to go to the beach that day, and there was just like tailgating, like hundreds and hundreds of cars parked along the beach. Imagine if there was hundreds and hundreds of cars parked all along this, and people were having like barbecues and hanging out and blasting music. And then imagine in the distance, well, we're on top of like an 80-foot cliff, and then you're looking out over into the ocean, and these huge waves go for like a mile, and you can just watch them. And you watch the surfers get towed into the waves, you watch them ride it, you watch the helicopters get really close to the wave and get all this footage. And then every time somebody hits a really good wave, everybody who's parked and tailgating and watching, it's like a sports arena but on the coast of the ocean. So everybody's like, yeah, woo, like going crazy when somebody actually hits one of the huge waves. It's the most unique, like, I don't know, it's one of the most unique feelings ever to be a part of that. It's so like natural. Like there isn't an actual arena, it's just you next to the ocean with a bunch of wild ass motherfuckers watching somebody risk their life to surf like a 70-foot wave. It's super gnarly. Not to mention we were all fucking super ripped on mushrooms. Ridiculously. Like we were all like just done. So we're like staring at 70-foot waves, looking at each other like, what the fuck, dude? This is crazy, right? I think it's the only place I want to visit for the place. Other places I go for the people. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Oh yeah? Oh, who's streaming tonight? Or today? I know it's probably some people streaming in the morning or afternoon already, like Jazz in Australia. Danny's a surf stream. Realistic, like he's surfing. That'd be fun. Wait, what? Huh? Come again? My brain? It's getting dark. Who should we like fucking... There's gotta be somebody cool that we can raid tonight where we can all show up and be like, we're here! Bliss raid! That whole thing. It's fun. It's fun when people actually show up with the ferocity. 11 hours, damn. Whoops. I forgot how far I walked down this beach. I gotta get all the way back to the parking lot. It's gonna be like dark out by the time I get there. Side-eye is on. I want to try to raid an IRL streamer today, if possible. I wish Redempto was on. Use my magic powers. Get on. Telepathically communicate with him. Your phone is a mess, sorry. It's okay. The 30 show is in Alaska still on? Oh, okay, cool. I need to check them out. Look at all these little birds. I probably can't even see. Oh, I forgot, I don't have any charging cables with me. So I can hold it up like super far out. And I don't think about if I'm gonna tug on the cables. Still pretty, we can see. Okay, cool. We should get to the van soon. Yeah, my chat phone kept doing so much crazy shit. Like every day it does something new and weird because the screen is broken. But this is nice. This is the kind of shit, like I wish everybody could just walk down this shit by themselves like I am right now. I mean, I'm with all you guys, but it's just nice to be in a place that's peaceful. I'll always be confused by the fact that I can enjoy solitude in a place like this while streaming and still consider it solitude, you know? Because I'm like filming it and everything. But either way, I'm still gonna stream in fun places as much as I feel comfortable. Like I was mentioning the other day, like I was looking around, I was like, damn, I'm like the only person using a phone. Like everyone else is just looking at the waves, looking at the sun, reading a book, playing with their dog, having fun with their children, cuddling with their partners. And I'm like walking around, I'm like nobody's even taking selfies or pictures of the sunset. They're just like so in the moment, just like fully enjoying it. There's an IRL streamer looking for a boyfriend. Who? I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for somebody who's looking for that. That sounds dangerous. Oh wait, Faith? She was saying that on her stream that one time we raided her. I remember that. Is it supposed to rain here or just be cloudy? It's very hard to tell. Okay, we're getting closer to the parking lot. We're like another 200 footsteps away. Yeah, I just measured that in footsteps, guys. I try to get amped when it comes to rating somebody. I'll check and see who's on the list here. See what's going on. We could raid Faith. She is on. Let's see. Who else is on? Scooby-Doo. Wow, there really isn't that many IRL streamers on. What was that other one that was recommended? I was sitting at the corner. Wait, which corner? The 30 show. That's what I was looking for. Oh shit, they're streaming already. Oh yeah, you said they were. Duh. Oh, that's sick, dude. What? Look at that. Oh, you guys don't see this. There's looking, I can see some mountains and water. Whoa. Wow, and it's cool. He's just walking around like I am. Spots another IRL streamer. Oh shit, wait, am I following them? Not yet. Ooh, I just got hit with 8 ads on their stream. See, you know? That's what happens when sometimes people in the chat are like, oh, 8 ads. I just had it happen on his stream and I just opened it for like my first time ever. I just had that moment. But it's okay because I do the same thing to everybody. So I tell you guys, look it. I just have picture-in-picture going on right now. I'm watching all the ads. They'll be done in a minute. And I can see those pretty mountains or whatever he was just showing again. I wonder how long he's gonna be on for. It's still like daytime there. Turbo is worth it. I know, right? Thank God streamers get paid for turbo too. It's kind of nice of them. It's early. He'll be there. He'll be on a while. Oh, okay, that's cool. He wants hella ads. That's okay. Sorry, I didn't read that until just now. That's fine with me. I run the same amount probably. I just do them once an hour, but it definitely is a 3-minute break every time. So sometimes people shoot a brick when they see that. So I'm used to it. And also on my chat phone, when ads come, it makes me watch the ads too for some weird reason. My chat isn't connected properly for some reason on this chat app. So monitoring it, I must be monitoring it as a guest. I don't know. But so yeah, I deal with the same thing. I actually have to watch all my own ads. Do you get a lot from ad views? Not a lot, but enough to where it definitely compensates me, you know? Like if I stream enough in a month and I could definitely like pay a phone bill with it, you know, something like that. Like, it really depends. And my phone bill is like $100 a month, by the way. Unfortunately. That's the only expensive monthly bill I have, actually. And I'm not in debt or anything like that too, which is awesome. I've got really great credit and I've only ever bought things straight out, except for I've been paying one bill for like 10 years on a credit card. Somehow that gave me like an immaculate credit score, which is nice. So like anytime I could, you know, stick down like a new job or a salary job with proof of salary from the employer and with my credit score, I can pretty much get approved to like any place I apply to, as long as somebody doesn't apply first, you know, someone else. Which is rare. What the deal is, fam? What up, Doc Hopper? Just hanging out in San Diego. Just today I was mostly studying different configurations and learning different configurations for setting up batteries and solenoids and batteries and relays and batteries and isolators and batteries and solar panels and batteries and AC or batteries and DC to DC converters, chargers, I mean, and all that shit. That's what I've been doing all day. That's the deal. Then I decided to go outside for some sunset action. Oh yeah, this is my van, guys. Can you even see it, or is it too dark? Let's see. You've been streaming 11 hours? I think so. How about you? Oh, what did you do today? You know what I did. Oh shit, where are we? Okay. See, I need to have some light white LEDs in here to have better lighting in here. Paid off my partner's card after years of making minimum and getting nowhere. Oh, thank God. Yeah, lucky. It's very nice of you. That shit'll catch up with you later when you want to try to stabilize or rent a new place or apply for something, you know? You never know. I'm very much an off-the-grid type person, but I do have good credit. I'm not wealthy by any means. I basically am pretty much living as frugally as I can my whole life. But I've always got by. Bro, you autistic as fuck. Respect. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Where are you from? Doc Hopper. Where are you from? Are you from the States? Are you from some other country? Or what's good? Whoop. Let's see. I forgot about this. Oh, that's good. Oh, nice. You were thinking of this instrument? That's wild. Liar. No, I'm just kidding. Can you do an intro to your van? Oh, in the daytime, yeah. Or are we doing music? Wait, intro to the van, like show you around? If I had to get better lighting in here. I had my nice work light charged, and it's like a white light, which is really nice. These are all like, or whatever this is, not white. And it's so dim, you know? You're playing some various instruments from other countries. Wait, where? Legit, I walked into a festival this weekend and a group was playing some various wood instruments. Was hoping they'd have one of these. Wow. Yeah, that's flutes. Flutes, like wood instruments, like flutes? Or no? Because flutes are epic, dude. Like wooden flutes with this drum. My buddy that lives in Oregon, his name's Dr. Rolfson on Twitch. He's a streamer. He's like a professional saxophone player by trade. He's got like a doctorate in something in music, and he's very talented. And he has a bunch of different epic flutes because he's like a sax, you know, he's a wind instrument guy. And we jammed. We met like twice. We met at TwitchCon 2 years in a row, and I brought the drum both years, and we end up like hanging out, jamming outside of TwitchCon every year. Just like we bring our instruments like near the front line and kind of hang out outside and just jam together. Guess it would have been like flutes. Okay. I can't play flute, did clarinet, and also sax. Oh, okay. Well, I'm talking about like straight flutes, not piccolo style flutes. He can probably play a piccolo, but like straight open wind flutes that are like almost like Native American style. Sorry. Sometimes I just have to grab the drum and play it. Lala's going to TwitchCon this year. Yoo-hoo! Nice! Just hoping to take their bus. Oh, well, if you can't do that, are you still going to try to go? Like if they can't accommodate you with that? Sorry. Sometimes I lose track of time and I end up never putting this down, and I keep apologizing and then playing for like 20 more minutes. Oh yeah. It's harder to play it in the dark for some weird reason. always forgot that whistling on stream is bad because it hurts people's ears. When I went, maybe it wasn't too loud, but I have had that happen before. Thanks, I appreciate that. The beat and the playing, thanks. When I went to California, the guy was playing guitar. This guy was playing guitar, but guitar busking Sunset. It was so heartwarming. I almost cried because I haven't seen my sister in so long, and that was the first day I seen her. And then there was like a person playing music outside, and it was really beautiful. Yeah, I love when there's like an organic soundtrack to your life given to you by like some random stranger or something. Oh, okay, good. Good to know. As long as I'm this far away, I think it won't be bad. Because I have whistled on stream before, and I've whistled in music videos before where I'm like recording myself playing guitar and stuff. And the whistle can be really overpowering. It's almost like with the microphone. I love that our mouths can be such fun instruments. I also try to make like epic rap beats on this thing that are like more gangster than I'm trying to work on some things like that if you haven't figured that out yet. Yo, thanks, welcome in officially. Like, wasn't there like a beat that I was making that I thought would be sick if somebody could rap over, but then I completely forgot it? It's like, it's so simple. It's like something I always do, but in a different arrangement. It's crazy how the most simple thing ever can be the most emotionally beautiful thing ever too. And if I found somebody to like freestyle over some of these, if I could find somebody to freestyle just over this alone, I need to post it on TikTok before they ban TikTok. Something as simple as this. I already did it earlier, but like, wait. I could hear somebody not only like rapping over this, maybe freestyling, but then creating some kind of like epic flow when the beat disappears. Or maybe they're like singing or doing like a harmony. Next verse. God, I wish I had two mouths. God only knows what I would do if I had two mouths. You do amazing work. Thanks, I appreciate that. I put a lot of time into shamelessly playing this thing when like I didn't really feel like I had even very much to share. And then when I started streaming it, I literally forced myself out of this little bubble of like only literally ever doing this. I was doing this for a year, and it's like a pattern. It's like such an easy pattern too.
Wait a minute. Who are...
No, there's like, I think I can accept that as a compliment, but there's people out there who are absolutely professional and trained and all this stuff, and I just want them to know right here, because I've seen people be like, who does this guy think he is? And I just enjoy what I do, so if anybody knows me, they'll know that I'm just chilling, right? Haley, hey Tater, hey look, people know each other, what's good? But yeah, but thank you, I can take a compliment for sure. But I used to do this thing where it was like middle, middle, right, middle, middle, left, middle, middle, right, middle, middle, left. So it was always like a code, you know, it was like a pattern, you know, like a cheat code on a PlayStation game or some shit, you know, like up, down, left, right, select. So when I first started playing it, it was all about patterns. I was almost surprised if the patterns sounded as good as I wanted to, because I was still like learning. For like the first year or two, I couldn't get out of that. And then when I started streaming and playing it, I got really comfortable with it, and then all the magic started to happen. Not even kidding. All of everything that I play, I never play this drum off stream anymore. I only play it on stream. And so everything I've been coming up with is very much new. There are a couple little patterns that I've like grown from, and but yeah, it's been a crazy journey. I can't believe I'm sitting here talking to you guys in depth about this big ass piece of steel, this heavy piece of steel that's sitting on my lap. I love your blanket, very nice. Thanks, Breno. Appreciate that. My name's Danny, by the way. Usually it's not this dark. This is another reason why upgrading my power and solar and everything is going to be really epic. Because I'll have like moments like this where I'll have stored energy to use with new lights. Voila. But yeah, welcome in. My name's Danny. Holy shit. In the next like 10 minutes, there will be an ad. And that will be the last ad of the whole night, guys. So please don't fret. Don't you worry. We only have an ad once an hour, and honestly, I hope you don't mind. I'm like in the dark, y'all. I need to, what am I doing? Yeah, we'll just figure this shit out along the way here. I need to start the van and make sure the van is good too. Do you guys know each other, Leap? Do you know? Oh wait, Danger Tater. You guys know each other? And then Brenando. Happy to have you here. I don't know how you find the stream. I hope it was, maybe it was through the IRL category or something, but I found this unrecommended. Oh, sick. Nice. That's what's up. Yeah, we just spent the day. I wish I could fully recap without sounding like a crazy person, but I'll just show you a diagram. Today, we learned about this kind of shit. There we go. Today, we learned about how you can hook up your main battery, your starter battery, to a DC to DC battery charger. And that goes over to your extra battery. And your extra battery can go to an inverter. And then the inverter can go to a fuse box or whatever. And then the solar goes to the solar controller, and the solar controller would end up going into this system and integrating into it. And then, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that I had to put my mind on today, but most of my day was spent around like focusing on this shit. Oh, I forgot I can use the light on my phone. It's blinding. Oh my God. Good Lord. Oh my goodness, guys. Phew. All right. Oh my God. It's the most uncomfortable thing ever. Oh, what's going on with my hair, dude? What is this? It doesn't know which way it's supposed to be parted or some shit. Okay, guys, don't mind me. But I need to get my butt to bed and take a bath. I love y'all so much. Be safe and good, sweet dreams. Thank you so much, Cassie. I appreciate you being here today. As always, we love you. Thank you for being you. All right, let's shut this bright ass light off before I go blind. Okay, well, we're gonna do a raid, you guys. I'm gonna check real quick who's on the radar. Get it? Get it? Who's down for a raid? Now that Cassie's gone, we can go do a raid, guys. Just kidding. I wish she would stay. I wish she was coming on the raid, dude. All right, we're good. We are golden. Everybody say goodnight to Cassie at least. Oh, 30 shows in Alaska. I still have their stream loaded up a bit there. Let me make sure just in case there's any homies on it. IRL Vegas, IRL Australia, barbecuing. What is Faith doing? Oh, she's at like a hotel or something? It looks like she did plan a camping trip. That's cool. The zapper's back working, actually. Yeah, it is. I just had to bend some of the metal. And it makes a funny buzzing sound when I push the button, but, you know. I touched it against a bug and it went psh. I was like, fuck yeah. Alright guys, I'm gonna @, everyone on the Discord while we decide who we're gonna raid. VANLIFE, no, that's not the right one. Oh yeah, we do have a Discord, guys. If you guys want to do all that social media stuff, if you do that to support the streamers you watch, please feel free to follow me like on Twitter, or subscribe to my YouTube channel where I also simulcast. There's going to be an ad break in just a second here, so please feel free to take the time to live streaming, and I think it annoys some of them. So if you want to go combat the loss and be a new subscriber and supporter on YouTube, that'd be awesome, because I predict that we'll be partnered by the end of the year, and I'll start posting. I'm less motivated to do it now because they took me off the partner program for not posting for 6 months. So if anything does get a lot of viewership, they're just collecting ad revenue on my content, which is like kind of sad, you know. So feel free to subscribe to my YouTube. Nothing really more needed. You can go and like my stream there if you want to go the extra mile. But if you like following people on Twitter, I have Twitter. If you like TikTok, I have TikTok. I have a bunch of videos on there. You can try to ask me questions or judge me about those videos one day. I have like, and this isn't a flex or a brag or anything like that. I'm not really a huge fan of TikTok, but I have a TikTok account with like 120 or 160,000 followers. In a video, I have a couple videos with 1 million views and a video with like 12 million views and like millions of likes. And dude, TikTok is the most toxic random platform that there is. It's way too crazy. So it's like a blessing and a curse. It's almost no wonder that it's going to get banned. And they also refuse to sell it. They keep refusing. So it's not like somebody can just buy it if they don't decide to sell it. So but yeah, I have all the platforms, but most importantly, just follow me on Twitch. And if you use Discord, if you like joining the Discord and being here in the community on Twitch, that's where I spend all my time, guys. As you can see. But yeah, good, Shayna. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That makes me happy. I used TikTok for, I don't even know, maybe a year total. TikTok is like so, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of trippy because it's like so emotionally manipulating. It's really unusual how like how they use the data collection and the things you say and look up and stuff to like actually show you videos of other people's personal lives. Like they're not even selling you a product. They're only selling you the ads in between the videos. So it's like, but the way that they keep you on the app is by like emotionally manipulating you into always opening it. Like if you're in a relationship, it's gonna show you videos of beautiful relationships. If you just went through a breakup, it's gonna show you videos of shitty breakups. If you've ever been abused before, it's gonna show you videos of people that have dealt with abuse. If somebody dies in your family, it's literally gonna start showing you a bunch of videos of people dealing with deaths in their family. It's like so uncannily, creepily, scarily like manipulative. It's interesting, dude. I don't know if anyone else has ever noticed that, but